My grandfather died. Pew pang pew pew. After getting cut in half. That's how he died. My tears won't fall. I can't even feel any sadness. Even though he was the only family I had. Just what kind of person am I? Grandpa, look, I found the spirit link herbs. You're here. Great job. I searched the eastern side of the valley like you told me, and there it was. Oh, that's pretty big. That should be enough for 5 liangs. I saw a fox burrow right next to the herb while I was digging it out, but I couldn't see the mother, only the pups. Did you kill the pups? What? Why would I? If the mom came back home and found all her pups dead, she'd be sad. Right? Good job. Let's just organize this and get ready to eat dinner. Zhang, could you promise one thing to your grandpa? What? The nature hidden inside you. Promise that you'll never reveal it to anyone. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I don't think I'll be able to keep that promise. Pew pang pew pew. Zhengliang County. Pew pang pew pew. Look at the absolute state of them. Seems like all the bandits and petty criminals on the hill path got caught. Bah. You bunch of maggots. Die, you swine bastards. Was that guy to ride in a carriage all alone? He looks about the same age as my young master. Don't underestimate him just because he looks young. He's probably the worst out of the bunch, you know. Well, that'd explain why he's shoved in a carriage all by himself. It might be hard for you to grasp since you're a martial artist. You'd be surprised at how many people he's killed with a single scythe. You hear me? He's called the slaughtering scythe. Ghost, the slaughtering scythe ghost, so it's just at the end of the day. Ho, would you look at this guy? Anyway, what brings the great hero of the martial realm here? Find me someone young, someone no one would care about if they were to die. Pew pang pew pew. Here's for the heavens to punish you, you bastard. You filthy wretch. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What a handsome boy. To think someone with a face like that is the slaughtering scythe ghost. Let's pretend this request never happened. You can't just leave after calling me. Here. Pew pang pew pew. Found him. The perfect person for the task. Inner castle of Zhengliang County jailhouse. Pew pang pew pew. I was too impatient. That bastard. Ain't this impressive? I was wondering who was coming after us, but didn't expect a brat with no knowledge of martial arts. He was a monster. I finally found the one who killed my grandfather, but he was completely different compared to the others. He instantly subdued me before I even got the chance to do anything. Even if I were to fight him again, the result would be the same. No matter how hard I think about it, I can't figure out a way to kill him. Brat with no knowledge of martial arts. Martial arts. If I learned martial arts, wouldn't I be able to beat him? Wait, will I ever get the chance to do that now? Why do I have no more opportunities? Faint smoke. Is there a fire? No. What's this smell? I dug up, smelled, and ate herbs for years while living with my grandfather. This is lizard's tail. Pew pang pew pew. Silencing herb. Sleeping gas. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. This kid, he was awake. Pew pang pew pew. I don't know what happened, but this is my chance. I made it out because the blend of the sleeping gas was poor. Pew pang pew pew. I pressed your paralysis meridian. You won't be able to move now. How is he already behind me? Could this be martial arts? Pew pang pew pew. Martial artist, is it that bastard? No, they look similar, but he had a scar on his left eye. Escort gang, is that the boy? Young master, I told you to wait outside since it's dangerous. I've never been to prison, so I wanted to see what one was like, but this is nothing much, it only smells foul. That's the boy. Yes, sit him up so I can see his face, and get me a chair. So it was true, you look exactly like me. To think someone who looks exactly like me would appear in this situation. What fateful encounter could best this? You must be surprised as well. I heard you're condemned to die. No, I'm facing death by quartering, 2 days from now. That's right. What a miserable life you have. We were born with the same face, but one is a young master, and the other is a prisoner, soon to be executed. For someone as miserable as you, I'll give you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The opportunity to become the third young master of the great orderly wooden sword hall. I want a body double of Mok Jai Amun. An opportunity. It won't be anything difficult. All you have to do is stay in the manor and enjoy the luxurious bed, beautiful maids, and delicious meals. You'll just have to enjoy the things you never had the chance to with your lowly life. Furthermore, once the deed is over, you will be paid handsomely, and you can leave with your freedom. If you're interested, eat this, as it's poison. Did you think we'd simply believe your words when you're to be executed? Once you adequately complete your task, we'll give you the antidote. What will you do? Grandpa. I got my second chance. Pew pang pew pew. Chance to enact revenge on that bastard. Pew pang pew pew. Now, will you give me that opportunity? Excellent choice. Escort Gam, release his shackles, and his meridians, yes sir. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I'll lead the way, young master, please. Follow behind me. Now go ahead of me. We're out, please carefully follow behind me. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What? Pew pang pew pew. Oh my, oops, what should we do, Escort Gam? Looks like the fake is dead. Right before the arrest of the slaughtering scythe ghost. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Save me. It's fun. I killed everyone who looked connected for Grandpa's revenge. And the emotion I felt while killing dozens of people was clearly fun. The nature hidden inside you. Promise that you'll never reveal that nature to anyone. Nature. Right now where people are dying off. What face? Am I making? Am I smiling? Is this the nature Grandpa was talking about? Promise that you'll never reveal that nature to anyone's slaughtering scythe ghost. Is evil itself my true nature? I can't tell, let's just kill first. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Still alive, aren't you amazing? That guy. He's dangerous. It looks like you didn't even learn martial arts. But to think you endured my strike. Pew pang pew pew. He's fast. He was far away but instantly closed the distance between us. Interesting. I was wondering who was coming after us. But I didn't expect a brat with no knowledge of martial arts coming after. Or are you this? Pew pang pew pew. Someone who can endure my strike even without the knowledge of martial arts. Killing you now will reduce my future worries. Pew pang pew pew. Why did you have to act all confident and drive a nail to your own coffin? You should have just lived quietly. He's my grudge I finally found. Am I dying like he? I did not die. Instead, I'm now a death row inmate. If I'm given a chance again, let the chance come. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What should we do, Escort Gam? Looks like the fake is dead. You piece of shit. Crazy bastard, you dare kill the young master? You've got a death wish, don't you? Isn't it the opposite? Being a body double means taking on the danger for the original. Following without resistance would actually be having a death wish. This bastard, what kind of strength is? Did you not think of dying by my hands? If you were going to kill me, you would have already done so when your liege died. But you didn't actually have any affection for him, did you? Nonsense. Pew pang pew pew. You will die here and now. Is there really a need to kill me? Why wouldn't there be? I've taken a poison pill. I need the antidote in order to survive. which means I have no choice but to follow your words. Isn't that a great opportunity? The third young master of the orderly wooden sword hall has become your dog, you know. So you're saying I should betray my liege and use you, who killed my liege, as a puppet? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. From now on, you are pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Bok Jai Unwun, however, orderly wooden sword hall, there will never be a day where you meet with people from the orderly wooden sword hall. That doesn't sound too different from being a body double, though if you volunteered to be a puppet instead of a body double, then don't have any doubts. If you ever get caught, know that there will be no neutralizing the poison pill you took. Okay, I got that. Pew pang pew pew. And if you go against my orders, or get up to any shenanigans, I will kill you immediately. Understood? You creepy bastard. Here's the neutralizing pill. If you don't take it every day, the poison will spread throughout your entire body. Remember that I was lucky. It's already a miracle that I survived, my belly and chest punctured. But I even got a chance like this while being a death row inmate. Is this Grandpa telling me to not go there yet? I'm not planning on going there before I avenge you either, so don't worry. Revenge? That bastard with the black sword probably thinks that I'm dead now, because Mak Jaeungwon's corpse at the prison should have been discovered by now. Martial arts? He said. That this place is a Murim clan that learns martial arts, the orderly wooden sword hall. I will act as the third son and train in martial arts. Find the bastard that killed Grandpa. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. And I'll make you exactly like how you made Grandpa. I miraculously survived. And I got the opportunity to learn martial arts in the orderly wooden sword hall. I did, but the escort surveilling me left by Escort Gam's side. How annoying. Go-chan Jr. of Escort Gams. Pew pang pew pew. Senior Gam definitely lost his touch. What's so special about that brat who didn't even learn martial arts? What, he killed Mak Jaeungwon? Then what about our plan? Quiet, your voice is too loud. It doesn't matter, your job hasn't changed. Watch over him as planned, and make sure that he doesn't escape from here. In the meanwhile, I'll be preparing for another grand scheme. We'll abandon him. And swap who will follow. Senior Gam, didn't you say he took a poison pill? It'll be difficult for him to disobey us, and it should also be much easier to order him around, right from the get-go. The reason why we chose the third son was not him. What? He's not the type to be ordered around. He thought of killing Mak Jaeungwon and taking over his spot when he was a death row inmate, when normally one would be busy fighting for their own life. He's dangerous. Nothing good will come out of getting involved with him for long. Just what's so special about a brat who didn't even learn martial arts and on top of that, took a poison pill? Damn it, senior brother said it, so I have to follow his orders. Pew pang pew pew. Escort Gam didn't tell me why they needed a body double until the end. He left his spot after appointing a surveillance escort so I wouldn't escape. I've only been here a short while, but I've already felt out how this place runs. What I felt is that this place, the orderly wooden sword hall, isn't so dangerous that you'd need a body double. No, not even close to dangerous. Which means that there's something that they need a body double for. Are they planning to stay silent even when the time when they need a body double comes? You're planning to swap who to follow. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What do? You need to go to the outhouse or something? No, I'd like to go out for a moment. I actually have something to ask, so would you like to come as well? Go back inside quietly if you don't want to see nasty things. You said your name's Go-chan, right? I don't think anything would happen if we kept our mouths shut. Pew pang pew pew. Looks like you forgot your manners, but nothing good will come out of ruffling my feathers. So, go back inside and stay holed up in there. Yup. You're weaker than Escort Gam. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Can't move. My body. Is this guy, was he hiding his martial arts hut? You're still moving. Did I do something wrong? I just imitated what a Scortgam did, but it didn't really work as intended. What is this guy talking about? Wait, does he mean that he almost perfectly replicated it after seeing it only once? Poisons. Circulation, I have to do circulation, I have to expel the poison with circulation. Ever since I was young, I've been eating all kinds of poisons while harvesting medicinal herbs with Grandpa. 1 day. My blood also started to become poisonous, and I can infer the ingredients by just tasting or smelling it. In short, most poisons don't work against me, so I didn't actually need it. The antidote. Oh, I said that I had something to ask, right? Could you tell me the current situation of the orderly wooden sword hall? For your information, only I can detoxify my blood. I hope that you can help me a lot in the future. Pew pang pew pew. Demon. Orderly wooden sword hall main building. Hallmaster Tower. Hallmaster Mockindan. Are there really no other ways? I've gathered all kinds of knowledge and experiences, and tried every sort of medicinal herb, but never mind the progress. I don't even know the cause of this illness. How lamentable. Hallmaster. Why don't you choose a successor ahead of time? The 4 sons at the orderly wooden sword hall, before falling ill, the Hallmaster didn't point out his successor. Thanks to that, the orderly wooden sword hall is currently facing the calm before the storm. If Hallmaster were to die like this, in order to take over his seat, the brothers will definitely end up spilling each other's blood. In particular the first wife, who especially treasures the first son. What will Mrs. Sook do to seat the eldest son on the Hallmaster's seat? How is Sir Hallmaster? Mrs. Sook, Hallmaster's first wife. Great Mrs., you've come. I asked you how he is. Diarha, my apologies. I do not know what to do as my medical skills are lacking. As I thought. Everyone keeps saying it's the mystical that can't be explained with medical skills, so the only remaining way is alchemy. Pew pang pew pew. Alchemy is nothing but a freaky superstition that reads random drawings. How could a haphazard trick like that? Then you mean I should just sit still and watch my husband die? That is not what I meant. I don't want to hear it. I already called over at the main house an alchemist who is said to handle the mystical. Pew pang pew pew. Alright, we'll defeat the Hallmaster's illness with alchemy for now. Do not let anyone in the main building, where the Hallmaster is resting, not even a single person. And that is the current situation of the orderly wooden sword hall. So that's what's going on. Great, then shall we head out? To where? Where else? We should go meet the Hallmaster. So what you're saying is, the real Mok Jayang-woon and Escort-gam originally planned to use me as a body double and incite the first young master, Mok Young-ho, to get us to kill each other? That's correct. That was their best plan. First son Mok Young-ho, aged 20. He has a spot on his left cheek and is addicted to liquor, so much so that he visits the tavern every 2 days. He is the most incompetent of 4 brothers, being both greedy and cruel. Second son, Mok Eun-pyong, aged 18. He has sharp eyes, just like the first, shrewd and crafty. There's no knowing what he'll do to become the clan head. Their plan was to call them both to the same place with the body double, then taunt Mok Eun-pyong into killing the body double. The first son would then kill the second son, who'd be careless after killing the fake son, ending in them both killing each other. The so-called fishing in troubled waters strategy. Had it turned out like that, whoever survived in the end would have been guilty of killing their own brother, and both of them would have been disqualified from being the heir. Afterwards, the completely safe Mok Jae-woon would have appeared and instantly risen to the top. It wasn't that bad of a plan, until I killed Mok Jae-woon and made it uncertain. But young master, why are you heading to the Hallmaster? After hearing your story, it's clear that my life is connected to the Hallmaster's. so I should try meeting him, but if Senior Brother Gam finds out about this, I didn't think you'd keep it a secret from Escort Gam. Thank you, Escort Go-chan. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Do I finally get to meet the Hallmaster? Taoist Master Myo-sen? I'll only believe you this once, since they say you're quite mystic. Thank you. The situation will only worsen the longer the disorder is allowed to persist. Then, if you will, please send away all the people within 30 zhang to the main building, since they might negatively affect the process. Everyone except the escort warriors guarding the entrance has been sent away. You'll need to leave as well, madam. You haven't forgotten about my request, have you? Of course not. The Hallmaster's seal and his secret martial arts book. If you can find them, I'll immediately reward you with 300 silver. Many thanks. You all, leave this place until I tell you to return. Truth be told, I don't want to trust in some ominous thing like Taoist spellcraft. The young master, fourth young master Mok Yuchion, son of a lowly harlot. I can understand him fooling around with a harlot, but to consider passing down the position of Hallmaster to that filthy blood, I cannot forgive him. Pew pang pew pew. Looks like someone's there. It's the fourth young master. He's practicing his martial arts. So that guy is Mok Yuchion. Mok Yuchion, despite having excellent martial prowess, doesn't slack off in his efforts. He's also said to receive the most affection, since his personality is similar to the Hallmaster's. But is that how you train martial arts? He's developing the strength of his lower body through the horse stance, as all martial arts can be said to come from the lower body. Escort Go-chan. If I learned martial arts, would I be able to kill you? Didn't you hear me? I asked if I could kill you if I learned martial arts. Why all of a sudden, could he have guessed that we're planning to abandon him, this brat? I knew he was crafty, but isn't this beyond our expectations? Young master, inner body training could be said to be a fundamental of martial arts. Inner body training. Yes, and by inner body training, I mean breathing. In other words, it's the process of circulating the nature's energy within one's body through breathing techniques and accumulating ki. But ki isn't something that can be accumulated in a day. If you were to fight against a first-rate martial artist like Senior Gam, it'd be difficult for you to win immediately, even if you learned martial arts, since he possesses ki accumulated for half a cycle, years. So you're saying it'd be difficult in the short term? That's right. Wouldn't it be, don't I impossible for you? There's an age limit for ki training. If you didn't start training your ki from the ages of 5 to 9, your body would accumulate impure ki instead, making it difficult for you to accumulate ki. In other words, it'd be impossible for you to accumulate ki. You got that? Struggle all you want. Best, you'll be a frog in a well. Your eyes are rolling quite well, makes me want to poke them out. Be my underling. Okay. Would it really be impossible to kill Escort Gam since he doesn't trust me? It'll be hard to get him to side with me. He greatly dislikes you, young master. Did something happen 2 years ago? The real young master mocked his mother by calling her a vulgar wench. Back then, the young master almost got beaten to death. The youngest is quite the nice kid. At least he left him alive with his limbs intact, right? Anyway, let's hurry and leave. Something bad might really happen at this rate. Fine, fine. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Although it looks like he was poisoned, he's clearly met death. An ordinary person would have died a long time ago from this. To think he's endured it, I suppose it's expected of a martial artist. But it's persisted too long inside him. He only has a 50% chance of survival. Well, all I have to accomplish is the task I was commissioned for, so I don't particularly care whether he lives or not. Pew pang pew pew. Heavenly Emperor, declare as such, bear the heavenly stars, all evil spirits from the 5 directions perish. A rebuking breath, from the Immortal One, and all spirits shall be defeated. May the grand sacred stars imbue energy and stifle the demons. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Go forth, valiant spirits. Evil cleansing. Majestic general manifested golden divine dignity. Primordial patriarch of golden armor, great thunder god of brilliant calamities, imprisoned inscribed iron maiden, demon-cleaving ritual sprite, honored crimson heavenly will, 7 treasures of scourge. Pew pang pew pew. All at once, I pray upon the spirits, let these demons be purged through this ritual, I prophesize the end. Abide by these divine spirits. Pew pang pew pew. Who's there? Is it the madam? No, if I'm disrupted in the middle. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What's all this? Hallmaster, is that person? The Hallmaster. Greetings, Father. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I don't care if you're high gone or whatever, leave right now. Did you not receive the lady's message? What? Who are you? What is the meaning? Our attempts at containing the mysterious illness have been reversed by this malevolent energy that will only worsen his condition. Malevolent energy, is it contagious? Please get out or else. Pew pang pew pew. In the end. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The evil spirit has taken over the Hallmaster. You too. Help me hold him down so he doesn't break free. Hold him down. Hurry. Pew pang pew pew. Compassion and strength are indeed boundless, offering solace and protection to all who seek. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. He's gotten even stronger. Wait, you too will be in danger if the evil spirit moves onto you. What? The evil spirit can move around. Why would you tell me that only now? Pew pang pew pew. It's coming after me. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What on earth? Don't tell me, you're going to stop. Pew pang pew pew. This guy is insane. He just severed the Hallmaster's arm. Pew pang pew pew. We must stop the bleeding immediately. Oh no. Not only did I fail the request, but they also severed the Hallmaster's arm. I need to get out of here before the blame falls solely onto me. Once I've taken the right precautionary measures, I'm out of here. What is the meaning of this? Young master. Is this the reason why the Hallmaster wasn't in his right state of mind? Can't you tell his body was being possessed by the evil spirit, and we're not done yet? At this rate, the Hallmaster might even pass away. We really don't have time for this. Do you also want the Hallmaster to end up dead, young master? Dead? You just say also, damn. Who is it? Who wants the Hallmaster dead? Is it the madam who hired you? There must be a misunderstanding. My blade is starting to itch. I believe honesty can be your only chance of survival. The madam told me saving the Hallmaster's life wasn't necessary. She just ordered me to locate the secret martial arts book and the Hallmaster's seal through the evil spirit. Secret martial arts book, the Hallmaster's seal. Damn it, the madam has finally committed a terrible deed. The eldest young master would have definitely succeeded the Hallmaster's position if we hadn't come here today. Young master, we must save the Hallmaster. We must prevent the eldest son from succeeding at all costs. Or else, the madam will also attempt to take your life. You're right, she must see me as an obstacle to her plans. Young master, I can save the Hallmaster. No, do as she instructed you. Find out the whereabouts of the secret martial arts book and the seal. And you'd better succeed. Hallmaster will be in grave danger if we confront the evil spirit once more. This lunatic, we're supposed to save the Hallmaster, but what's he planning? Yes, I understand. Pew pang pew pew. What's that thing? It's a vessel. If the Hallmaster comes into contact with the evil spirit again, he might actually die this time. that's why I will link this item to him and deceive the evil spirit into believing that this doll is the Hallmaster. Then, I shall begin the great calamity that changes heaven and earth. May the ancestors bind this string and guide this body to virtue. If I let the 5 wisdoms be unable to predict the spirit, abide. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. May the ancestors bind this string and guide this body to virtue. Let the 5 wisdoms be unable to predict the spirit. I knew it. The malevolent energy is too strong. If we proceed any further, the evil spirit will be unleashed. But I don't think I can reason with this brat. What should I do? Pew pang pew pew. Young master, I'm about to take control of the evil spirit now. Are you okay with him? Listening. Now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense for me to stay and listen. I'll excuse myself and wait outside. Then, let's begin. The great calamity that changes heaven and earth. May the ancestors bind this string and guide this body to virtue. Abide. Who dares to call upon me? Abide. May the spirit heed my questions. What is it you desire to know? Abide. Tell me the whereabouts of the Hallmaster's secret martial arts book and his seal. Pew pang pew pew. Got beneath the medicine chamber. Behind the stone door. Behind the stone door beneath the medicine chamber. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Young master, you must immediately sever the string. The string, the evil spirit. The evil spirit is trying to take control of the Hallmaster's body. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The evil spirit was too powerful to begin with. It was only a matter of time before it broke free from my control. Still, I did it. It was a wise decision to let the evil spirit take over his body. I completed the request and got rid of the obstacle in one go. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now I'm going to pin all these trivial matters on you. How dare you? How dare you deceive me with this puppet? I won't forgive you. Is this the one? Is this the one who deceived me? He's young, haha, excellent. I'll take over your young body instead of that old man's. You'll remain trapped in your own mind forever, lost in eternal slumber. This place, the place I always visited, on a peaceful mountainside. I recognize this place. It's the place I always fetched water from. There's no way I could forget, even if I wanted to. But for some reason, it feels different today. I wonder, what's this uneasy feeling? It feels like I'm forgetting something. Pew pang pew pew. Isn't that the direction of my house? Grandpa. Please, please, please. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Get a hold of yourself. No, that can't be. Who is it? Who's the bastard that did this? Don't leave me. I've come to realize how profoundly important my grandpa's presence was to me. How important he was to me. That's right. So this is what you desire? You brat, what are you doing over there? Aren't you going to help this old man? Why are you spacing out? Grandpa. What's going on? Grandpa. Pew pang pew pew. I'm going to fall, you brat. What's gotten into you? Nothing. It's nothing. I won't ever lose Grandpa again. He's the only reason I'm still alive now when I should be dead. I wonder what's gotten into you. That's right. That's it. Love, cherished memories of the past, and the precious one you've lost. Eternal happiness awaits. I've got a question, Grandpa. Why did you choose to name me after the character representing righteousness? With your warmth for eternity, so that you don't lose what's precious to you. What? Pew pang pew pew. Thanks to you, I found myself revisiting unpleasant memories. This can't be happening. How did you manage to find me? I find it incredibly unpleasant, playing with the memory of my deceased grandpa. By the way, you seem to be misunderstanding. my desire, my happiness, you should have done a better job. Instead of bringing my grandpa back to life, you should have let me tear apart. Pew pang pew pew. That bastard who killed him. His deep consciousness, slowly permeating, dangerous primal longing, emotion filled with pure murderous intent, malevolence so pure even departed spirits would avoid it. Is this truly the desire of a living being? But something is restraining that murderous intent. What could it be? You're asking why I chose to name you after the character representing righteousness. I was certain you were special and different from others, but I wished for you to grow up to be kind and righteous. That's why I decided to name you after the character representing righteousness. Like the meaning of your name, I hope you grow up to be a righteous person and never stray from the path of virtue. I pray that you continue to flourish as a righteous person. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. This kid is out of his mind. The consciousness. Fortunately, I've already infiltrated his body now. I must remain patient and carefully delve deeper. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Garden. Is this the depths of his consciousness? A gate. A door with a seal on it. Don't tell me, are this kid's memories sealed in here? Well, it doesn't matter once I open this door and seize control of his consciousness from within. As long as I do that. What? He's trying to reverse the control over him. No. Stop. If this continues, I'll be devoured. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Impossible. Pew pang pew pew. Is a demon monk. Pew pang pew pew. Should I really do this? Chief Steward of the Orderly Wooden Sword Hall Jang Myung and Hallmaster Mok Indan. He was truly a hero in his younger days. I looked up to him and believed everything he said to be right. Our relationship started 19 years ago while conquering pirates in the sea. Back then, I was a master of blades and making a name for myself in Zhejiang, Shaoxing. That's when the Hallmaster and I joined forces to defeat the pirates. After that I became a chief steward and swore allegiance to the Hallmaster. How did things end up like this? Chief Steward, do you really think that lowly kid should be the one to carry on the orderly Wooden Sword Hall? After all, this is about the future of the Orderly Wooden Sword Hall. We can keep the position empty until the Taoist master uses his Taoist spellcraft to locate the seal and the secret book. I overlooked it for the sake of the Orderly Wooden Sword Hall's peace, but something keeps bothering me. Could it be that the Taoist spellcraft isn't real and he's using a drug to intimidate the Hallmaster? It just can't be helped. This goes against the pledge I swore with the Hallmaster. Yes, I'll just confirm it myself and go back. This is no ordinary vengeful spirit. It's a high-ranking evil spirit. Demon monk. Kill that Taoist master. Go forth. Pew pang pew pew. Is he possibly using the demon monk as a familiar spirit? That's impossible. This monstrosity is a vengeful spirit. How can something so unquestionably evil obey a human? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Get away now. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Save me, please. Spare me, I'll do anything. I don't need anything. Young master, if this is about tricking you. No, it's not about that. You also heard about the seal and the secret book, didn't you? You, son of a bitch. Right from the start. What will you pay? I should have killed you. Please come in. Is it over? What? Is he dead? Questions later. Help me move the body first. Hup. Let's do it this way. The Taoist master went crazy and started swinging his sword around, and cut off the Hallmaster's arm. We happened to arrive at the right moment and defused the situation. Are you trying to hide everything that happened? Yes. Do you have a problem with it? It's a reasonable cover-up, but would they believe it? The great madam isn't one to easily believe anything. She won't fall for it so quickly. Young master, cheap lies will only cast more doubt on the events. Does this look cheap lie to you? Even if the Taoist master went crazy and we somehow managed to subdue him, the great madam, his employer, won't fall for it so easily. I see. Then I suppose we must make it look even more convincing. Then let's do this. Young master, what are you? He was planning on cutting off the hallmaster's arm and also harming his sovereign is what we'll say. What do you think? Do you find it convincing? Now, what a brute, making up such a drastic method for a disguise, even stabbing his own leg. He's becoming even more horrifying. No, I will treat your wound. Leave it. It must look pale in order to make it more believable. It's beyond horror. He's terrifying. I must make sure to never make him an enemy of mine. Chief Steward. What is you bastards? What did you want to do? Chief Steward, it's a misunderstanding. Chief Steward. Before that, the hallmaster. Pew pang pew pew. What in the world happened here? Why is the third young master here too? That you see. Pew pang pew pew. He's smiling. Could this bastard possibly be acting? Orderly wooden sword hall's medicine chamber. The smell, herbal medicine, nice. Beneath the medicine chamber behind the stone door. I'm on top of that. I'm right at the location mentioned by the hallmaster. I must have good luck. Secret book and seal. There's too many people right now. I'll have to check at night. Young master, I've arrived. Aren't you late? Here's the books from the Taoist master that you mentioned. There are only 2. I secretly took these before they ended up getting burned. They burned? They were burning all of the Taoist master's belongings. They were probably trying to destroy the evidence. I see. What a waste. Yin Yang School of Thought Original Volume and Paranormal Activity Volume. I can't believe these 2 books are all that's left. Still, thank you. Ah, nothing. I was just wondering why you're reading those books. Do you see anything outside the window, huh? Outside? There's nothing. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is that supposed to? Wah, we cannot do that. Madam, the young master is still recovering from. Pew pang pew pew. Let's talk. Let's talk. I greet the first great madam. The first, then that woman is the first wife, who comes from the Golden Flower Sook clan, a martial clan. Madam Sook, the person escort gam told me to keep an eye on the closest. Not only are her martial arts first-rate due to her coming from a martial clan, but she's also said to be a very shrewd woman above everyone else. If I recall, I'm supposed to be more wary of her than the first son, Ma Kyung-ho. I greet the first great madam. Please understand as I am unable to stand up due to my injuries. He greeted her better than I thought. As long as he continues dealing with her in a flexible manner, then there shouldn't be any. I didn't come here just to receive your greetings. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What? Cease your movement. It seems you really were injured. Fine work. Since you had to injure yourself just for this petty disguise. Your testimony to the chief steward was quite convincing. However, there is something you aren't aware of. A skillful Taoist master would never get possessed in midst of their Taoist spellcraft. Yet you say he went insane and rampaged about. You dare try to deceive me with such a weak lie. Young master, I won't repeat myself. What did you see and hear there? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Has he gone mad? Demon monk. Pew pang pew pew. What just passed by? Pew pang pew pew. This phenomenon is the secret book and the seal. Aren't those what you needed? Pew pang pew pew. Then you should have come with a better deal. Not this weak threat. It's up to you to believe me or not, but I don't want the position of Hallmaster. First brother Mak Youngho isn't the only one who'd want to be Hallmaster. Since you've treated me in this manner, don't you agree that I have no choice but to visit the second brother? Why you? I heard the youngest had the most martial prowess, yes. Since we didn't get along, wouldn't it be great to give him the secret book as a token of apology? Do you realize now who the one holding the sword is? The weather's gone cold. I hope for your safe return. Graceful Flower House, residence of Madame Sook. Pew pang pew pew. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he? Please compose yourself, madam. Compose myself? Do you think I can calm down when someone completely unrelated took all the credit for the plan I came up with? Damn it, I got careless thinking he was the most incompetent one. I thought he'd start trembling and tell me everything if I scared him a bit. What's with the sudden change? He's too different, as if he's a completely different person. Could it be? Could he have been hiding his true character this entire time? Come to think of it, he was deemed to be relatively clever when he was young. After his mother died and his in-laws began to crumble, he became more and more incompetent as time passed. Perhaps he did that to protect himself. No matter how insignificant he was, I shouldn't have gotten careless. I'll kill him before he uses that strange spellcraft of his. Don't bother, it'll only be more troublesome if the secret book and seal go to someone else. But that doesn't mean I'm thinking of letting myself get dragged around by that brat. Declare the death of Taoist. Master Myst to the Ghastly Spirit Pavilion. The Ghastly Spirit Pavilion. The group of Taoist masters Myst was affiliated with. Pew pang pew pew. Mok Jai things will not turn out as you planned. End of Midnight Medicine Chamber. Yang School of Thought Original Volume. The status of a ghost, when the dead become mystical by becoming vengeful spirits. The status of the mystical beings depends on many conditions. First would be the Crimson Ghost. It is an earthbound spirit, able to give goosebumps or slight chills to a living being. Second would be the Ochre Ghost. It is able to possess others to make one's body heavy or inflict them with a case of body aches. Third would be the Aurelian Ghost. It must be dispelled at this point as it is severely dangerous. An Aurelian ghost is able to become death and lead someone to their final moments. Pew pang pew pew. Were you looking for me? Considering his status, I supposed the demon monk would be around an Aurelian ghost. Chilled Wutong, they created the gateway by using an underused medicine. Though he has his uses, since he can go through walls to find doors to the underground and scout areas. The demon monk's powers didn't work against Madame Sook who visited earlier. Thanks to that, I had to aim for the maid behind her. However, it worked well against Escort Go-chan when I tested it on him before. Escort-chan. Madame Sook is a first-rate master, then I'd have to assume that the demon monk won't work against Escort Gam, who's on the same level as her. If that's the case, I suppose it wouldn't be bad to obtain a stronger mystical being. The fourth, Viridian Ghost, vengeful spirit that has existed for decades. It is able to influence nearby targets by making them hear hallucinations, confusing any living being. Very dangerous. Must be dispelled at all costs. Well, that's that. Shall I start making my way down to find the secret book and the seal? It's deep. To think they'd dig this deep just to hide some secret book and a seal. Well, I suppose that's why everyone wants them so much. It wouldn't be bad to have them in my grasp, especially since I realized that the powers of the demon monk won't work against Escort Gam. I need to have plenty of methods I can use. Is this the place? Underneath the medicine chamber, the 4 gates of the heavenly stems. Among those, the gate of Ding. Pew pang pew pew. So that wasn't the end. Was there really a need for all that? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. So there was a trap? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. You see? So it means this is where it starts. Pew pang pew pew. Deep underground and plenty of traps. Could that secret book really be so precious as to deserve all this? Or if not, there could be something more important than that. Pew pang pew pew. Well, I'll see about that. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Looks like I've arrived for sure this time. Who would have thought a place formed with parallel wooden structures would exist this deep underground? There are household goods here as well. Could someone have trained in this place? Well, let's just say that's the case. Pew pang pew pew. Found it. Orderly wooden sword attainment technique. Orderly wooden harmonizing. Accumulation technique. According to Escort Go-chan, the secret books are composed of a sword technique and an accumulation technique. Let's take both. It's a bit strange to see only these two in this large area. What's that platform? Platform that looks stupidly heavy for no reason. And traces of it being dragged to that point on the floor of all places. Wouldn't it have been done to hide something? Just as I thought. There's something beneath the floor. A wooden chest. What could it be for it to have seals on it too? I can sense an ominous energy. It's not a secret book, but something meant to be hidden. Pew pang pew pew. What? Why did the light suddenly? Inside the chest was a book with a leather cover. It's not just an ordinary book. Pew pang pew pew. This putrid stench and texture, this is human skin. Pew pang pew pew. The drums sound the drone. Beat them harder, more merrily. Just like that. Good, very good. Second young master Makun Pyung. How wonderful, what a festival indeed. The main building of the orderly wooden sword hall looks brighter than ever today. That must be because I've gotten one step closer to becoming the hallmaster. It's all thanks to you for coming to me. Escort Gam. I greet the second young master. My apologies for making you wait this late at night. Though I wanted to hold a grand welcoming ceremony since the man I've wanted all this time has finally come to see me, you understand me withholding since my father is still on his sickbed, don't you? It's nothing, I can't help but feel exalted from you welcoming me this well. Yes, come in then. Pew pang pew pew. Mok Jae-woon, that scoundrel, he lost his martial arts, was it? Yes, the real one is dead, and the fake one doesn't possess any martial arts. It's not exactly a lie. And I have no particular reason to reveal that he's a fake, especially since I won't make it out unscathed if the truth that I couldn't protect my liege and ran away comes to light. He knew that would happen, that's why he made me that offer. That's right. However, things won't go as you plan, young Master Mok Jae-woon is currently unable to use martial arts. As I will give your head to the second son as proof of my loyalty. He was incompetent from the start, and now he's lost his martial arts. Seems like I've managed to surpass one with absolutely no effort. Well, I suppose I have to thank him for such an excellent talent coming to me. Yes, that being said, are you truly unable to tell me how he lost his martial arts? I am willing to pardon you if it happened because of a mistake on your part. People make mistakes, and that's understandable, My apologies, but I cannot tell you just yet. If you figure out the truth, then I'm going to have to wipe your ass for the rest of my life. Do you think I'd do that? However, I will make sure it will leave no effect on you, Very well, I'll believe the words of Escort Gam. Yes, I certainly will. Since you used to be an assassin from that place. This bastard. What's wrong? I thought he was just a shrewd brat. Don't tell me. Was that secret as? Well, did he investigate me? It's nothing. I got careless. Pew pang pew pew. I'll call you again, so you may head back for now. He's hiding something. My third brother has something going on. Cho Il-sang, go confirm it. What he's hiding, and if he's truly lost his martial arts, you alone should be sufficient, as you're a first-rate beginner, yes. Do you only want me to confirm? No, that would be boring. You might as well go break his ankle or something. Yes, sir. The heartbeat I can feel from my fingers wasn't just my imagination either. Paradoxically, it doesn't feel alive either. A heartbeat that is clearly near death. Why is such an item in here of all places? I'm curious. I want to get rid of this rosary and check its contents right now. Pew pang pew pew. Demon monk. What's the matter? Demon monk. The demon monk is showing this kind of response. This book, there's certainly something about it. Pew pang pew pew. Since the demon monk I sent to keep watch alongside escort Go-chan returned to me, that means someone's here. If that's the case, the disruptor. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Escort Go-chan. He's outside keeping watch, not beside his injured liege. Is he really hiding something? Pew pang pew pew. What, he's just sleeping, so why did he task his escort to keep watch? Let's first check if he has any. This is it. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. It's the real deal. How does he? No, that's not important right now. With this alone, we should hold the dominant position. It's our victory. Pew pang pew pew. What brings you here to my bedroom? Did you come here to take a nap? This bastard. He was pretending to be asleep. Well, I'll put you to rest myself, since I'm kind of. Pew pang pew pew. Foul, brat. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Had a good rest? What, where is this? Now then. Shall we talk? Cho Il-sang, do you know who he is? He goes by Cho Il-sang. He's one of the 3 escorts of the second young master. The second son. I wonder why he visited me. Beats me. I haven't got a clue, however, seeing how he infiltrated this place while wearing a mask. It doesn't seem like he had good intentions. Then I guess I'll have to make him spill the beans. Are you going to torture him or something? You mustn't. It'd be best to let him off. The second young master is known to cherish his talent. If you were to injure one of his close aides, he'd be greatly enraged. Qua. Well, I'll think about that. No, don't just think about it, young master. It's going to be really dangerous, young master. Young master. Fuck, I don't care anymore. He wouldn't kill him since I've said that much, right? Despite seeming to be reckless, he's smart, even during the time with the hallmaster. It wouldn't kill him, right? Let go of me. What? Why? Why, you should know now that you've seen my face. I came here on the order of young master Ma Kunpyeong. Do you think he'll be able to leave unscathed if you harm me? Don't make this any more troublesome than it already is and immediately hand over the secret book, then I'll put in a good word to young master Unpyeong to spare your life, at the very least. Nope. He was planning on threatening me so that I'd spill information on our plans, was he not? Does he think I'd do that? How interesting. So it must be true that my second brother cherishes his subordinates, seeing how you're so brazenly trusting him even while being in this state. But well, fine then, I'll let you go. Good, wise thinking. I'll put in a good word to the young master. Pew pang pew pew. Now, here's a question. Whose finger is this? He cut my finger. But why can't I feel anything? And on top of that I can't move nor feel my ki. It's called anesthetic poison. I combined it with the herbs from the medicine chamber. You shouldn't be able to feel anything below your neck for about 2 to 4 hours. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you don't answer immediately, I'm going to cut off one of your fingers for each second that passes. Then, here's the first question. Why did my brother send you to me? Start. Pew pang pew pew. That's one. Not going to answer. I'll continue then. Pew pang pew pew. Shoot, you son of a bitch, stop right this instant. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. 3 4, stop. Please, please stop. Looks like the thumb is next. Young. Master Ma Kunpyeong. He ordered me to confirm if you had really lost your martial arts. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Lost my martial arts. He switched sides so quickly. The next question is that what Escort Gam said? That's right. Not bad, using techniques on his head, to think he'd speak in a roundabout way without telling the truth. What, he realized in that short moment that Escort Gam had betrayed him? Was he always this clever, or has he doubted Escort Gam from the start? Perhaps, could Escort Gam be a spy? No, then. He would have known immediately without torturing me. But now I don't have any more questions. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I'm going to be killed. I'll swear. I'll swear my loyalty to you. I didn't realize you were this brilliant, third young master. You are truly the one who suits the position of hallmaster in this orderly wooden sword hall. Please allow me to assist you in making the right decisions for the future of the orderly wooden sword hall. I'll even offer you my life. Please take me under your wing. I'll do anything. Please, please. Very well. I just happen to have a task for you. Can I ask that from you right now? I'm saved. Of course, order me as you like. But what? Cough, cough, you said you'd offer me your life, right? Let me borrow your blood for a bit. You son of a... I didn't mean to offer life. I couldn't take off this rosary with my strength. This seems to be the seal that was mentioned in the Yin Yang School of Thought original volume. As I figured, according to that book, there are many pure energies that seal impure things. If you pour impurities into such pure things, then its power will become weaker. The blood filled with the grudge of Cho Il-sang, who died a regrettable death. Pew pang pew pew. Blood filled with the grudge of Cho Il-sang, who died a regrettable death. Drench the book in that and have it seep into the rosary. Impurity completely obey. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Let's see what comes out of. Pew pang pew pew. 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 This isn't something at the level of a Viridian ghost. The fifth status of ghosts mentioned in the Yin Yang School of Thought. Pew pang pew pew. An azure ghost. Honestly, I thought a Viridian ghost or something similar would appear. I suppose I can take it as getting lucky. Pew pang pew pew. Foolish being. Empty your spirit and offer your soul to me. The fifth status of ghosts, the azure ghost, an ancient grudgeful spirit that has existed for over a century. A minimum of 10 Taoist masters are needed to exorcise such a being. You still haven't emptied out your spirit. You're quite the slow being, aren't you? The book said they were extremely dangerous. I think I know why now. That said, interesting. What? No matter how powerful the status of a ghost, they all end up lusting for someone else's body. I just find that similarity hilarious to me. Looks like you spirits can't do anything without a body, huh? So if you're after my body that badly, why don't you try taking it by force? Pew pang pew pew. Foolish mortal. Must you? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Force my hand. Pew pang pew pew. Do you realize now? There's nothing you can do. So all you have to do is obediently offer your soul to me. Pew pang pew pew. He withstood that. Even when his face was torn off and his flesh all flayed. Seems you aren't an ordinary brat. Well, it does not matter. Pew pang pew pew. Very well, mortal, I shall make you an offer. If you submit your soul to me, I will fulfill one of your desires. Why are you making such an offer to me? Take it as my consideration, if you will. Consideration. Consideration. I gain nothing if I continued to push you and ended up harming your soul. What if I refuse? Then I'll simply kill you and find another soul. Wait, there is one? Yes. Tell me your desire. Seeing all the spite you possess, it means that you haven't lived an ordinary life. Has someone betrayed you? Did someone kill a family member you loved? Whoever it may be, I will personally tear them to shreds and remove their soul from existence. Your desire? My desire is for you to shut up already and obediently become my familiar. Very well then. Try to endure this. Foolish being, I. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Will you be able to endure the pain as your flesh reaches your bones and your body is butchered? Well, it certainly is a shame that your soul is now a bit damaged. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. This taste. It's much more red than a cornelian cherry, much more viscous, grimy, and foul, with a metallic taste. All of my senses, my touch, my sight, my taste, they tell me this is blood. However, it's different. Pew pang pew pew. The plentiful blood I tasted when I was called the slaughtering scythe ghost. Pew pang pew pew. What was the taste of blood like then? The trembling of life, heat, and warmth, that is. What am I to do? However, what I feel right now is only death. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. All of this is merely an illusion. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Impossible. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Freedom of senses. Freedom of senses. Taoist spellcraft that annuls the senses themselves, allowing one to escape all hallucinations that trick the five senses. In theory, it's easier said than done, but the act of annulling reality is difficult for first-rate Taoist masters as well. So how could this child, who isn't even a Taoist master, could it be that he's been born with that many qualities of Taoist masters? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. You dare laugh even if you may have escaped from the hallucinations. Do you truly think you have any capability of overcoming this situation? Pew pang pew pew. No, I just thought of a funny idea. Funny. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. According to the yin-yang school of thought, the more ancient a monstrosity is, the higher the chances it has a vessel it resides in and is connected to. So this book must be her vessel. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I was correct. You damned mortal, how dare? Can't be. No one has ever been able to directly damage that book enriched with monstrous key. That's why the first-rate Taoist masters were only barely able to seal it away. How did he? You have finally enraged me. Pew pang pew pew. Try saying this is hallucination too. I no longer have a need for your soul, Del. Curse your own foolishness for casting away the grace I granted you. Tear to shreds, now disappear. That's strange. You could have just taken this human skin book away from me, but why aren't you doing that? Just as I thought. You can't touch this book, right? If that's the case, how dare you? Spit it out. Spit it out right this instant. The blood that entered my body earlier is rampaging all throughout me. My blood is refluxing, coursing through my body. Spit it out. This feeling of my entire body being split with pain, it feels like the first time I ate a toxic herb. But what I feel more than the pain is the immense wrath of this grudgeful spirit. Her grudge towards someone, as desperate as mine. And her vengeance. Pew pang pew pew. You crazy mortal. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. This place is an endless field of countless corpses. Pew pang pew pew. That's the azure ghost. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Though I couldn't hear what she was saying, I could certainly feel her profound wrath. Pew pang pew pew. 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 What was that? What? Red string. I became a familiar. Pew pang pew pew. Alright, I got myself an azure ghost. Math, this has to be a dream. You brat. Do this right now. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Damn it, I see, so the familiar and their master share the pain. Then what about the demon monk? Demon monk at that time. Well, looks like we're stuck together, so why don't we introduce ourselves? I am Mok Jai Amun, how about you? What should I call you? Then I'm going to call you what I wish, got it? Red poop stag beetle. Are you out of your mind? Oh, you dislike that, huh? You dare play around with me? If you don't like that, why don't you at least tell me your name? I have nothing to say to some mere mortal. It can't be helped then, I'll just call you something adequate, since her status was an azure ghost. Azure ghost. I'll call you Azure Ghost. Her pride is strong, I can't make her submit through strength. Suppose this is to be expected, with the way I obtained her. I should slowly try to convince her. This book that was covered in human skin. Azure Ghost, do you know what's inside this? Who's Azure Ghost? I don't know anyone with such a name. I don't care, I simply don't talk to me, I'm busy. This is... Was it written in blood? The cover is human skin, and the text is in blood. I don't know who did this, but they made it interesting. But isn't this just a bunch of abstract and meaningless words? Is there any meaning to this? Pew pang pew pew. She doesn't look like she'll tell me, so I guess this is her way of saying I should try my best if I want to know. Book of Spirits, absent of all verses, strange forms, above heart of Yang, is nothing serves evidence, free from all thoughts and lies. Pew pang pew pew. Demonic ways, grotesque and ghastly acts. Let blood reverse and become endless. The book stuck to me. It can't be. How did you enact the binding? Binding, what's that? Is that related to how I became like this? Pew pang pew pew. Damn mortal, cease your breathing at once. Do not think of anything. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Already. Pew pang pew pew. To think he'd already released himself with the ritual of binding going. Ron, is that possible for someone who doesn't know a thing about martial arts? No, it's a miracle that he understands the principle behind binding in the first place. Looks like I'm getting to see things I've never seen in my lifetime, only after death. I thought I was suddenly suffocating. What was that just now? It's because you didn't properly control the ritual of binding. Your breathing was distorted in the process. You're finally in the mood to properly tell me, huh? Pew pang pew pew. I simply stopped you. Because I'd have been damaged as well due to your reckless behavior. Yeah, I get it. Oh, What exactly is the ritual of binding? It's exactly as its name implies. It enables one to draw and bind. It refluxes your insides to allow you to absorb its flow. Draw and bind. But why did my stomach start hurting and my veins start feeling all stretched out? Because you were drawing when there was nothing. You purposefully refluxed your insides, but nothing came into it. Wouldn't it be natural for your ki to be distorted? Try it over there. Pew pang pew pew. Yes, try it on his ki center, though some of the energy must have dissipated due to his death. If it's the ki center, that's below the belly button, right? Well, I don't know about this. Repeat the words of the binding again. Book of Spirits, absent of all verses, strange forms, above heart of yang is nothing serves evidence. Free from all thoughts and lies, demonic ways, grotesque and ghastly acts. Let blood reverse and become endless. Pew pang pew pew. Okay, this is warmth is entering through my palms and traveling through my veins, and that's circling around my ki center and warmly embracing it. It allows you to draw and bind anything, even ki is not exempt from such rules. Do you feel it? Pew pang pew pew. That is the principle behind the ritual of binding. That is the principle behind the ritual of binding. Warmth is enveloping my stomach. So this is what Go-chan meant. According to him, it takes ages to gather ki. But aren't I able to gather ki much more quickly through this method of absorbing the ki of others? In other words, I'll be able to get stronger in no time. Pew pang pew pew. The energy's dispersing, that's natural. The nature of ki is to disperse. So normally, you'd have to accumulate the energy through specific forms of breathing techniques. That's how you'd be able to gather ki in your ki center without it dispersing. And once it is gathered, the ki would start showing a distinct characteristic, thus making it unable to be mixed with the energy of others. Simply put, it's impossible to gather energy through the ritual of binding. What a shame, I thought I'd be able to gather ki quickly. Heh, did you think it'd be that easy for you to become a master? Well, fret not, the utilization of the binding is sufficient with that alone. The first ritual, the ritual of binding, is merely a basic step of the 8 rituals of thought destruction, to draw and bind. However, even just mastering one ritual would allow the limitless usage of its principle, even though the energy may disperse. Immediately, ki is ki, in the end. Try focusing the ki you gathered into your palm through ki circulation. What's ki circulation? It can't be helped. Just try to imagine it in your mind. Yes, both ki circulation and reciting the texts are meant to focus your mind. If that is possible, you should be able to send the ki to your hand as well. It's what I've said, but it should be impossible. It'd be impossible for a beginner to circulate their ki without a circulation technique. Certainly regrettable, with his remarkable talents, but this will have to wait for next time. Pew pang pew pew. 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 It can't be. Martial arts greenhorn was able to circulate ice ki without any technique. This child, so excellent. Just what is he? I've seen many talented people throughout my life, but there has never been anyone with such extraordinary intuition. Just where could a child like this have come from? No wonder everyone's been going on about martial arts this whole time. I should be able to kill people much more easily if I master this. And he perfectly understands the nature of martiality as well. Achieving enlightenment through martiality or anything of that nature is nothing but a bunch of nonsense. The true nature of martiality is how efficient you'd be able to kill your opponent in the end. So, what exactly is the second ritual of this limitless ritual, fufu? As for that, pew pang pew pew. I was almost fooled by this mere mortal. Did you think I'd grant a favor to the likes of you? Curses, I accidentally said too much after? Seeing him absorb everything I was saying, I could see why those geezers always go around talking about disciples as your ghost. don't talk to me. Is this where it ends? What a shame, I still had some questions left. She definitely said that the nature of ki is to disperse, so what's this cold energy? Should I ask her? I don't think she'd answer me even if I were to ask her right now. And I suppose it would be fun to figure things out on my own. Your ghost, let's leave now. So this is Escort Warrior of Madame Suk Hoang, the ghastly spirit pavilion. Are these wooden sculptures? Why is this room filled with these creepy things? As you may know from the letter earlier, the Taoist master of your pavilion, Myo-sin, has died. He met his death at the hands of the third son of the Mok clan, young master Mok Jai-amun. This is compensation from the great madam, a bunch of silver coins. Furthermore, if you accept our request, we will give you 2 more coins. We request that you eliminate the third young master. Do you accept? It worked, then I'll leave it to you. Good heavens! There was definitely no one in there, but what were all those presences observing me the whole time? Pew pang pew pew. Confirmation. It must be death. Agreed. It must have been an Aurelian ghost, considering how the servant was lifted into the air through the words of the young master. It must have been an Aurelian ghost. Considering how the servant was lifted into the air through the words of the young master. Thus the third young master must have had his body taken by a ghost. Question: could he be controlling the mystical as his familiar? Impossible. Perhaps if it was a beast of good spirit, a monster, or an aberration, but it is impossible to subordinate a vengeful spirit as a familiar. However, this means that the situation has become quite dangerous. Conclusion: amongst you, one will eliminate the third young master of the orderly wooden sword hall. Appease the soul of Myo-sin. Understood? Pew pang pew pew. That blasted brat, ordering me to get something right as I told him I was going to get some shut-eye after spending the whole night up. I brought the brazier as you ordered. Good work. Look at him being all polite yet driving me to the ground. But why did you tell me to bring a brazier? He don't tell me. Is that? Yes. That's right. The secret books of... Yes, that's right. The secret books of the orderly wooden sword hall. How did you get the H. Von? Pew pang pew pew. This crazy son of a... He burnt the secret books. What are you doing? I mean, young master, why did you burn those books, even if you may be clueless about martial arts? There are still plenty of ways to use the secret books as they are wanted by many people, so that only I will be able to use them. You mean that only you can use it? They're all in here. So I need you to do something for me. Escort Go-chan. Once the sun comes up, hand that over to Madame Suk and my second brother. What? Didn't you say it yourself that everyone wants those books? You see, I happen to like a peaceful family, so if we were to happily share that amongst each other, wouldn't it be nice? My morning routine is quick. Once I wake up, I organize my bed and quickly change my clothes. Afterwards, I clean up my surroundings. Then I check the list of things I'd have to do for the day. It's a habit I've continued since my days as an assassin. But soon, I'd have no need for it. Once my plan of changing my liege to the second young master succeeds, I'll soon become an elder of this clan. It seems just like yesterday when I was born as an orphan and lived as an assassin. This all feels so new to me. Escort Gam, young master Unpyeong is looking for you. Damn it. Stop, damn it. Damn it all. Just a while ago, Jo Il-sang had disappeared. What? Escort Cho, who was sent to confirm your reports of my third brother losing his martial arts, has disappeared without trace. You dare deceive me? Something's gone wrong. I did not report falsely to you, young master. I'm certain that a different problem must have occurred. A silencer. Then why hasn't Escort Cho returned yet? Do you think of me as some fool? How could this be? How did the situation turn out so wrong? Damn it, at this rate, the decision to change my liege will be all for naught. No, Not like this. All the work I've done so far, all the sacrifices, I will not allow it. Not like this. All the work I've done so far, all the sacrifices, I will not allow it. Please give me some time. I will find escort show and prove that my reports weren't false. What am I supposed to trust you with? My life as a martial artist. I swear by my right arm. Then prove yourself. I will give you 4 hours. If you were to find escort show, then I'll believe your words, but if you fail, you were to forfeit your life instead of your arm. I'll keep that in mind. Come to think of it, nothing has been going as planned since the moment that fake bastard came into the picture. The possibilities are low, but if he pulled some kind of scheme, I won't be staying still. You. Pew pang pew pew. Senior brother. I told you to not take your eyes off that brat for a single moment. Did you think of my words as some joke? Joke, that can't be. Why then what are you doing here right now? Are you plotting together with that fake bastard? Plotting together? What do you mean? Pew pang pew pew. Wait, senior brother, that's you. What have you been doing this whole time? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Welcome. Escort gam. Explain this to me, god damn it. Seeing that bastard's face makes me feel like shit. What exactly? This is no time for wordplay. My heart feels off for some reason, and my anxiousness isn't fading. Damn it. I'm sure I told you from the beginning, didn't I? Pew pang pew pew. That if you get up to any shenanigans, I'm just going to kill you. Did you? I don't really remember this fucker. What do you do with the second's escort? Was that? Don't lie to me, you didn't harm him, did you? What power do I have? How could I harm an expert like that? I know. That too, then just what's with this feeling? Pew pang pew pew. How could the third son who lost his martial arts ever kill him at all? Don't you think that phrase, young master Mok Jayam Woon is currently unable to use martial arts? So this bastard is son of a bitch. Pew pang pew pew. You finally swapped lanes. But this goddamn fake, killed escort. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. 3 years. Born as an orphan, raised as an assassin, leaving that place, spending all my time and the money I collected, finally entering this orderly wooden sword hall, taking on all kinds of miscellaneous work and holding on for 3 years. I bet my life on those 3 years. But you've ruined everything. Not only did you kill the third son out of nowhere, but you've killed the second subordinate who he treasures. So I'll have to kill you now, even if I stay here. I'm already dead anyway. I'll just have to kill you and leave this place. There's no other solution. No. Cho Il-sung is already dead. There's no other way, but we have something to take its place. I don't know how you found this, but the rest of the secret books, you have them, don't you? If I bring the secret books, they'll be more than enough to replace the cost of my life. Who knows? I'm not so sure. You still haven't fully understood the situation. I just have to nick your head off and leave this place if things go bad, but who knows? Maybe I'll change my mind if you hand over the secret books. But if you act stubborn until the end, saying you don't know, you're going to die after getting tortured in ways you could never even imagine, then you'll hand it over. So it'd be best for you to hand it over now while I still have some patience left in me. Fine, I'll give it to you. Yup, no matter how strong you act, you can't do much when your life is on the line. Should have done that already. Alright, hand it over. What are you trying to do, right? Why, I gave it to you, the secret book. It's all in my head. But, oh right, one more thing. Pew pang pew pew. Thank you, escort gam. 8 rituals of thought destruction. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. My key is being drained. Pew pang pew pew. I wasn't sure where to use it and who to use it on. But you volunteered to become my test subject like this. I don't know how to compose myself, huh? Let me go. Pew pang pew pew. You relentless fucker. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I can't feel key in my hand. The absorbed key, is that it? As I thought, for a first rate, this much isn't enough. I guess I have no choice. I'll have to kill you in a different way. Just because you know some mere spells. You believe someone like you can dare to win against me? Pew pang pew pew. Die. Pew pang pew pew. Demon monk. Pew pang pew pew. He blocked it. How dear. What kind of spell did you cast this time? Well, yeah, it's something similar. I'll make an exception and show you what kind of spell it is. Pew pang pew pew. What in the... I'll give it back to you. Since this key and this dagger, pew pang pew pew, are originally yours. I made a mistake. I'm in a bad place. If I pull out the dagger wrong, the blood loss will... This bastard. He sucks in key and uses mystic arts. I was foolish. Why did I bring in someone this dangerous? But you haven't forgotten about the poison pill, have you? There was a trump card I prepared just for this moment, wasn't there? Please tell me. There it is. Okay, let's trade. Trade. Yes, if we fight like this, both me and you will be at a loss. I will give, cough, the antidote and travel money. Isn't your goal to leave this place anyway? Yes, I have to bow down for now. Killing him later won't be too bad. Pew pang pew pew. Something's weird. I'm circulating key, so why is my body getting worse? Poison high. Phew, stabbed and cut by a dagger. There aren't any big injuries, but it still does hurt. You, what have you done? How did you get poisoned? Well, it's nothing much. You know how you got blood all over my body when you messed with me. What do you, cough? My blood is a lethal poison, you see. Pokeweed, shaman. Mushroom, fennel, croton seed, angelica, pheasant's eye, crow dipper, those are the ingredients for the poison pill, right? Maybe it's because I ate essentially every kind of poisonous herb from a young age that my blood started to become poisonous. Do you get it now? The antidote. I don't need it. I'm going to die. Why are you shaking so much? Are you feeling cold? Because I opened the window just a little bit. I opened it to cool you down because I thought you'd have a bit of a fever from the poison. Your body temperature needs to be low so the poison doesn't spread. Save me. No, 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 please let me live. No, no. Loyalty. I will pledge my loyalty to you. I will become your dog. If you order me to lick your feet, I will lick, and if you order me to crawl, I will crawl. Please, please, please just let me live. Please. I like your attitude now. It's so nice, isn't it? With that attitude, we'd be such great partners. If you had it from the beginning, that is. What? You're someone who flips sides whenever you need to. Am I wrong? Loyalty? What loyalty? Just die now. Pew pang pew pew. It still hurts a bit. Ended up taking care of this much earlier than I expected. Regardless, I was planning on killing him one day since he knew my identity. Should I kill Escort Go-chan as well? Considering Escort Gam didn't know about the secret book, he seems to have tight lips, and he's still useful here and there. So if you got that, get up now. Yes, sir. How did you know? How could I not know when you kept moving bit by bit while I fought? You're quite tight-lipped. I'm starting to like Escort Go-chan more and more. Thank you. Then, please go ahead and restrict this place. I'll take care of Escort Gam's corpse myself. Shall I begin? Pew pang pew pew. A gentle, warm stream of ki is entering, but it'll be a pain to contain it all anyway. This isn't what I was trying to confirm. The cold and dark energy I felt in the medicine chamber's basement. The thing I felt when I killed someone. The death key. Pew pang pew pew. There it is, it's that energy. The cold energy isn't dissipating, instead, it's being drawn towards my key center. I like the chilly feeling of it. It's the same feeling I got when I was butchering people as the slaughtering scythe ghost. In order to collect more of this energy, do I have to kill more people? I think I get why you're swayed by that thing. It's an evil ghost. About escort gam, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like the young master is telling a lie. First-rate escort John Young Pion. Probably, do you think he'd make a lie that'd be caught immediately? What I mean, then how? You know, a person is bound to start crawling up at you if you treat them nice in the beginning. So I, the young master, need to show him how troublesome and strict I am. And after showing him that I figured out the truth and forgave him, he will end up groveling in front of me. You have to be strict with people, but also be nice once in a while. For it to have a good effect on you, have a keen insight. Empty compliments, they are not empty compliments. Escort gam was someone with no loyalty. Honestly, a test like this was necessary. The young master truly is good at handling people. The young master will definitely be the next hall master. There's a problem. What is it? Just now, escort gam or second-rate escort Han Sang apparently tried to kill Master Mok Jai-un. Wait, why would escort gam do such a thing if he's trying to prove his innocence? That's quite a foolish act. That's not what's important right now. The third son, that bastard, in the outer chamber investigation, he apparently testified saying young Master En Pion was the one to hire escort gam. What is he? Pew pang pew pew. Mok Jai-un just now, escort gam apparently tried to kill young Master Mok Jai-un. Wait, why would escort gam do such a thing if he's trying to prove his innocence? That's quite a foolish. That's not what's important right now. The third son, that bastard, during the outer chamber investigation. Pew pang pew pew. What sort of outrageous escort gam? Where is he? About that? He's said to have disappeared. I won't let him get away with this. Young master, if you approach the third young master right now, you'll only end up strengthening his testimony. Hey then, are you telling me to bottle it up inside me? Do you not know how much that bastard would ridicule me after seeing my current state? And you would still tell me to stay still and just watch, if you so desire. How about having that place act instead? The third young master testified that escort gam was after him in the investigation done by the outer chamber. If that's true, things might turn out easier than expected. The organization escort gam was affiliated with, they're said to be very prideful in their assassinations, adhering to their own ironclad rules. Failing in the assassination of our own assassin is not to be tolerated, even if it's a retired assassin. There are no exceptions. You are to complete the assassination you are tasked with by any means necessary. I will explain the situation in detail to them. One of the 3 assassination organizations of the Central Plains. The Flying Death School. The Flying Death School, you say? Good. I've been trying to create the key center as written in the secret book for some time now. Pew pang pew pew. As expected, it's a failure again. Even after I succeeded in circulating my key near where the key center should be, the energy starts dispersing. Just what went wrong? Go-chan, yes, what's the matter? I've been trying to form the key center, but the energy keeps dissipating. Could you tell me the reason why? Would you look at that? So what he's saying? He's able to feel key after a single night has passed, and he even circulated it too. What a lot of bullshit. Or if I say that, I'll probably get the daylight beaten out of me. Young master, would you allow this? Lowly subordinate of yours to check for himself. Check for yourself how. It may not be much, but I'll flow in my true key and confirm why it's dissipating. Now, over here. Yeah, let's not get on his nerves. He's still a kid, in the end at the age where he wants to pretend to be a know-it-all. Don't pay attention to me, and concentrate on your key circulation. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. No way. He really is circulating his key. Even more so, there's no waste matter in his meridians, there's no blockage at all, it's impossible for something like this to be the case, unless a master of inner body training with profound ki did concentrated acupressure on him every day. Could this kid really be a one-of-a-kind genius? What's this? I just felt a strange energy. Maybe it is something cold, yet frightening. Pew pang pew pew. It dissipated again, just as expected. Oh, did you feel that as well, young master? Tell me truthfully, will I be unable to form my ki center at this rate? Truthfully speaking, yes. I could feel a strange energy near the vicinity of your ki center, but I can't fathom what that could be. So this chilling energy is the problem after all. What should I do? And then, do I have to give up on martial arts, just like that? That's weird. It even makes the true ki disperse. It doesn't seem to be an energy created out of the usual ki circulation. It feels like it's completely opposing it. Opposing? It's just my hypothesis. No need to care too much about it. Opposing? Opposite? Come to think of it, life ki was warm, and death ki was cold, I think. No, you're right, Escort Go-chan. I think I have to try circulating my ki in reverse. What? Young master, stop. You'll fall into ki deviation if you do that. Pew pang pew pew. Why don't you keep it down? Foolish mortal, looks like he's going to get himself killed with his incomplete knowledge. If a familiar tries to kill their contractor, it would return his death to us. But if the contractor dies of their own accord, the contract of the familiar will end without any constraints. Pew pang pew pew. The moment you die and come out as a spirit, I'll tear you apart with my own hands. Meanwhile, graceful Reformation Chamber. I am the Taoist master from the ghastly spirit pavilion. You may call me Shua. Taoist master Shua. Myo Sin, who was famous for being miraculous, has died, but they only sent one person, and from hearing their voice, they seem to be a young woman. And why did she bring that along? It's to use junior brother Myo Sin to send a counter-death. I'll be sending the death by tracking down the killer of junior brother Myo. Junior brother Myo. Does that mean she's higher in status than Myo Sin? Before that, there's something I'll need you to do. What is it? The third young master. He'll truly die. Truth be told, I didn't have the highest expectations of you. But now I'm starting to like you very well. At once, fight, go forth. As the Northern Emperor has given me his command, I follow in his name. Abide. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The target is pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Third young master, Mok Jai Young Wunla. Counter-death. Counter-death, she says. Doesn't that just mean that the devilish third son will be receiving the pain every time she stabs? Just the thought of that, Yosek, makes me exhilarated. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Even more. Put him in even more pain. Slowly being. Pew pang pew pew. What gall? Pew pang pew pew. You dare try to ruin what was almost finished? Disappear. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Master Shua, are you okay? Ugh. Epiphany, the counter-death. To think the counter-death would get reversed. It's not something at the status of an Aurelian ghost. Greg madam, it seems I'm going to have to receive a greater fee from you. What do you mean by that? Why would you need a greater fee from me? Cough, it's exactly as I've said. I'll be taking 1,000 silver coins for this. 1,000, does that make any sense? You can already buy a few? Huge bags of rice with the 500 silver coins you took, but you want 1,000 more. Circumstances have changed. I'll need to receive that much if I'm going to wager my life. Are you telling me it's become that dangerous? It's a high-status evil spirit, Moloch. Even just in a real and ghost can threaten the lives of people by turning into death, but this is beyond that. Anything beyond this point will be a calamity. Most Taoist masters wouldn't be able to handle something at the level of a Viridian ghost, unless they were of my caliber. Very well, I'll trust in your agreement. You'd better have a sure method of eliminating Mok Jaiamun. Just as there are differences in status among the mystic beings, there are differences in rank among Taoist masters. In descending order, they are God, Sun, Moon, Gifted, Darkness, Serf. I am 2 ranks higher than the Taoist serf, Myosin, who spent 5 years training his fundamentals. Gifted Taoist. Was she lying when she said she was his senior sister? She's a lot younger than I imagined. Furthermore, I am one of the only 3 Taoist masters in the Ghastly Spirit Pavilion. Pew Pang Pew Pew. Who control Dakibis as their familiars. Let me promise you this. The 3rd young master will not remain unscathed. Never. Insignificant vermin, how dare it try to disturb? If he were to receive death in the middle of his ki circulation, it wouldn't be considered a death of his own volition. Death ki and in ki are impossible to control together. How is a living being able to gather death ki? Not a single day with him is ordinary. Not only did he understand the principle behind binding all by himself, he even immediately accomplished circulating his ki when he had no clue about it. And now he's able to even gather death ki whilst in a living vessel. I hate to acknowledge this. Pew Pang Pew Pew. But I'm starting to gain interest in that brat. Okay, as I thought. It was the correct answer to reverse my ki circulation. The ki absorbed in this manner doesn't dissipate, unlike the life ki, though. It's a shame that I couldn't create my ki center because there's too little of it. Mortal, are you truly a living human? I beg your pardon. What sort of perfectly alive human being is able to drag in the energy of death? Is that not supposed to happen? That's not my exact reason. Why's the room in this state? You're really quick to ask that question, aren't you? The demon monk is all battered up, and why is Escort Gochan knocked out? I wonder, he must have felt drowsy. I see, so that's why Gochan. Stinking baldy. Honestly, you just can't give me a break. Just when I saved you from the counter-death. What is that? What was that? Attracted quite the annoying thing, mortal. Pew Pang Pew Pew. What sort of lunatic thought to control something like this as their familiar? What is that? Akibis native to Mount Yuye. The armor-clad insects. Pew Pang Pew Pew. Those residing in the mountains are called aberrations, and those living in the seas are called anomalies. In the old times, beings who bring forth disaster are called Dakibis. And one of those Dakibis is the spirit of destruction. Pew Pang Pew Pew. With a bird-like appearance and the tail of a snake, the Choyu that brings forth disaster by calling on insects is a dangerous being that is said to be expressed as a disastrous beast. There is no such thing as affection between the Taoist masters. Perhaps it's a trait of those who deal with death, but I am not saddened to see the death of my junior brother. However, it isn't a delightful matter to see a familiar face dealt with so horribly by death. 3rd young master, Mok Chai Amun. Pew Pang Pew Pew. Become the food of the Choyu. Wake up, Escort Gochan. What's all this? They're dangerous, so keep killing them. What's this? I only came in with protect your body with ki. They may be small bugs, but it's only a matter of time before you get eaten with how many there are. What's your plan? You'll be insect food at this rate. That looks to be the case. Azure Ghost, can you help me? You are really going to be uncooperative when we're in a symbiotic relationship. If you'll give me your soul, then I'll consider it. Fine, then, let's just all hold hands and die together. There are too many of them. Very well, mortal, let's make a bet then. Yes, a wager if you will. If you reach the verge of death, then it's your loss, and since you'd die anyway, you'd hand your soul over. To me, however, if you overcome this crisis with your own strength, I will help you wholeheartedly from then on. I hope you keep that promise, young master. More bugs are coming in. Yes, Court-go-chan, find something to burn. I'm going to start a fire here. I beg your pardon. If I light this place up with the lamp over there, the bugs won't be able to do a thing even if there are plenty of them. But how will you grab something that far away? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What was that just now? There's no time to explain. Anyway, who would do such a thing? It's tough for an ordinary person to know about Taoist spellcraft or familiars. Oh, it was Madame Sook. That means there's a Taoist master around Madame Sook. There's going to be chaos once the fire lights, and using that opportunity, I'll kill the one behind this. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Did you think I'd just quietly observe your mere farce? How foolish. My right eye, the white eye, sees the parallel world. The parallel world is the world of Ki. No matter what schemes you may pull, you cannot hide anything from me. This is the world I see. Spirit of destruction, destroy it. Pew pang pew pew. Nice to meet you. Pew pang pew pew. I used the demon-defeating talisman in his name. Abide. It's useless. I see it all. I call thunder into this chaotic world. Abide. Spirit of destruction. Kill him. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Third young master of the orderly wooden sword hall, Mok Jai Amun. Fall into eternal slumber. Pew pang pew pew. Yes, you've done well, show you. Let's be off now. At this rate, he'll probably be gnawed off by the swarm of insects. This commission wasn't much either. Pew pang pew pew. 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 What in the world? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. How unfortunate for you. Because my blood is a deadly toxin. It's effective as a pesticide too. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The insects won't be able to attack him any longer. Then while Choyu is buying time, I'll chant a powerful Taoist spell. Spell that enhances one's strength multiple fold. Technique of the Ox God. 8 rituals of thought destruction. First ritual. Ritual of binding. Pew pang pew pew. What? It is finally quiet here. Just what is the spirit of destruction? Pew pang pew pew. What's this sudden pain? The pain felt by Choyu is traveling into me through the familiar connection. What's happening to the spirit of destruction? He's absorbing the spirit of destruction. Monstrous Ki. That's impossible. Monstrous Ki should be harmful to the living. It's a massive Ki and death Ki. This was beyond my expectations. I simply grabbed it just to deal with the bugs, but to think it'd contain such vile energy. Furthermore, there's plenty of it. Much more. Much more than there is when a person is killed. It's enough to make a Ki center right now. Stop. If you drain that much energy, sure you will die. No, please stop. Graceful Reformation Chamber, Madame Sook's residence. Madam, the winds are chilly. Why not wait inside? How could I do such a thing when it's uncertain how the situation will play out? Wouldn't I have to make a move myself should the time come? Requested 2 things of the Taoist master. One is Mok Jai Amun's life, the other is the secret books. Should the situation get out of hand, and the possibility of the secret books being taken arises, I'll have to make sure no one else will be able to get them. Madam, the Taoist master is returning. Pew pang pew pew. She succeeded. That lowly Mok Jai Amun has died, and the secret books are now in my possession. Finally, my son is a hallmaster. Congratulations, madam. I don't get excited too quickly. Why did she just stop? Taoist Master Shaw, what's the matter? Come here and let's talk. Craig, madam. We, the ghastly spirit pavilion, could not kill young Master Mok Jiang Woon, as the madam ordered. Pew pang pew pew. What? What? A crafty child, he's no different from Zia Fiend. To think he'd command me to do such a thing. Incriminate Madam Sook, with your own mouth. What's wrong? Weren't you willing to do anything in order to save Choyu? Even if I were to defeat you, they'd just send someone else in the ghastly spirit pavilion you're associated with, so, incriminate her with your own mouth. That way, wouldn't Madam Sook and the ghastly spirit pavilion become enemies? With this, I'd become a traitor to the ghastly spirit pavilion, but I don't have any other choice. The great madam said that young Master Mok was possessed by a mystical being. You requested that the ghastly spirit pavilion head in and take the life of young Master Mok at the same time. But upon confirmation, young Master Mok was not possessed by a mystical being. Henceforth, I will not commission such a request from the ghastly spirit pavilion again ever. The great madam was after the third young master's life. An order from the chief director, head to the graceful reformation chamber and arrest the great madam. The warriors of the outer chamber are rushing in. Madam, fourth young master. What's going on in the graceful reformation chamber? Where's the third young master? Do a good job of it. Pew pang pew pew. As you can see, in the end, the situation turned out as he wanted. Madam Sook and the ghastly spirit pavilion are now enemies, and she became a criminal for attempting to kill another son. Who am I even worrying about when I'm the one who betrayed the pavilion to save one familiar? I'll probably be pursued for the rest of my life. It's time for me to leave. Lady Wind Spirit, please return Choyu to me as promised. Before that, I have something to ask you. You want me to tell you about the Dakibi, starting with the demon monk here, and even the ones who control this birdbrain familiar? As I thought, he wasn't possessed by a grudgeful spirit, but was controlling them as a familiar. No matter how much I look, I can't comprehend it. How did he take a grudgeful spirit, a congregation of grudges, as his familiar? Furthermore, there's one more. Do you not want to talk? Of course not. The Dakibi are divided into 6 stages depending on their status: disastrous beast, monstrous beast, bewitching beast, demonic beast, spiritual beast, divine beast. Even a disastrous beast is called a small calamity, and they become more dangerous as their status increases. In the ghastly spirit pavilion, the number of people who can control such beings as familiars is 3, including myself. Gu, who's been aiding the head for a long time, controls the Gudiao, a monstrous beast from Mount Luwu. Its abilities are unknown, but it's said to be calamity itself. The last is the head of the ghastly spirit pavilion. Though I don't know what Dakibi they possess, it's certain they have one of a very high status. Pew pang pew pew. Is it a spiritual or divine beast? No, those are legendary beings. There are only even a handful of tales where spiritual beasts are taken in as familiars. It's most likely a bewitching beast or a demonic beast. Most of the explanations are found in the book I have, so I'll give this to you. It's otherwise known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas, a classical text of compilations of various mystical beings and the geography of where they reside. Oh, thanks for that. Head of the ghastly spirit pavilion. Even something like the Choyu had so much energy contained within. I hope it's a Dakibi of a very high status, if possible. Right, good work. Here's your Choyu. Where's your thanks? Okay, you can be on your way now. What a lucky day. Madam Sook won't be able to do anything to me from now on. She'll start being monitored by the people here. And the immense amount of energy I absorbed from Choyu. It's enough to make a key center right now. From here on, I can learn martial arts. Anyway, are you really fine with that? What are you talking about? That Taoist master over there, she probably holds deep resentment for you. Well, a promise. Aren't you worried? I'm just concerned that you may have let a future problem remain. Well, your words aren't wrong. But she won't be able to do anything. I beg your pardon. Now, keep your side of the promise. Pew pang pew pew. It's in a state where it could die at any time. The third young master. I may be retreating now, but someday, I'll definitely. You seem to have resolved to take revenge. Pew pang pew pew. This feeling is the counter-death. No way. It's unbelievable. How is such an evil and terrifying being possible? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. You look quite lovely, even without an eye. But I can't breathe. I'm being falsely charged, Chief Director. The third young master. That child has framed me. Do you truly think I would harm that child? In that? Taoist master plotted together to frame me. Silence. Keep it quiet in here. Chief Director Sang Wongbek. Motion in the medicine chamber yesterday about that's. He disobeyed orders to not enter the hallmaster's residency, so I questioned him. Didn't he save the hallmaster's life in the end, if that displeased you? Were you planning on killing the hallmaster, great madam? Chief Director. Just disregard this situation where the third young master was almost killed. An investigation to discern the exact details will be held, so I would like your cooperation. Don't worry, the investigation will be held in as fair a manner as possible. For the great madam, for the second young master, for the third young master, everyone will be investigated thoroughly. However, for the case of the great madam and the second young master, why were they after the third young master? Maybe if it was the youngest master, since he doesn't get along with them and is favored by the hallmaster, there's no reason for them to be after the third young master, who has no martial talent or strong in-laws. If that's not the case, could there be a reasonable justification for them to be after the third young master that I don't know of? He didn't seem like his usual self during the outer chamber investigation. Normally, he'd become puffed up when people yield to him. I thought he was shocked from being on the brink of death, so he was just detached for the moment. I feel something strange. It seems I'll have to figure things out myself. Would you look at that? To think he would be able to contain all this monstrous ki that he absorbed from Choyu. I simply thought it was interesting to hear his talk about creating a ki center with death ki. But it may actually be possible. But this brat, his looks are quite fair. What were you doing? I wasn't doing anything. Really? Cease your nonsense and concentrate on circulating your ki. Damn it, why did I make a bet with this child, that damn Taoist wench? She should have tried harder. Ah, right. Come to think of it, I needed to confirm something with you. Confirm? Yes. I was wondering if this is the key center you mentioned before. Do you think a key center could be created in a matter of one day? If you continue to earnestly strive for it, you will achieve it someday. This thing that's concentrated below my belly button. Is this the key center? Pew pang pew pew. What? Could I confirm it for myself? But what are you going to do? I'm going to lay my hand on the key center and try to touch it by only manifesting the tips of my fingers, even if it may feel uncomfortable. Endure it. Pew pang pew pew. What are you doing? It won't go in. What? Why? How would I know? Baldy, come and touch him yourself. Do you have any guess as to why it's like this? I wonder. Could it be because I've become his familiar? Snort. This one works. What a weakling. Anyway, it doesn't seem like the problem lies with me. Then, are there any other ways to confirm it? Well, there are certainly other methods aside from. Young master, are you asleep? Is I, Chief Director Sang Wongbek. The Chief Director, why would he visit me in the late hour? Chief Director Sang Wongbek, the most loyal retainer among retainers, who has been serving the orderly wooden sword hall for 2 generations. Due to his strong convictions and the elders' trust in him, it is said that the young master he supports will become the next hallmaster. As such, he is a figure even Madame Sook cannot dare to treat with disdain. He is currently the most influential figure in the orderly wooden sword hall. So you weren't asleep yet? What's the matter, Chief Director? First of all, as a vassal, I would like to apologize, though the warriors of the outer chamber may have been on the lookout. It is my fault. I don't care too much about it. I don't mind it at all. Young master, if I may, I'm truly thankful that you think of me that way. But where's the dagger I gave you? The dagger I gave you for self-defense when the hallmaster got ill. I believe I gave one out to all the young masters. Could it be that you've lost it? I remember, I put it in the drawer inside the closet. I see, what a relief. For a moment, I almost became saddened that you had lost it. About that dagger, by the way, no matter how much I think about it, I don't remember hearing about receiving that. Naturally, because I never gave you such a thing. Pew pang pew pew. You've made 2 mistakes. Paralysis meridian. The first is that the third young master tends to be elated when people submit themselves to him. And the second is that, after the third young master had been beaten senselessly by the fourth young master, he would always cower when someone raises a hand over him. But you were far too generous. I have pressed your paralysis meridian, now you won't be able to move. So, speak truthfully. Where is the real young master? Pew pang pew pew. What? Azure Ghost. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. My heart all of a sudden. Insignificant being, how dare you? Do you have a death wish? As expected of Azure Ghost, you're in a whole different league. See, since life key and death key are contrasts of each other, it is natural that the true key flown in through during the acupressure would scatter. Mortal. Your key center did form, after all, a body immune to acupressure, even without the great meridian transfer technique or profound mounts. You're as interesting as I thought. But it seems you were figured out, despite making a key center. What will you do now? It's gotten much more difficult to learn martial arts here. You're right, I didn't think I'd get caught like this. Demon monk. Possess Sang Wongbek. Ha, what a fiend you were. Just who's he been talking to this entire time? Pew pang pew pew. Just what is happening right now? There's someone who looks exactly like the third young master, who acupressure doesn't work against. And something is grabbing my heart, yet there's no presence at all. Could I have discovered something I never should have known? Just who are you? I'm the third young master of the orderly wooden sword hall. Ava Strange, how strange. The bed was completely destroyed. When I woke up, me and the warriors of the outer chamber became strangely formal with me. Welcome, the young master has been waiting. Seriously, okay. Just what's going on? What? He's here. What in the world? You can go to your business now, Chief Director, understood. I'll be leaving then. You came at just the right time. The meal was just served. Let's eat. Young master. Take a seat for now. Well, I'll tell you about that later. I have something to ask you. Could you teach me the basic martial arts? The orderly wooden sword hall. Pardon? Just a while ago. That's weird. I'm definitely doing as written in the secret book, so why aren't the movements connecting with each other? Those must be ascended martial arts. Each one of those movements contains the principle of ascension within it. That means they contain the concentrated understanding to reach a higher level of prowess. Isn't that a good thing then? You fool, what's good about that? An ascended martial arts cannot be understood without the fundamentals. An ascended martial arts is a culmination of understanding in order to attain a higher level. It allows one to surpass their original prowess. The martial teachings take away the unnecessary movements, which allows the martial artists to reach a higher level. But what use would they have if one doesn't know the fundamentals, which stand as the foundation of such teachings? In other words, it's nothing but fool's gold without any basic knowledge. It seems that I can't understand the orderly wooden sword attainment technique without knowing the fundamental arts. You're planning on making the sword arts exclusive to the Mott clan yours. Do you perhaps aim to become one? No, that's obviously not the case. I figured it'd be useful to me. It's not just useful, but it's an extraordinary sword technique. Its name is famous within the Mayhem as well. But if you were to master it, it could later become a problem. I'll just need to not get caught with it. Phew, but I won't be able to teach you the fundamental arts. Because I don't know them, I've only seen them from afar, at most maybe once or twice. The fundamental arts of the orderly wooden sword hall are the original martial arts of the clan. The fundamental arts of the orderly wooden sword hall, 9 orderly wooden forms and the first orderly wooden sword technique, have always been with the members of the clan since old times. So, only those who succeeded the name of the Mott clan, and those who'd continue the lineage of the Mott clan could learn it. Then, the people who know the fundamental arts would be the bedridden hallmaster and the other young masters. Yes, that's correct. It's impossible. Not only is he antagonized by the other young masters, but his identity might also be revealed should things go wrong. It can't be helped. Let's go. Where exactly? To the person who'll teach me the fundamental arts, obviously. Wait, young master, what if you become suspected because of this? I won't be able to do anything if you continue to find faults. Let's just go for now. Well then. But, who are you going to? Pew pang pew pew. He went to the youngest master. Pew pang pew pew. Wait. I've told you this before, that there was an incident between the two of you. About how he got beaten up for calling his mother a lowly wench, so why are you going to him when you know that the memories of that day are still clear to me? Stop, I made a mistake, so stop. The third young master's leg and several of his ribs were completely destroyed, and he was crying and begging to be spared. The youngest master despises the third young master to that extent. And above all, he's a monster who reached the stage of ascendant just at the age of 16. He certainly looks to be a useful mortal, as he says. There aren't that many people with that much young and life energy at just the age of 16. They're the sort that are called geniuses. If I were alive, I'd have made him my disciple. Be careful, even I can't use my complete powers while the sun's up. Pew pang pew pew. So let's just give up on the secret books and go for a different route, hot young master. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Hey! He's not scared. If you don't want to get beat up again, get you. How do you have this? Don't you want it? How would I know if that's the real one? Confirm it yourself. It's the very thing. There are profound principles of ascension contained in here. This is definitely the Hallmaster's secret. Where are the torn pages? Where did you get this from? Is that important right now? What's important is that I have the secret books with me. Then why did you come here? I am the Hallmaster now. Don't even dream about it. Did you? Want to mock me like that? Enough with your nonsense and get lost. It seems you're misunderstanding something. I'm just here to make a deal with you. Because I'm not exactly interested in that mere Hallmaster position. What? Ah, is that so? You're not interested in becoming the Hallmaster, huh? If you can't believe. Pew pang pew pew. Young master. Did you think I'd believe that load of nonsense from you? Your memories of what happened 2 years ago must have grown faint. I'll make you remember clearly again, so that you won't continue with this rubbish act any longer. The rank of ascendant, he's certainly different. Your memories of what happened 2 years ago must have grown faint. Ignoring the man with the black sword. Though I've faced other masters, escort Gam, and the chief director, I can see why Go-chan made all that fuss about him. Pew pang pew pew. He's a monster. He's not someone I could beat with luck. My body couldn't even react to him at all. Could I become that powerful if I were to learn martial arts? If I learn that, will I be able to avenge my grandfather? Your fist is quite fierce. Fierce. Seeing how you're still yapping, it looks like I didn't beat you enough. Will you finally get a grip if I beat you hard enough to make that first punch look trivial? Well, I understand that it's natural for you to doubt me. I don't doubt you, I'm sure. I won't believe a single word of gibberish from you. Then it can't be helped. Looks like I don't have any choice but to give the secret books to the great madam or second brother. Pew pang pew pew. Wonder how things would turn out if either Mak Youngho or Mak Eunpyeong became the hallmaster. Do you think they'll leave you alone if that happens? When you've been the potential heir who's been most cherished by the hallmaster? Or are you threatening me right now? It's a matter of life and death for you. I guess this threat didn't sound that threatening to you. Didn't sound that threatening to you. You. Who are you? Are you really Mak Jae-amun? Who else would I be? You talk as if you know everything about me. Ha, you're telling me I don't know you. You're someone who I beat like a dog 2 years ago, who couldn't even speak up properly afterwards because you were too scared. A coward who'd slowly step back and run if you saw me from afar, isn't it you? Yeah, aside from the fact that we're brothers from different mothers and the incident that happened 2 years ago, just what do you know about me? What I like, what I hate? What I'm thinking, what position I'm in right now? What thoughts I have to abandon the position of future hallmaster? Do you know any of that? Then as for you, what do you know about me? You bastards are the ones who ignored and cast me away for being born of a lowly background. Yeah, then let me ask you this. You scum haven't acknowledged me once. So why aren't you making a deal with those of high and mighty bloodlines? It's because you're the best of them. What? I grew up being tormented for my lowly background. Thus, I had spent my time all alone, filling those hours with training solely in order to become acknowledged. But right now, there's someone acknowledging me. Someone I never even thought of, the person I thought would be least likely to do so. I thought he'd hate me for the incident 2 years ago. Does that mean I have to change as well? Fine then. Whatever the deal of yours is, let's hear it. Good. My requests are how outstanding. I have to admit he's good at this. I was wondering how he'd get the fundamental arts from him. Who would have thought he'd lead him in that manner? It will be difficult to be as natural as that, because it's impossible for the real Mak Jae-amun to not know the fundamental arts. Mak Jae-amun made a guise. My requests are 3. He demanded 3 things from Mak Yu-cheon. The first and most important thing is to not disturb me, even if you become hallmaster. Second, provide me with sufficient monetary support. You can promise those conditions, yes. Very well, that much will be done. I won't disturb you as long as you don't provoke me first. What's your last demand? Good, here's the last one. He pretended that his most desired requests were the first 2. Then he immediately requested for the fundamental arts. Third, I want the fundamental arts of the orderly wooden sword hall. I was afraid he'd be caught for requesting it too blatantly. But Mak Yu-cheon didn't question him. That's right, this was Mak Jae-amun's plan from the start. In order to get him to trust him, Mak Jae-amun satisfied Mak Yu-cheon's desire to be acknowledged. Thus, Mak Yu-cheon became unable to distrust Mak Jae-amun, the only one who understood him. and that is how the third young master taught him the fundamental arts without suspicion. What's more, even the genius Mach Yuchion only barely memorized the secret books in the span of 4 hours, yet he was able to memorize all the long texts of the fundamental arts just from hearing them once. Truly, his brain alone is peerless. I didn't want this in the first place, but it seems I got on the best side. Great work, young master. I'm truly impressed to think you, though, it's a shame that you willingly told him the contents of the secret books. Who cares? It's not like I properly told him. What? Should I have been the only one to know that? Well, let me tell you since you're listening anyway. I changed up the texts of the secret books. About 1 word per 13 or 14 words. I was getting anxious that he'd catch me, but it looks like it went well. No wonder he was dutifully telling him the contents of the secret books. If you do that, he could become gravely injured or even succumb to death through key deviation. This kid is truly... What's the problem? Fiend. No. It's nothing. Taoist Master Gu. Dear Gu. There has been no news of Shuak, head of the ghastly spirit pavilion. And instead of appeasing the soul of Myosin, she betrayed Madame Suk and reported her. Thanks to that, we've lost our link to the Suk clan, and the reputation of our pavilion had been tarnished. My dear disciple, Gu, find the missing Taoist Master Shuak, unearth the truth, and restore the prestige of the pavilion. Will pew pang pew pew be done? Pew pang pew pew. Shua is among the best 3 in the ghastly spirit pavilion in terms of Taoist techniques, yet she was killed this violently. Certainly, once something is strange, fight forth. Thus, reveal everything that has undergone here. Bide. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I may be retreating now, but someday, I'll definitely. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Just now, spirit of the level of Azure Ghost. It seems I'll have to make ample preparations. Pew pang pew pew. 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 Just what kind of child is that? Normally, when one begins to learn martial arts, they practice basic forms. Stance form is movement of sorts, and these forms are connected in order to develop into stance. That's the reason why the same movements are repeatedly practiced. But as for him, aside from the first time he made a stance, he had absolutely no margin of error to him. All that's left is the repeated process of gaining the muscles to do so. Realistically, that means he doesn't need any training of sorts, which makes calling him phenomenal not a stretch. Honestly, I thought he would pester me to teach him a bit. Of course, I have no plans on telling him. But well, if he begs me to teach him, I could just a bit. Just what am I thinking? Young lady, I'm hearing you were with me. You came just in time. I have something to request of you. Zhongliang County. Orchid Blossom House. Exactly what could this be for him to act that way? What is it? It's something I've been searching for personal reasons. Escort Go-chan, please request a commission from that information agency. Well, that's what he said. But this is the only information agency in this area, and it's the lowest of the low, so there's nothing much to expect from here. What am I worrying this much for? I've become a complete errand boy, alright. How did things turn out like this? Well, even as I say stuff like that, I don't actually particularly care about it. I don't have a goal in my life. I was abandoned by my parents and raised as an assassin. Even that I pretty much retired from because I lacked the talent. The only reason I joined Senior Rex Gang was because retirements had happened at the same time. He wasn't exactly a good person either, since he treated me like a tool. The same goes for no complaints. It's all my fault for lacking, after all. Just my life, living while going with the flow. A life where I'll be abandoned once I lose my worth. Well, I guess now's much better in that sense, since it feels like I'm working, at the very least, aside from the part where I have no idea what he'll do next, getting all anxious every day from his fiendish acts, and being threatened with poison. Whatever. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Orchid Blossom House Leader, Informant House Leader. I heard he was formerly a member of the House Society, but how pathetic being all drunk when the sun's up high. Anyway, just hurry up and take my commission. You've hope. What are you doing? She's our newest hire. How is she? Isn't she fine? This is a commission from a very important figure. Send her out. She's working for us, so he'd know. Send her out. Hee. You'll have to wait for your man to come back. I'll teach you the joys of my touch so that you won't forget it. Cut that out and concentrate. I can't take this anymore. Why, you? Pew pang pew pew. 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 It's been a while. Junior Assassin number 80. This technique is. Anyway, to think you couldn't recognize me. I'm disappointed. Number 86. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. One of the 4 assassins of the Central Plains, the head of the Flying Death School, the Flying Death Infiltrator, Milady's only granddaughter. Complete 100 kinds of assassinations. 100 deaths for 100 men. In order to become the head of the Flying Death School, one must complete this rite of passage. Once they pass, they are hailed as one of the 4 assassins of the Central Plains and the head of the Flying Death School. Upon becoming the head, they receive a weapon exclusive for the head. Stay still. The Spirit Blade Flying Needle. I'll clear up your paralysis, Meridian. Seeing how she has the Spirit Blade Flying Needle, it means she became the head. That can't be. Though Ha-Cherin is the only flesh and blood of the Flying Death School head and has sufficient talent, she has a very significant disqualifying factor. Her shitty personality. Only because of her attitude, there were many comments on how she wouldn't be able to carry out the 100 deaths for 100 men. I can roughly remember. She used to be a complete tomboy and a rude brat. When did she already? It's all done. Anyway, didn't think we'd meet like this. Yes, it's been a while, Milady head. I'm the head now. Does that mean she's reformed now? Is it because you're retired? I guess the head doesn't get enough respect from you. Of course not, school head, fucking hell. I pretty much begged you to kneel, didn't I? Nice timing anyway. I was waiting for the first son of the orderly wooden sword hall, who said to love drinking and groping girls, but looks like I can just go in with you. What do you mean by that? I received intel. Intermediate Assassin number 29 Senior Gam. I heard Gamma Juicy failed in his assassination. The ironclad rule of the Flying Death School. His accomplishments were pretty good for an intermediate assassin. Surprised that he failed. Since he's said to be missing, I suppose it's safe to say that he's dead, right? Complete the assassination. You were asking me why I'm here. Yes. I'm here to take the head of 3rd Young Master in the orderly wooden sword hall, Mok Jayam Wu, by any means necessary. Pew pang pew pew. Hey, how long are you planning to continue? You're right. Then how about we have a meal? Pew pang pew pew. That hits the spot. Was it that good? Eating is just one of life's joys. One day, you'll come to understand the phrase better a live coward than a dead hero. You know, a few days ago, I tried ordering her to possess the servant tasked with bringing food, and it must have been surprisingly satisfying. Maybe I should have treated her like this from the start. TSK, this child can't even last 15 minutes. Just a few days ago, she almost killed a female servant by continuing to possess her, demanding to obtain the body of a pretty girl. ordinary bodies unable to withstand spirits of high status. Anyway, as for you, you're way too interested in Taoist spellcraft. Well, it's fascinating. Among the Taoist spellcraft books you got from that female Taoist master, there's something interesting in the book called Six-Man Necromancy. For instance, by using the spirits of the dead. Pew pang pew pew. Boy, you've gotten really sensitive, hot. Pew pang pew pew. Here are the clothes for the female servants. They're so tacky. This is bad. It's getting really dangerous. She's become the head. That means she's at least at the rank of ascendant. I don't want to guess. I have no choice but to infiltrate. If she comes to know that I betrayed Senior Gam, I guess I have no choice but to infiltrate. She'll kill me. I need to let the fiend know somehow. Then, I'll be out while you change. What's wrong? Don't you want to watch this opportunity? It won't come every day, you know. I was just joking. It's just a joke. That said, I'm quite thankful, since I was able to get in here easily because of you. It's nothing. Since I was waiting for a chance to avenge Senior Gam too, though. I'm only saying this as an excuse since she'll kill me if she knows I've submitted to him. It feels like we've won already with you here, milady. Just as I thought, as expected of an assassin of the Flying Death School, even after your retirement. I knew I could trust you. Don't mention it, that I'll be. You thought I'd say that, right? Seeing how you're laying low when your senior's dead, that obviously means you've surrendered. For scum who was basically retired for his lack of martial talent. Why were you yapping as if you were holding back for your revenge? She knew all about it. I should have doubted her from the start. Nothing about you has changed, except for your age. You're still the same slow, pathetic, stupid moron. I guess education isn't your forte, huh? That's why unredeemable trash like you is much better off dead. Where did it all go wrong? Was it when that fiend killed the real young master? Or was it because I betrayed Senior Gam? No, I already know the reason. It's because I'm weak. That's why I'm in this state and situation. You honorably killed yourself after killing young Master Mach to avenge Gamma Juicy. Goodbye. This is how I die. Pew pang pew pew. 8 Rituals of Toast Destruction. Ritual of Binding. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Escort Go-chan. For the first time, that fiend. Were you in trouble? Looks cool to me. Someone who holds no regard for the lives of others. Stay right there, young Master Mach. Unless you want to see your escort die. Pew pang pew pew. Right, Hachirin must have investigated him before coming here, but if the no-good third young master, who's at the level of a third-rate according to the information, uses a masterful technique like telekinetic control, she'd naturally be shocked. She's probably mistaking him for a transcendent master right now. So she's bound to be unaware. Someone who holds no regard for the lives of others. Complete fiend. Pew pang pew pew. I'm going to die. Let go of him. What? If you release Escort Go-chan, I'll let you go. You seem to care a lot for your escort. Let's just call it a whim, shall we? And for him, a lot of things to do there. Well, it'd be a shame to lose Escort Go-chan. So leave while I'm letting you go. The demon be you, trying to save me. Let him go. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. How dare he say that to me, the head of the Flying Death School? If you want to save him, get on your knees and beg, then I'll especially spare him. Really no way, he's even going to kneel for a mere escort. On, just as I thought, there's no way you'd kneel to save someone like him. Wait. What's he looking at right now? Pew pang pew pew. 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 Gone. As I thought, you've attained the level of Ascendant. An Ascendant can also sense the energy of ghosts due to their improved key sense. And so, I naturally assumed you'd evade me. Aren't you forgetting someone? Pew pang pew pew. You kids. Congratulations, Escort Go-chan. What is going on? I lived. I can definitely sense strange energy behind me, but I don't see it. What sorcery did he just use? Pew pang pew pew. He's weak. The brat is weak. Considering the power on the dagger, he can't be at the level of Transcendent. I'll quickly finish him before he uses that strange sorcery again. Certain death. Pew pang pew pew. That is the Flying Death School's last resort. Apex Needle. That has to be the worst plan. No, certainly not. Though it can be used only once. Ritual of binding. I can't move my body because it was crafted in a unique manner in order to pierce through the protective reinforced ki of one who'd have immense ki. It is not affected by ki. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Measured ghost. Pew pang pew pew. Ritual of binding is. What kind of? That's why. Pew pang pew pew. You should've left when he let you. What in the world? Didn't I tell you? Pew pang pew pew. It was the worst plan. Pew pang pew pew. Escort Go-chan. What a shame, I thought we could work together. Why did you do that? It was my job as your escort, I should do my job. You tried to protect me, I couldn't betray you then, could I? You were the only one throughout my whole life of being cast away, since I had at least one person taking care of me. In the end, did he die after all? So you devoured her, in the end? This isn't so bad. Yes, a youthful and beautiful body certainly is good. Damn it, this body isn't lasting long either. Anyway, what a shame for him. He wasn't the sort to die this way. And seeing how he didn't even become a ghost, seems he didn't have any lingering regrets. He doesn't look it. But it seems he was pleased in his final moments. According to six-man necromancy, what? A vengeful spirit can be born from a powerful grudge, but in the place where one meets their death. It says one can also be born if there are plenty of forgotten thoughts and death key. As my key center is composed of death key, I can turn him into a vengeful spirit if I use my death key. Come forth. There's no way that's going to work. By the orders of the ruler, as decreed for prosperity, upon this time, I command myself, roll death. Communicating as I distance myself from the evils and insignificant matters. Through this ritual, pronounce the calling of the spirit, return and the resounding refinement of flesh. By the mandate of Buddha, I order you to be not astray and to follow my command. Cast away your earthly flesh and reveal yourself. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. It worked. And what's more, there's a familiar bond. I see, since you used your own death key, a familiar bond must have been created. But its energy is too weak. It's about to vanish soon. It seems that's because it lacks a vessel to contain it. If that's the case, we're going to need a vessel, correct? But where are you going to obtain a body to use as a vessel? You don't tell me. Am I dead? I can feel my consciousness drifting further away. What a pointless life it lived. I wonder why I even did that. Why did I go that far? At the very least, it wasn't so bad in the end. What was that? It feels like I heard a voice. Escort Go-chan. What? How am I alive? Escort Go-chan, listen carefully. I needed to get a hold of your spirit in this world, so I transferred my death key to you. As a result, you became my familiar. But despite that, your energy was too weak, and it was at risk of vanishing away. Wait, I don't understand what you're saying. I had no choice but to put your spirit into any available body. What do you mean? However, there was only one available body here. So, you're inside that assassin's body. What the hell is this? Young master, please change my body back. That woman's body is a bit too much. Then you'll vanish, and even if I were to get another body, I'd have to kill her. Look, it's just as he says, forget the body. He'd have to face the flying death school who'd hear about the death of their head. Aren't I completely trapped then? Count your blessings. Fool. When I can't even be inside that body. I don't know who she is. But I can definitely feel it now that I've become a host. The difference in our status. Pew pang pew pew. That kid, he's been beside this kind of being this whole time. Just what kind of kid is he? What are you making that ghastly expression for, newcomer? You should be thankful to have obtained a body. But I'm a man though. TSK, you still think like a mortal. Shouldn't you be happy that you've risen from second rate to ascendant for free? Pew pang pew pew. Why don't we confirm it then? Pew pang pew pew. Young master, just what? You certainly have changed. Come to think of it, that wasn't my movement at all. That was something only an ascendant master could pull off. Satisfied now, no, but I'm still a man. So you're not going to get all giddy when no one's watching, Let's just settle with that for now. I'll transfer you when the opportunity comes later. That's a promise, right? Young master, are you the pet? I am Bakyun of the inner chamber. What's the matter? Good news. What's the hallmaster to? The hallmaster has woken up. So that's the orderly wooden sword hall that I've seen in the memories of Taoist Master Shuo. The place where Mok Jai-un, who dared to trifle with our ghastly spirit pavilion, resides. This is no ordinary job. The domain of the ghosts will. I was only trying to observe the orderly wooden sword hall through the eyes of Gu Diao, but to think I would witness something like this. The domain of the ghosts will is a form of barrier. I'd be instantly caught the moment I approached it. What should I do? Pew pang pew pew. That's. Oh my, young master, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm not drunk. Young master, we have to leave now. Got it. I'll be on my way first, young master Mok Young-ho. First young master Mok Young-ho, the other young masters are gathering since the hallmaster has woken up. All the other young masters are gathering, This is my chance. He'll have to go to the hallmaster, so if I separate that azure ghost spirit from him using my familiar, Gu Diao, I can kill him when he is all alone. Young master. I spaced out for a bit because of the good news. What a relief. This is troublesome. I figured it'd be annoying to get involved in the competition to become the heir. I was planning on leaving soon now that I've got a grasp of martial arts. But to think the hallmaster would wake up of all things. And the hallmaster said to bring all the young masters. See, let's go then. Is it not possible to leave yet? Escort co-chair in. I'll leave you to clean the mess. Pew pang pew pew. Yes, understood. Who'd have thought I'd have to clean my own corpse? What's my life come to? What an unfortunate turn of events. How did I even end up in this body? I can't wear these kinds of clothes in the hall, so I should change into an escort outfit. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I want to die. Pew pang pew pew. He somehow survived. Tell me about it. Though his skin has become slightly weird. Nice to see you. It's been 4 days. Hot. Cut the crap. You. Did you happen to try mastering that, by any chance, that you mean the secret? Don't talk about it and just answer. TSK, poor thing. Was there any problem? You're saying that even after looking at my state, whatever, did you try it or not? There's no way I wouldn't have tried it myself. No. Then why are you all fine? That'd mean I have less of an understanding than this guy, Agr. That's just impossible. So it came. What bold bravery! How dare someone fearlessly step foot in here? Even after seeing my domain of the ghosts will. Looks like someone from the ghastly spirit pavilions arrived. I'll be leaving. What? Why are you laughing? There's something like that. You definitely didn't try it, right, huh? But what's with your clothes? We're going to see our father. Busy with what? You don't have to know. So you didn't even try it. Oh. What? Why are they coming in together? Stay still. What's that thing around your mouth when you're all grown up? And don't say a word since you stink of liquor. Mother will do everything for you, understand? Yes, Mother, I understand. TSK, what a pathetic firstborn. Anyway, did he call us for the... There's only one reason he'd call for his sons the moment he woke up. Deciding the heir. Yeah, I don't care whether the secret books were wrong or not. Once I become the heir, everything will be solved. They said the hallmaster is one of the 10 strongest masters in this province. I couldn't tell when he was lying on his sickbed, but I can feel it now. The energy of a powerful man. Hallmaster, the young masters have all gathered. Enter. Father, congratulations on your recovery. My respectful greetings. So that man. I offer my respectful greetings. Pew pang pew pew. Hallmaster Mockindan, you've all come well. Hallmaster of the orderly wooden sword hall, Mockindan. That man. See? I was wondering why everyone was so interested in his life or death, and it wasn't because of his position. They were being mindful of his authority. I'm honestly surprised. Although he has been afflicted with death for a very long time, he's not showing even a sliver of senility or weakness, almost as if he wasn't affected by death in the first place. This man is the hallmaster, Mockindan. Pew pang pew pew. Hence the question. Just what sort of being was able to send death to such a figure? Orderly wooden sword hall annex of the outer chamber warriors. Let me get this straight. Hallmaster Mockindan was freed from death. Is that what you're saying? Yes. How did he escape it? I heard the cries of Gu Jiao earlier. Pew pang pew pew. The spirit of destruction of Mount Luwu. I see, so there was an intervention from a Taoist monastery that one must have freed him from death. So, what's your plan now? What else? I'll have to deliver it to him personally. Come to think of it. Had a nice nap. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Now go forth. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. To the orderly wooden sword halls. So, do you all have any idea why I've called you here? Isn't it because you're thinking of deciding the heir? Pew pang pew pew. He's changed. Could the chief steward's words have been true? What, my third son was the one who saved me? Yes, that's correct. They say he stopped the mad Taoist master possessed by a mystical being all by himself. First, I thought it was merely a coincidence, or that he lied because he desired the position of hallmaster. But seeing this child, who couldn't even raise his head under my gaze, now showing no signs of nervousness. What kind of changes have you gone through while you were cast away from my attention? As I will have to test him, that's right, I'll be holding a test to pick an heir. As I will be meticulously testing you, whether you possess the qualifications of a hallmaster. Then, please excuse me. I will not be taking the test. You won't be taking the test? Yes, that's correct, much better this way. If he gives up on competing for the hallmaster, there won't be any more troubles coming from him. Why is that? It's because I find myself to be lacking. Why do you consider yourself to be lacking? What, he really was serious after all? I lack the qualifications. What? I lack in many aspects. Compared to my elder brothers and even to my younger brother. Isn't it right for the future hallmaster to be of excellent prowess or raise someone who's attained achievements? However, as I do not fit any of the categories, I consider myself to be unqualified. So, I will be giving up on the position of the hallmaster. Pew pang pew pew. I see. Pew pang pew pew. He isn't deceiving me in hopes of my position, but he truly saved me on his volition. Furthermore, a once rowdy child is reflecting on himself, and he's even willingly yielding the position for the prosperity of the orderly wooden sword hall. It always feels good to see the growth of my child. He's more than qualified. Why do you consider yourself to be lacking? You all must have heard about this. A few days ago, I was attacked by an assailant. They say he cut off my arm whilst running rampant. My third son has stopped my life from falling into danger. You said it yourself, didn't you? To raise someone who has attained achievements as my heir, that should suffice as enough reason. I heard there was some kind of an accident. But to think he had accomplished something like that. But that brat, why has he been so quiet for some time now? Pew pang pew pew. The exact same. The one I've been after. That was engraved on my dead grandpa. That mark. A mark. That's been scarred on my chest and my abdomen. That wound seemingly burning black. Inflicted by the bastard. I finally found it. As such, you also bear the qualifications. What seems to be the problem all of a sudden? What in the father? Pew pang pew pew. Hallmaster, we're in trouble. It's an ambush. Stop them. Secure the front gates. Hold on until the hallmaster arrives. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What a feeble gate. Pew pang pew pew. Now go find it. The thing. Taoist master of the ghastly spirit pavilion goo. Just what is this commotion? This is troubling, after all I did to lure out the azure ghost-like spirit. With Gu Diao, I won't be able to eliminate Mach in this situation. At least I won't be caught since I've used the spell of stealth. This feeling is Taoist spellcraft. Spirit-eyed enchantress, enlightened wisdom, abide. What the? You're the one, right? What a powerful spell with just one hand. He has to be a lunar Taoist at least. The one who dispelled the hallmaster's death. An attack from a mysterious masked organization, and they have a high-ranking Taoist master. There must have been a misunderstanding. Could it be that this person is part of the Taoist group that became a subordinate of a huge organization of the Murim after defying the order? How dare you disrupt the acts of the Origin Death Pavilion? The Origin Death Pavilion? What are you doing exterminating an insect? You must be talking about the master of that Gu Diao or whatever. In any case, let's hurry up and find that. I'm aware. Let's go to the hallmaster of this place. Let us retrieve the treasure of our council. What insolence! Who dares to invade the great orderly wooden sword hall? They best be prepared to throw their lives away. Pew pang pew pew. It's the hallmaster. The hallmaster has appeared. Follow me. Protect the orderly wooden sword hall. Follow the hallmaster. That turned out well, though I don't know what's going on. It wouldn't be strange for a person to disappear in the midst of this ruckus. It's just that. What should I do? I didn't even get the chance to ask the hallmaster about it. I have to go and help him. This is Pew pang pew pew. 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 Pandemonium of grief, pain, despair, and screams. This accumulating sense of being filled as countless people die. This is death key. Good, my death key is overflowing. I feel completely filled. I want to absorb it. But it's too dangerous to circulate my key here. Young master, are you okay? I was in the middle of changing my clothes, but strange people suddenly began swarming me. You came at just the right time. Pardon? Could you guard me for a bit? I'll be circulating my key in the meantime. What? You're going to do key circulation here. What if you fall into key deviation? Whoa. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The death key formed through the death of dozens of people. Pain, anguish, despair, and remorse. It's filled with all the negative emotions one feels when facing death. It's all compared to when I'd absorbed the Dakibi Choyu. I'll be able to become 2 times, no, 3 times stronger. Damn it, there are too many enemies. I really wish there were some reinforcements. Where did that scary Yates boy go, anyway? Pew pang pew pew. Chief Director sang Wongbeck. Right, didn't he mention that there was another familiar inside the Chief Director? His name was... Are you perhaps Senior Demon Monk? If you could help me... Interesting. In the middle of a bloody battlefield with an unknown enemy, he's completely immersed in key circulation. Pew pang pew pew. The entirety of this body that had reached the rank of Ascendant is sending out a warning that the man before me is an unfathomably powerful master. Pew pang pew pew. Young master. Young master. Young master, you have to wake up. There's an enemy about. You have to wake up. Damn it, he isn't budging at all. What should I do? If I happen to touch him, he'll fall into key deviation. And it's not like I can stop that monster. How strange. His key circulation seems quite abnormal. He moves so fast with that size. Why don't I confirm it over there? He looks like a child of the Mach clan. It'd be quite interesting if I patted him. Damn it, I don't know anymore. Pew pang pew pew. The Flying Death Infiltrator's exclusive martial arts are contained in my memories. I should be able to buy some time if I use those Flying Death arts. Third form. Pew pang pew pew. Silent consecutive lacerations. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. If you disturb me again, I'll kill you. Pew pang pew pew. Now then. Let's see, no. How about I check you out? Pew pang pew pew. You're finally here. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Hallmaster. Pew pang pew pew. Faltering already just from that. Hallmaster Mach. I'll say this only once. If you'd hate to see the orderly wooden sword hall fall into complete ruin, then immediately hand it over. The treasure of my council that you have stolen. The Dakibi that intruded into my domain of the ghosts will... I thought it was trying to lure me out, but to think it would suddenly die like this. That means its master has died as well. That mortal couldn't have been able to kill a Taoist master who can control a monstrous beast Dakibi this quickly. If that's the case, something dangerous must have arrived at the orderly wooden sword hall. Being pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What's this? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The battle over. No wonder the death key became weaker. What a shame. Escort Go-Charin, what's going on right now? And why are you here, Demon Monk? You're awake? About that, the Hallmaster declared his surrender. After the first strike, he seemed to have recognized his opponent's identity. As I thought, you're from that place. I'll surrender. I will return that to you. So please, promise me that you'll leave the orderly wooden sword hall alone and peacefully retreat. Did I announce my reasons a bit too soon? It would have been fun to see you struggle a bit more. Swear upon it. Very well. I swear it to you on my name. My name is the renowned Blade King, Sun Yun, one of the 5 kings of the Heaven Earth Council. The Heaven Earth Council. The Heaven Earth Council is a very dangerous organization. The Heaven Earth Council, one of the major forces that divided the central plains of the Murim into 3. Because of their reverence towards the belief that only the strong survive, they once had the goal of conquering the entire Murim, and therefore, they once drenched the entire continent in blood. Because of that, just hearing their name is enough to make someone tremble in fear. The Orderly. Wooden Sword Hall is definitely a formidable clan, but the Heaven-Earth Council is on a different magnitude. And that man is one of the most powerful men in the Murim, and one of the 5 kings, the 5 pillars of the Heaven-Earth Council. The renowned Blade King, Sun Yun, had the situation called for it, the entire orderly wooden sword hall could have been exterminated. And so, the hallmaster told him the location of the treasure. Right now, his subordinates have gone to retrieve it. However, the treasure they're looking for is the one below the medicine chamber. Now, fess up at once. The location of the treasure of my council. The secret book made from human skin. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. It'd be best to stay quiet for now. Pew pang pew pew. Where were you injured so that you had to circulate your ki in this sort of place? In any case, rest up for the time being, don't concern yourself with our affairs. The scar on your side. That mark. Where did you get it? What are you saying all of a sudden? We've found it. Pew pang pew pew. The current situation isn't appropriate. I'll tell you about it later, so no, you have to tell me now. This is a trade. Finally, the treasure of our council has returned to us. I'll resolve this situation. What are you? Because there's nothing. Pew pang pew pew. Hallmaster. Beneath the medicine chamber. Pew pang pew pew. What in the... This response, so Mok Jai-un-woon took the secret book. If I reveal it now, I'll be able to deal with him through his hands. Pew pang pew pew. What is this? That's the ornament a hallmaster gifted me in celebration of our marriage. Could he have those earrings? That the madam's ornament. Why, you... In the end, you've chosen to be punished instead. Stop. Madam, why are you pretending to not know about it? But I know those earrings belong to you, madam. Do you still plan to feign indifference, despite this dire situation? You truly are too mean. Great Sir Sun, the misunderstanding is slander. Please think about it. Had I stolen it in the first place, I wouldn't have left behind my ornament in that chest. There must be a different culprit. The real culprit is... Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Simply put, since you don't know the whereabouts of the secret book, doesn't that mean it's fine for you to die anyway? Heed my words, orderly wooden sword hall. Heed him. Heed him. How about it? Do you want to tell me now? The orderly wooden sword hall have ridiculed the Heaven-Earth Council. Pew pang pew pew. And have hidden the secret book they stole. As I cannot tolerate such mockery. I will unquestionably tell you about it later. That's not how you barter. Not a single ant will leave this hall unscathed. Are you planning on killing everyone here? You're making me repeat myself. You'll talk once the situation gets a bit more out of hand. Great Sir Sun, there's something I must tell you. Pew pang pew pew. There are some who would profit were Great Madam to be punished. They are the culprits. What are you saying, Escort Ho? There are some who entered the place where the secret book had been. The place where the treasure of your council had been, also contained the secret book that the hallmaster of the orderly wooden sword hall had been mastering. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Young Master Mok Jai-un-woon had sent it. Keep it, it'll be useful when you become the hallmaster. Therefore, those with the hallmaster's secret books must be the culprits. Find and torture them. It's all nonsense. The Escort Ho, those are all lies. Makes sense. You bastards who responded just now. It should be fine to start with you, yes. drag them away and tear their skins off. Ghostblade. Name is Ghostblade. The one who left the mark on my body is a member of the 6 Heavens and 5 stars, Ghostblade. Is that enough? Wow, hurry and bring the secret book. Ghostblade. Finally. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. It seems that an eel is muddying the waters around here. Taoist Master Joe. He's dangerous. I shall exorcise you. Come forth, fight. Come forth, you. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Evil spirit. Return to nothing. What a useless act. You dare. Are you okay? How dare you? Such impudence. Taoist Master. Lads. So you can see it, too. So you can see it, too. I don't know what you're saying. I just stepped up because I figured it'd be a waste to lose the demon monk, but I may have been a bit too rash. I can feel it. This person is a formidable monster. Just like the man called Sun Yun. Don't know, you say, then it should be fine for me to get rid of this evil being. Pew pang pew pew. The people here don't even know what we're doing right now, escort ho. They say one ought to be born with the talent to act as a martial artist, but those born with the talent to become a Taoist master are even fewer. But among all the innate talents of a Taoist master, there is one which is deemed the greatest, it's the eye. Though other aspects can be bettered through training, mere training cannot improve the ability to see things. In other words, you have been born with the talent to become a Taoist master. For the record, even I don't possess the talent to see, so you can be proud of your ability. I don't understand what you're saying. Still evading, are we? Very well, I'll change the question. Tear. Art of 4-point binding chains. What is your reason for stopping me? Pew pang pew pew. Evil spirits don't originally follow people, but it seems that being is moving as you intend. Pew pang pew pew. What have you done for such an outcome? Speak. Then I shall release it. Pew pang pew pew. All forces fight. Tear. What? Art of 4-point binding chains. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. To think you'd stop the art using the same art, you. Have you learned Taoist spellcraft? Do you have to learn this to use it? Then does that mean this child simply copied me after looking at it once? I also did the art of 4-point binding chains, a high-ranking spell that can only be used once you've become a lunar Taoist. Furthermore, he's even adapted the spell to cast it within the spell that was cast first. He displayed such skill. In a short moment, his eyes weren't the only talent he was born with. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Release. Renowned Blade King, I don't care about the others, but at the very least, give me this child. What? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. You and your pointless antics again. I should be able to claim that much for myself. Well, fine, however, I'll kill the rest. Do as you wish. Pew pang pew pew. Man, aren't we? A promise is a promise. Pew pang pew pew. Spare us, please stop. What? I have the item you people are looking for, so please stop. If you're lying, I'll tear you apart, regardless of Taoist. Master Joe's request, where is it? It's in here. Inside my head. I've already burnt the secret book away. Pew pang pew pew. Are all you of the Orthodox sects a bunch of conmen? Why do you think I'm lying? Because it's not possible for that to happen to the book. Neither can it burn, nor can it be destroyed. It's as if it's protected by something. That is the item you're speaking of. If you're lying to me, you'd best start thinking as hard as you can. In your next life, the outer cover made of human skin may not burn, but the text inside written in blood burned just fine, you know. What? He knows that the text written in blood. If you're still lying to me, do I have any reason to lie to you? That is something only the executives of the council know of, and only a specific handful of them at that. You've truly seen it. That's impossible. Because all those who've read the book died. But if this kid's telling the truth, retrieve it at all costs. Utter it. Didn't you say it yourself that the text is within your head? So if you utter it, I should learn the answer, whether you're speaking the truth or not. I could just lie, but it might end up dangerous if he knows the book's contents. It should be fine to test him by saying 1 or 2 verses from it, right? Well, that's easy. Then. Pew pang pew pew. Mortal. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Azure ghost. The moment you speak it. Pew pang pew pew. I see. This is her wrath. A wave of blood, large enough to cover the entire orderly wooden sword hall, enough to display such an illusion. Unfathomable, nigh endless wrath. That wrath is aimed at them. Heaven Earth Council. I don't know the reason, but the Azure Ghost deeply resents them. And seeing how she told me to never speak of the contents of the secret book, that would mean she'd hate for them to be known. That said, why are you quiet? If I don't speak, death will come. For both you and I, aren't you aware of that? Fortunately for you, Azure Ghost, until I avenge Grandpa, I don't plan on dying so easily. You know about your concerns. Mortal, copy my exact iterations. She. Planning on telling me different texts if by chance, they happen to know the contents of the secret book, and I'm caught speaking different texts. Trust in me. Believe. When exactly are you going to start speaking? Let me borrow this for a bit. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Manifestation of the embracing moon, foretell the fables of the demons. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Divide the living and the dead. Just as nature orders, akin to the rise of the red sun. Pew pang pew pew. Behead any heretics. Pew pang pew pew. How marvelous! There is not a single error in any of the forms he is displaying. Graceful and supreme. A peerless sword stance. As if a peerless swordsman is executing those stances. It's difficult to find a mistake. There's no question about it. That is the verse which is said to have been lost a century ago. The sword scriptures of the lunar vein. Pew pang pew pew. To think the sword scriptures of the lunar vein would be restored in this manner. By heaven, evil eternally decreed, and nothing shall remain as none yield. Rat. It'll be troublesome if the other forms are shown. Pew pang pew pew. Have you confirmed it? Damn it, I got lost in thought without even realizing. But now it has gotten troublesome for a different reason. This is a sword technique that cannot be learned unless one is permitted. By principle, it would be right for me to extract whatever is in his head, then immediately kill him. Renowned Blade King. Looks like he wants the boy quite badly. Well, I am interested in the brat as well. Since he's accomplished something no one on the council has. And the fact that the peerless sword forms on the lunar vein were those that could not be manifested at his level. His extraordinary talent goes beyond logic. Honestly, what a shame. How should I deal with this kid? Oh, you crazy. From your actions and the reactions of the others. It seems this secret book must have been quite precious. If I hadn't stopped him, he really would have chopped his head off. What kind of bastard is this? So, now that I know how precious the information in my head really is, I don't plan on opening my mouth so easily. Therefore, take me as you wish. Pew pang pew pew. Did you just say that you'll come to the Heaven Earth Council of your volition? He should have got the message with the act I pulled earlier, a sign that he won't be able to open my mouth through mere torture or threats. These people can't kill me. So, I'll use these people. That's right. To leave the orderly wooden sword hall. Pew pang pew pew. And so, the third young master was taken. Pew pang pew pew. To the Heaven-Earth Council as a hostage. Pew pang pew pew. But why me too? We'll take a break for about one shikjayang, everyone. Organize your belongings and take care of any personal business. One shikjayang equals 30 minutes. Damn it. Why'd I have to get dragged away as a hostage? To a Saijinigo, after the renowned Blade King Sun Yun knocked out Mok Jaeun-woon. He demanded the remaining debt from the orderly wooden sword hall. If you don't accept our demands, the only outcome will be the annihilation of your clan. He said that since we'd stolen the treasure of the Heaven-Earth Council, they couldn't just let it slide. And the renowned Blade King Sun Yun made two demands. 1. That the orderly wooden sword hall closes its doors for 10 years, and 2. That they take its heir as a hostage. For those who worship strength, the heir is the most outstanding child, thus, of all the siblings, the strongest. I was chosen as the hostage. What? And that's how I ended up getting dragged here. To how is the thing that's recognized? Damn it, they sure tied me up well. On top of that, they even sealed my pressure points to stop me from using my key. Although he didn't use the same method to seal my pressure points as Mok Jaeun-woon, it might have been better to peacefully remain unconscious, a hostage. When father woke up, I was filled with the hope of becoming the head of the clan. But in an instant I have fallen to the position of a hostage. Going forward, what's going to happen to me? Presence, who is it? It should be just that bastard and I here, and he's been sealed with acupressure, so there's no way he could wake up. So who could it be? Pew pang pew pew. You, how did you release the pressure points? There's a way, if you just tell me one thing, I'll release you, too. What is it? Was Ghostblade from the 6 heavens and 8 stars? What? So, you're saying that the person named Ghostblade might be there? Yeah, it's just a rumor, but it's fairly credible. The situation has become quite strange. To think it's that place. Mortal, the situation outside has been sorted. For now, I'll keep my promise. I'll release you, hold on. Are you trying to escape? No, if we do, they will retaliate against the orderly wooden sword hall, and it'll be annihilated. If you don't want to come with, just stay asleep. What? Mortal, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out. Since everything has been sorted, let's leave quickly, before that Taoist master comes. Oh yes, yes. Pew pang pew pew. What's the matter? What was that just now? It's nothing. I'm sorry, how bland, just move quickly. By the way, it's your first time using Qigong, right? Will you be alright? Well, it should be fine. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. It's fast, it's completely different from just running. My body feels much faster and lighter. Maybe I'll be able to escape sooner than expected. Pew pang pew pew. Mortal, what are you? It's repeating. What? That tree? I've seen it for times now. It seems we're going around in circles. Is it some kind of formation or spell of some kind? Probably. You're mistaken. If there were such a thing, I would have noticed it long ago. It seems you're quite tense. Still, we need to hurry. Oh, wait a moment, I think I sprained my ankle. Maybe it's because I'm not yet skilled with Qigong. I need to adjust the bones in it. TSK, such a hopeless mortal. Let me see. I'll personally adjust it. Yes, thank you. Where's your ghost? What's wrong? You. Who are you? What are you doing, mortal? Let go of me. If you had the Azure Ghost's power, you would have already pushed me away. It seems I chose the wrong person to imitate. If you were going to do it, you should have done it properly. Pew pang pew pew. Initial illusion and transformation arts. Seal of the immovable mind. Essence of heavenly truth, essence of sun and moon, essence of the unified energy of heaven and earth. Essence of the unity of sun and moon, form of divine and ghostly unity. One heart merges with my heart merges with one heart, heart of heaven, heart of all in all hearts, unite with my heart, Tai Shan Lao Jun. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The ghost training technique is a high-level spell that makes a willow doll appear as a trusted figure to the target. He managed to break it with less than half of the stance. You become my apprentice. You become my disciple. Approximately 10 steps away from me. There's no one around, as long as it's before he uses Taoist spellcraft. This is... Do you think you can do something since no one is around? I've put up barriers nearby. If you try to make your way out of them, your body will be torn to shreds. You need to prepare yourself in order to survive this cruel world. This is the first lesson I am giving you as your master. I don't think I agreed to become your disciple. You're the sort to fold the moment I would crush you, demon monk. But no matter how much I look, I can't feel his energy. What did he do to him? Allow me to give you a piece of heartfelt advice. The Heaven-Earth Council is a place where your life depends on the higher-ups' whims. Pew pang pew pew. Disciple, hot. I understand. What? In return, I have a condition. No matter how I look at it, I don't feel any energy from this doll. Is this not spellcraft to hide one's energy? Teach it to me right now. Then I'll become your disciple. I shouldn't have tried to crush you, but instead convince you with spellcraft. Very well, I was planning to teach you anyway, so that's not difficult for me. However, you must make an oath first. An oath? Adorn yourself with that and say I, Mok Jai Amun, son of Mok Indan, will become the disciple of Zhou Yuigong. Then what will happen? Once you make that oath, you won't be able to harm me. I can't trust someone who tried to kill me and run. Can I? Fine. Mok Jai Amun, son of Mok Indan, will become the disciple of Zhou Yuigong. The beads of cursed words. If someone makes an oath whilst wearing this bead bracelet, that person will be rendered unable to refuse the orders of the target they swore the cursed oath to. Zhou Yuigong, who can only be satisfied once he takes what he desires. This was what he had always done when recruiting his disciples. Here you go. The Secret Book of the Corpse School, a Taoist spellcraft tome I created. The spellcraft you mentioned is also contained within it, so memorize it all then return it to me. Thank you, Master. But aren't you going to release me from this spell? The tome also contains the method to dismiss the spell. I'll give you 2 hours. Past that, you'll suffer quite a lot of trouble. Is he trying to teach me this early on? Finally, that Taoist master left. What are you doing? What kind of answer is that? Anyway, it was hilarious seeing you jump around whilst under his illusion. Why don't you do some more of that? Pew pang pew pew. But, mortal, those beads seem to contain quite the powerful curse energy. Why did you make such an oath? So that I could obtain this. You made a cursed oath just for that. That's unlike you. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. How did you? A cursed oath is a pledge made with your own name. No. My real name isn't that. Nor am I a child of Mok Indan of the orderly wooden sword hall. Then are you going to escape now? I was considering it, but I changed my mind. I'm thinking of being his disciple. What do you mean by that? You're going to become a disciple of the Heaven-Earth Council. Pew pang pew pew. So, you're saying that the person named Ghostblade might be in the Heaven-Earth Council? The 6 heavens and 8 stars is a title referring to the strongest individuals in the whole Myrim. The 6 people whose martial prowess is said to have reached the heavens, and the 8 others who are said to possess powers at the pinnacle of humanity. 8 stars. Yes, that's what they're called, and the Ghostblade is one of those 8 stars. It's been 17 years since his infamy spread. Because he had killed masters of both orthodox and unorthodox, at that time, people assumed the Ghostblade was one of 2 people, either a master of the Imperial House or someone from the Heaven-Earth Council. So what he's saying is, if I go to the Heaven-Earth Council, I can meet with that man. So I thought, when I received that Taoist master's offer, I'd become his disciple and infiltrate the inner circles of the Heaven-Earth Council. What a coincidence, pardon. Destiny may look like coincidence at times, but it's all fated in the end, perhaps, since the moment I met you. I was fated to go to the Heaven-Earth Council together with you. What are you saying all of a sudden, mortal? Become my disciple? Pew pang pew pew. And act out the purge of blood. Come to think of it, at that time, the Azure Ghost's wrath was targeted at the Heaven-Earth Council. Revenge. And it has to do with the Heaven-Earth Council. But plenty of time should have passed. Hasn't time already avenged you? Would you take your hands off your own matter and wait for time to avenge you? It's the same for me. I cannot forgive the bloodline of that wretched son of a bitch, nor can I allow myself to be insulted by the covering of the truth. Even if eons have passed and the target of my wrath has crumbled over time, the wrath engraved within my soul cannot be erased. I wish to wipe them out. I have to cover everything in blood. It's deep. The illusion created by the Azure Ghost's wrath is cold and dark. You're holding on to an unchanging grudge, even after 100 years have passed, all alone. The Azure Ghost was also living a life hanging on to revenge just like me. I got it. I'll become your disciple. Of course you should. In return, I have a condition. Tell me the reason you desire revenge. I don't want to be entangled in it cause I don't know about. Very well, I'll tell you just one. The Heaven-Earth Council was born from 3 veins, one of which is the lunar vein. And I assume you're from that group. I'm curious, just what could have happened for her to be holding her tongue so much. But my true name is Zengi. I'll come to know eventually. I'll succeed the lunar vein, take on its fate, and become the disciple of the Azure Ghost. He really did it. I've returned, Master. The greatest potential I've seen out of all those talents. And I was able to obtain him. Good, go take a rest since we'll be leaving soon, understood? Since we've gotten quite distant with the lead, let's get moving quickly. Seems like we weren't caught. Of all things, to think I'd be possessing a doll. Pew pang pew pew. Be careful. There's another crack. What am I supposed to do when it feels like it's going to shatter even at my tiniest movement? I'll get you a better vessel later, so please be patient. Anyway, who would have thought he'd be able to escape the spell in that short amount of time, and even perform the spellcraft that imbues a spirit inside a doll? The Taoist master would faint if he heard about it. Then, shall we go? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. To the Heaven-Earth Council. Half a month later. Pew pang pew pew. Damn it. Why am I even going through this mess? It because of this strange string connected to him after I became his familiar. I start feeling anxious if we get separated. Maybe it's because I instinctively know that I'd die if he dies too. I have to somehow stick by him. How fragile. But to think he'd become a hostage of the Heaven-Earth Council. It's not exactly hard to figure out his location since I became his familiar. But I just can't muster up the courage to infiltrate a scary place like the Heaven-Earth Council. Right, Ha-Cherin was the granddaughter of the Flying Death Infiltrator. She should have a technique that can help me infiltrate the enemy grounds. Alright, let's search up her memories. Infiltrate, I'm getting sleepy. Pew pang pew pew. Like I'd do something like that. Pew pang pew pew. But something strange. Why aren't they heading straight to the Heaven-Earth Council after getting what they wanted? And instead they're taking a round trip, gathering all these adolescent children. Something feels off. We've arrived. Looks like we've finally made it. So that's the Heaven-Earth Council. Pew pang pew pew. That magnificent gate is always a sight for sore eyes. Pew pang pew pew. Are you nervous, dude? Best be right now. Your level is that of a first-rate beginner. Your growth's unbelievably fast considering that you were just a third-rate half a month ago, but truthfully speaking, you've still got a long way to go. Won't I just have to absorb Death Key again like what I did in the orderly wooden sword hall? Do you think that's something that happens often? And you'll need enlightenment from the level of Ascendant onwards, so it wouldn't be easy for you to get stronger with Death Key alone, you. Best be on your toes. Well, since I'm here for that part at least. What's the matter? Something strange. About what? The group isn't going to the entrance. But we're headed somewhere else. Things have gone awry. What? What do you mean? And what's going on? There's no time to explain. Just what? Take this. If you wear this, it should allow you to use spellcrafts without the need of a talisman. How am I to? How could something so absurd happen? I thought this wouldn't happen because you were a hostage. Curses. I don't know what you're talking about. The chief of the Heaven-Earth Council has declared you two brothers to be sent to the Bloodied Corpse Valley. The Bloodied Corpse Valley. Pew pang pew pew. It's a testing ground. The probability to survive that place. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Is less than 10%. I'll immediately request the head to separately take you out from there. So you must, at all costs, survive. That's enough. This ground is forbidden except for those who must undertake the test. You there, orthodox brat. Pew pang pew pew. Welcome to the Bloodied Corpse Valley. Get moving already. Damn it. After being moved while unconscious for half a month, I thought I'd finally arrived. But where are they sending me now? Pew pang pew pew. Hey, you. Walk quietly. Damn it, they even blocked me from using my key. Shouldn't they give us an explanation, at the very least? The arts forbidding chains, needles that blocked the circulation of ki, were they embedded in everyone here, including me and Mach Yuchion? Just what are they trying to do? Azure Ghost, do you really not know what's happening? How? Would it know the affairs of the current Heaven-Earth Council, but I can say with certainty that these sorts of acts did not occur in the past. Mortal, be careful, something seems quite... Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I see the people who joined us on the way to the Heaven-Earth Council. Did they mean to bring them here too? The testing ground? From here on, you will all be taking a test. Here is a marble. Marbles exactly like this have fallen into the valley. Those unable to find it within the allotted time will fail. Wait a moment. We came from various sects and schools to take a test here. I can't understand if all you tell us is to find that without any proper expletives. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Status Sithki, and everything else has no meaning here. Only subordination. Defiance will lead to death. Raising a question will also lead to death. Even failing this test will lead to death. Pew pang pew pew. Welcome. Curses, why didn't you tell the chief that I took him in as my disciple? It was useless. Have you ever seen the chief go back on an order? The chief's orders are absolute. We have no choice but to abide. That won't do. I'll have to request the head of the Bloodied Corpse Valley to take him out of there. I can't lose that useful kid, who I just barely found, like this. Phew, he's not just useful. He achieved something no one else on the council ever has. He revived the sword scriptures of the lunar vein that were lost 100 years ago. No matter how much I think about it, it doesn't make any sense. Why was he sent to the Bloodied Corpse Valley, the place with the worst selection process? Could it be? Is the chief trying to test him? This incense will burn for 30 minutes exactly. Moreover, there are less marbles than people here, so you'd best find them faster than the others. That bastard. That idiot. Why is he standing still? Shit, don't know anymore. Half-brother or not, I'll be the one who dies if I can't find a marble. Damn it, how are we supposed to find them? I found one. I did it. What fortune? All I could think about was survival, but it looks like I'll be able to properly make my face known. Give it here. Why, you son of a, stop right there. I'll turn you to mincemeat if I catch you. Did you think you could easily take this from me? You bastard, how? Pew pang pew pew. What, when did he get here? Wait, was he waiting here the whole time? Hold it right there. Pew pang pew pew. Do you think I'll let this be taken by the likes of you? That crazy son of a... Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. You're making it quite annoying. Pew pang pew pew. 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 In this very place, something that should have never been released, finally was passed. Pew pang pew pew. Each of those marbles have a number engraved on it. That number will be your name here, so remember that well. And the silver insignia I gave you just now is something that verifies you as the top performer of the first trial. Keep those well along with the iron marble. I understand. Come take a rest here. An Orthodox child. I was dubious at first as to why the chief had sent an Orthodox child. I thought the chief was thinking of killing him after a bit of torment for some entertainment. Could the chief have predicted that the kid was something like this? He's closer to our kind in nature than the Orthodox faction. I'm looking forward to what's to come. Pew pang pew pew. Is this some kind of a system where I have to both survive and compete, especially in a place that boasts a horrible survival rate? It seems that the competition is going to get fiercer. Pew pang pew pew. This bastard was it. Get him. Stop. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. So, come at me if you want to die. Looks like the useful ones are finally starting to appear. Judging by the mark on his body, he's from the Crimson Death Valley, one of the 3 infamous organizations under the Heaven-Earth Council. They may just have about 30 disciples, but each and every one of them are said to be great masters. Shitty. She's throwing rocks now. That technique belongs to the consecutive death of the Hooded Flower sect. So you've recognized it. Weren't they once included as one of the 4 assassination organizations, although they've quit their work on assassinations now and become subordinate to the Heaven-Earth Council? That huge lad seems to be from the Colossal Build School. Quite famous for their outer art, iron form. His physical strength seems much more impressive considering that their key is being blocked. Besides the mentioned children, there are a few more who demonstrate exceptional talent. I see. Bunch of cowards. Either. Don't even think that you'll surpass me in the next trial. Because, I'll kill you with my own hands when the time comes. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Where is it? Where the hell is it? There's not much time. Should I just plead for mercy since I'm a hostage? Didn't I tell you not to raise a question? What's going on? Apparently, someone picked up the marble thrown by the head at the beginning. It seems that there wasn't a number engraved on it. He questioned him unknowingly and died for it. What a fool. Hey, is that the guy from earlier? You're right, the lunatic that ripped someone else's throat off. What is he doing over there? Violent and formless, amid the contrasts of yang in this place. Evil bygone. Leave nothing the heavens free of all thoughts, face the valiant battles of formed demons known through their atrocious and evil deeds. By endless reversal of blood. Pew pang pew pew. The ritual of binding is a technique that doesn't use ki, as I thought. I can still use it now even though my ki channels are blocked. Their deaths are being converted into death ki. And it's gathering into a huge amount of energy, incomparable to the time back in the orderly wooden sword hall. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Remaining time 1 minute. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Got it. I finally got it. I got it. The test is over. Kill all the dropouts. Yes, sir. Pew pang pew pew. 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 I'm alive, I survived. I do just. It seems there are 468 participants remaining. That's about 60%, not bad. I would like to sincerely congratulate all those who passed the test. Now then, let us begin the second trial. Pew pang pew pew. Let us begin the second trial. Already, but I'm completely spent from the first one. When I just barely passed. Silence. The second trial is simple. From this point till daybreak, all you must do is survive on that mountain. Pew pang pew pew. Isn't that too easy? Of course, simply surviving isn't the end of it. A total of 40 flags have been placed on the mountain. When day breaks, you must be near a flag, 8 people per flag. Pew pang pew pew. You must not be beyond or less than that number. Exactly 8 people. The rest will be disqualified. There are a total of 40 flags. Roughly 500 people survived the first trial. Doing some calculations, there are a maximum of 320 people who can survive this. Well, it seems everyone has figured out the crux of this trial. After what they did to make us kill each other, now, damn it. This is you all team battle, where we have to take and protect a flag. We wish for your perseverance in this trial. Look, wanna team up? Hey, aren't you that guy from the Crimson Death Valley? Would you like to join forces with me? I have no memory of this fool. Buzz off. That means he placed lower than me in the first trial. There's no need for me to join him. The main point of the second trial is cooperation. If that's the case, then it would be advantageous in terms of skill and stamina to team up with those who passed quickly. You there, you're from the Colossal Build School, correct? I'll get straight to the point. Let's join forces. As you may know, the point of this trial is cooperation. Since we're both talented people, let's not waste our strength and team up. Well, you're not wrong in that regard. Of course, that's what I decline. It wouldn't be too late to form a team after finding a flag. The time will come when I'll have to face him. There's no need for me to reveal to him my secret technique. You'll regret this. We'll see. Phew, boy, hooded flower sect, you're, buzz off. These bastards. Excuse me. Would you like to go with me? We didn't think he'd be the one to approach me. Did he have the same idea as me? Honestly, not that bad, since it had put first and second place on the same team. However, I refuse. There's an ominous feeling about him. You got rejected. You're right, what a shame. I think seeing you rip out someone else's throat was a huge shock to them. Since no one's trying to team up with you, truly a shame. I was planning on killing him first. Hey you. Do you want to team up with us? We're 7, we're just missing one person. How about it? Pew pang pew pew. Okay, looks like he found a team. I don't care, hell. Probably do fine on his own, it already got a team too anyway. I'll survive no matter what. Definitely. Let the second trial begin. Pew pang pew pew. Unfortunate lot, they'll soon come to realize that the first trial was easier. I bid them good luck. Pew pang pew pew. So is this really fine to have him on the same team as you? I did convince him to join us, like you said, but he's right, even the other guys were completely shunning him. What? You scared of him? Don't worry, just trust me. The other idiots are too busy excluding him. But someone like him should be used instead, since we have him here. The other teams won't even lay a finger on us, you see? We'll use him as much as we can. And then we can discard him once day breaks, just as we planned earlier. I've ordered someone to follow us from afar and replace him after killing him. Besides, he's alone, and there are 7 of us. What can he do by himself when his key channel is blocked? My plan is perfect. Pew pang pew pew. It'd be a waste to use and discard such a face. How about I try seducing him? You were really impressive earlier, you know. Where are you from? At the end of the day, he's still a man. Could you tell me? You've caught my attention, you see? How could he not fall for me when I'm the one seducing him? And I'll use those fools' jealousy to make them more loyal to me. You've caught my attention as well. This idiot, he's quite bold. I really like this. That you, the people up front. Pew pang pew pew. Everyone came to me of your own volition. You crazy son of a bitch, he killed so. Pew pang pew pew. What now? It's time for a delightful meal. Then. Thank you for the food. You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you. Stop, calm down. Yeah, we need to stay calm. He wants us to get upset, even if So was dead. There are 6 of us, we have the advantage here. I almost fell for it, thanks. Let's work together to kill him. And let's make him pay for killing So. Pew pang pew pew. That's unexpected. I thought you would all be lost on what to do after losing your queen bee. But you're calmer than I expected. You piece of shit, if you can keep this act up even when you're being beaten up. Pew pang pew pew. 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 Opening. Pew pang pew pew. Nice, we've got the upper hand if we just keep going like this. Pew pang pew pew. You're weak. What? Pew pang pew pew. 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 We can't win this. Just his combat skills alone are at the level of a second-rate martial artist. Pew pang pew pew. He's a monster. That son of a bitch. The sun and moon come together. Chue is due divine beings and spirits. Come together, the minds and souls. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Help, I don't want to die. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I should have stopped Soa when she said she wanted him on the team. We should never have interacted with him in the first place. There's a little rat. The last guy that Soa hid. Yeah, run away, run and tell the others what's going on. Pew pang pew pew. Get away from here and tell people, anyone, reveal the veiled truth deep-rooted in old. Release. Pew pang pew pew. Tell the others. There's a demon here. This is bad, really bad. A demon. He is literally a demon. I need to tell the others. I need to get as many people as possible together to take that guy down. What is this feeling? Pew pang pew pew. 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 You're such a... I was wondering why you were doing something you usually wouldn't. Was this your plan from the start? It's a good opportunity. Pew pang pew pew. Demonic monk. What? You didn't kill him but possessed him instead. Did you do that so that I could conveniently take his death chi? You know exactly what I want. You're such a great familiar spirit. Pew pang pew pew. I like this feeling, this satisfaction. Okay, the feeling of a full energy core. Pew pang pew pew. It's like I'm having a feast. This mountain looks like one giant dinner table to me. I will eat them all, leaving leftovers behind as bad manners. According to the rules, I only need to leave 7 behind. Pew pang pew pew. Have you arrived, head of the bloodied corpse valley? Your fires are bright. Wait here, understood. Pew pang pew pew. Everything has been arranged properly, I assume. Of course. I heard this one is much more dangerous than the last one. It's best not to stay too close, even if it's under control, it's still dangerous. As even those that haven't fully developed are still disastrous beasts. Disastrous beasts, you say? Beings beyond ordinary beasts, were they? Pew pang pew pew. A monster brought from the North Sea, in the vicinity of Mount Bayou, a spirit of destruction. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Once I give you the signal, release it. Honestly, looks like you somehow found it real quick. Okay, you're right. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to carry it around with you? No, that's going to be a bit difficult. Seeing how the flagpole is connected to some hunk of metal, I'm going to have to break it if I want to carry it around, though. I don't think I'll be able to pass the trial if the flag isn't fully intact. I suppose you'll have to break it then. What's the matter? Something's written on the flagpole. Seize the 3 forms of the sword and stand together by the spirit's help, just as it was in the old days of the sword. Determine what is masterless as you become one with the sword, and appear yourself to be of talent and KL. That's where it ends. Those are texts on the stances of the sword formation. The sword formation? Is it some kind of formation technique? Yes, but it seems the stances were cut short. If these are all the stances, these 4 important meridians will be laid bare. Sword formation composed of only those aspects would stand weak. What reason could they have had to purposefully write an incomplete sword stance? Could it be written on the other flags? There could be a flag containing the rest of the stances. Yes, I think you're right, mortal. It'd be a different matter if the other flags have the remaining texts that seems they intend for you to find the other flags. Yes, it looks like there was a hidden task, and the people with the other flags will eventually realize this truth. Well, then have no choice but to run into each other during our searches for the other flags. Were they planning on inciting us to fight from the start? Interesting. Things have become a bit difficult. At least we know how they made it difficult. Well, it's fine. Pew pang pew pew. First key was contained in the flagpole. First key, is it a trap? No, that doesn't seem to be the case. Rather, it feels as though something was released, not activated, the moment I broke it. Pew pang pew pew. Something else must be here. Pew pang pew pew. Is that all you've got? You picked a fight, so show me what you're made of. Pew pang pew pew. Damn it, he's this strong, even though his key is sealed off. This is what those from the Crimson Death Valley are like. What are you doing? Why aren't you coming at me? Do you want me to come to you instead? At this rate, our team will be eliminated. Pew pang pew pew. Who said I'm going to let you? You can come at me all you want, but did you think I'd let you run away all you wanted? Pew pang pew pew. If I kill you all and display your corpses next to me, don't you think others will think twice before picking a fight with me? So obediently sacrifice yourselves for me. You crazy? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What? Pew pang pew pew. Is that? Slowly. Back off slowly. I can't defeat that without key. Carefully. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Shit all of you, run. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What was that? It suddenly turned back. What was that about? Fuck, I don't know. How the hell am I supposed to know? It looked like it. Turned back after seeing something behind us. Pew pang pew pew. The flag. Pew pang pew pew. Shit, shit, shit. I can't even use Art of Lightness because my KL is blocked off. Just what the hell is that? Why, out of all things, is something like that here? Pew pang pew pew. For a person, someone's here. Hey, help me out a bit. Monster's after me. Monster. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What's that? So, what is it? It's my first time seeing one myself, but judging by its appearance and cry, it seems to be a Pew pang pew pew. Shadon, that Dakibi from the North Sea near Mount Bay. How it takes pleasure in gorging on the heads of humans. Spirit of destruction. Pew pang pew pew. All soldiers, fight, tear and form. Art of 4-point binding chains. Compress. Pew pang pew pew. 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 It left. It must have considered you difficult prey. Anyway, I didn't think the spell would break so easily. I should have been able to subdue it if it was a disastrous beast. They say Zayadins are called monstrous beasts once they reach adulthood. Judging by its size, it looks like it'll mature soon. Well, that's a bit troublesome. Why are you scared? Because your spell didn't work. What's there for you to worry about when I'm here? No, it's not about that. It feels like I'm going to lose all of my prey to that thing. Looks like I'll have to speed it up before there's nothing left for me. Do we have to do this? I get that we have to look for the stances written on the other flags, like you said, but don't we just have to break off the top part and carry it around with us? Shut up and do as I say. If my assumption is correct, you'll be the ones thanking me later, you hear? Pew pang pew pew. Stay still. Pew pang pew pew. It went away. It seems like the flag has some kind of mechanism that drove that thing away. But we have to hurry. I don't know who else knows about this, but some of them have probably started to notice the secret behind the stances, one by one. Pew pang pew pew. Now, let's get moving. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. That all of them good, depart then. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Throw those tagged with talismans down the cliff, and never look down when you throw them. Pew pang pew pew. Senior, why are we discarding them like this when we could just incinerate them? Just do as you're told. Why the questions? My apologies, I don't know the details either, but this has been the case for every test. Something about the streams gathering into one place here. What do you mean by I don't know? I believe it has something to do with nourishing it. Do not ponder any further, it'll only cause trouble if we bottom ranks have any meaningless questions. Piped gathering in one, what does he mean by that? But more importantly, does he mean that the corpses have been thrown here after every trial? There's already over 100 corpses right now. Then, just how many corpses are piled up down there? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. When did I not tell you to not look at the bottom? Bear that in mind, you must never see what's below, or else it will tempt you. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What the hell's that? Pew pang pew pew. Could it be that it's not hungry anymore? 2 of my teammates died from securing the flag, and now, we have to face monsters like that. Can I really survive from this place? However, there's one strange point. If people fought each other or were eaten by that monster, they should have been headless or retained wounds from combat. But amongst some of the corpses that I've seen along the way, some of them had their necks cleanly broken. Just what is happening on this mountain? Pew pang pew pew. There's not a lot. You mean the death key? That sounds about right, since you're only consuming them from the corpses that the Shaitan had killed. Feels like I'm eating the leftovers that someone tossed away. This won't do. I'm going to have to kill the Shaitan. Have to kill it. Then leave it to me. Even you might find it difficult to face without any key. Could you do that for me? Of course, so release me first. Spirit of Matter's origin, enclosure of the 9 sorceries. Release. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. It feels much better than staying holed up in there. You'll return immediately, right? Yes, I'll be right back, nerd. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. That's strange. Why don't I see it? It was right on the brink of becoming a monstrous beast, so shouldn't it be easy to find it? Where could it have gone? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I don't know who it is, but it seems there's someone who has definitely gone mad. Mortal, did you find it? No, I found something more fascinating than the pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Shaitan, follow me. Tracks of wheels. Did they load something and move up there? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Mortal, do you know about the curse poison? How could I not know? Curse poison. Dozens, hundreds of venomous creatures are put into a single pot, and it is left alone until only one emerges. And so, the surviving venomous of them all becomes the entity, which is then referred to as the curse poison. That very curse poison lays rest down there. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Help. I don't want to disappear. You bastard. I'll kill you, Mom, help me. Chains, it's the same spell that you used, a spell to snare the spirit to the living world. If a simple spirit ensnaring spell is gathered in one place, it becomes an abyss like this, where spirits devour each other. It's amazing. Truly the curse poison to its namesake. Perhaps the curse poison to be born from here might be a vengeful spirit rivaling the Azure Ghost. Now's your chance. Since the death key is overflowing at this time, just reach out your hand and use the ritual of binding. What are you doing? Is there a need for me to eat only the side dishes from the outside, when it'll be much more scrumptious when I enter it myself? Do you have a death wish? That is the torrent itself, where vengeful spirits devour one another and change. If a living being like you enters that place, you will be the one eaten instead. Haven't you said this yourself, Azure Ghost, that I can't do anything in the Heaven-Earth Council in my current state? Don't you think it's worth risking my life for it, if I can increase the chances of revenge even by 1/10 of a chance? Furthermore, this honestly looks way too appealing to just leave behind. Note that I'll be going first. You pew pang pew pew. Flesh, there is flesh upon us, a thing of living. It is a soul. If you wear this, it should allow you to use spellcrafts without the need of a talisman. According to the Azure Ghost, this ring contains cursed key. Behold, soldiers fight. Warriors all shall form. Tears search forward, sealing palms of the 9-symbol revitalization technique. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. So this is the barrier approaching. It's not too bad. Now then. Pew pang pew pew. Let's continue on with the meal, shall we? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Ghosts. Pew pang pew pew. They're trying to get closer to me despite the barrier. They're very determined to try and drown me. Now that I think about it, the original book of the Yin Yang school said that the ghosts of water are much more dangerous and determined than normal ones. I see what it meant now. Pew pang pew pew. 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 That was a close one. Pew pang pew pew. Goodness. How dare. Pew pang pew pew. You younglings go after what is rightfully mine. Pew pang pew pew. This one's mine. Screw off. Pew pang pew pew. That's what happens when you just jump in without thinking like that. You came right on time. I believed that you would help me. Pew pang pew pew. You damned mortal. The situation isn't as bad as I had imagined. These spirits don't want to get anywhere near you. You really are amazing. TCH, do you think it's because of these inferior things that I said it'd be dangerous for you? Look around you. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Vengeful spirits that wish to eat each other do not know fear. Even I will have a hard time protecting you from these kinds of guys. Especially in the center of that dark hurricane. If you go in there, you won't be able to walk back out. So why don't you give up, and I think it should be fine here. Pew pang pew pew. What are you doing? What I first tried to do when these were stuck into me. What? Pew pang pew pew. Found it, forbidden pathlock. Pew pang pew pew. Pew, did you just remove the forbidden pathlock from your spine? Yes, I feel better now. Not only is it extremely dangerous, it's also very painful. Plus, I never imagined that someone could utilize the ritual of attachment in such a manner. I don't even know what to say. I'll remove the rest too. Pew pang pew pew. Look at him. I couldn't tell how much chi he had in him with those things sealing it, but this is more than I anticipated. If he can just fully make it his, it's enough to get him to early supreme peak. The death chi is so stark that most of these spirits are too afraid to approach him. This really might be possible. I feel much better now. Were you waiting until now to do this? Yes, you said that expert martial artists can sense the chi of others, so I was waiting until now just in case. So you did have a plan when you jumped down here. It's still dangerous, though. Wouldn't it be better to take care of your surroundings first? Doing that would have taken me too long. Plus, there is the saying that the heads of the fish are better than the rest. So I better take the head first, you crazy bastard. Does that look like a fish to you? Can you help me? You are cutting into your own lifetime. However, it's not a bad choice. If he does succeed in taking that in, he will basically be skipping 10 years of training. Phew, I'll draw their attention. You can just look ahead of you and run. Try your best. Pew pang pew pew. 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 In the center. Pew pang pew pew. 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 Eating the resentful spirits, is this what was in the center of that torrent? Pew pang pew pew. 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 Stupid human coming in here on your own. I will chew you up including your bones. We had the same idea. I am here to eat you too. Divine Imperial Ink Curse. I'll use the sorcery power in the ring. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What a shame. Putting me in your mouth. The most direct way to absorb the energy of a resentful spirit was a mistake. Absorb the energy from within the body. As if I would let you. How dare you speak to me in such a manner when you're merely a human? I will make you suffer. I will swallow you whole. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. This is the successors of the rest of the 5 kings have already agreed. Pew pang pew pew. It's for the great purpose of our group. So I'm expecting you all to follow suit too. I understand. I'm always with you, brother. This is the past. I will support the clan as your right hand of the resentful spirit. Pew pang pew pew. So give it back. Take it, hurry. Brother, what about you? I can find others, you go first. But there's no time, hurry before someone attacks you. I'll catch up, hurry. A strict father and a loving little brother. So these two ended up here. But why did you, brother? Pew pang pew pew. You damned bastard, everything will work out for me if you're gone. You kept pitying me because you had everything you wanted. The only thing that you had going for you was that you were born before me. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. He did not realize the kind of envy his brother had for him, did he? So he ended up being killed by his own brother. And he fell down here. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Into the goo poison. Why do I have to suffer like this even after dying? I want to live. I'm hungry. Die. Why do I have to be eaten even after death? Is that my fate? Pew pang pew pew. Refuse to be eaten. If my fate is to be eaten even after death, I shall reject my fate. Instead, I'll be the one to devour all others. All these spirits here. As well as you. Pew pang pew pew. After that, no one will be able to eat me. Pew pang pew pew. All the emotions of the resentful spirits are flowing out like a torrent. Regret, lingering attachment, rage, frustration, the negative emotions built over decades are creating a storm. I can also feel the emotion of the resentful spirit that devoured all these emotions as well as myself. This emotion is the desire for revenge. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Thought-shattering 8 techniques. Without despair, rely on the mind of the other form. Before nothing begins, there must have been a form. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Something is happening. The connection between us is shaking. Could it be mortal? Why you failed? Quite the arrogance for someone so young. Give me the mortal. If you don't want to disappear right away, that is. Pew pang pew pew. Even the spirits that are green spirit level are being absorbed. Could it be the goo poison? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. It's here, we're at the end. The great being, full of deep despair and evil, is being born. It's pew pang pew pew. Blue spirit. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Mortal. No, the energy coming from him is different. Did he get his body taken over by the goo poison? You fool, were you eaten? No. I wasn't eaten. I was the one doing the eating actually. Pew pang pew pew. You really ate all that? As you can see, I didn't think that you would actually do it. Ha, I'm in disbelief. He's managed to completely absorb what was a blue spirit. The energy coming from him is immense. but my stomach does feel like it's gonna burst. I guess I ate too much. Right, he's human. Mortal, expel the energy right now. The body of a human is a vessel, there is a limit to it. That's why you're supposed to expand your vessel through enlightenment, before that too much chi could be poison to you. More is just as bad as less. Expel the energy. Then I should hand over the remaining energy. What do you mean? Should be around here. There, gone. That's pew pang pew pew. What are you trying to do? Why are you putting your chi into that? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. So is this the skull of what was in the center of the torrent? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What? It was a girl. A girl who, I am a man. What? Pew pang pew pew. You're not a girl, no. See, mortal, what did you revive it for? You should have just killed it. I thought it'd be useful. How dare you talk about me in such a manner when I'm right here? Dare. How dare you raise your voice? You want to die right now? No. You asked why I revived it, right? That's to do this. Pew pang pew pew. Destroying the root of this girl. It's probably feeling immense pain. Did you revive it just to torture it like this? You sure are really? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What do you just? Pew pang pew pew. No wait. The threat of a familiar spirit, is that how you get a spirit to be your familiar spirit? That's a bit ridiculous. So it wasn't a coincidence that I became his familiar spirit. This mortal. Just what has he done? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Underworld assassin pavilion Sun Rankin so. Pew pang pew pew. Okay, could it be? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Can't believe it. Yeah, the pavilion masters, divine spirit, insect and poison art were destroyed. Taoist. Master of the origin death pavilion Zhao Yuegong. Master, no, head. Will you ask the chief to stop the trials? He really is a useful child. We can't just leave him to die like. My art of the spiritual divine curse poison has just been broken. It seems a Dakibi wandering nearby sabotaged it. That can't be. How could it go through the barrier you put up? That means it's a bewitching beast, at least. A bewitching beast. So take the Dharma instruments and talismans and make haste. We must head to the Bloodied Corpse Valley. Whatever the reason may be, there is an important test currently being held in the Bloodied Corpse Valley. A bewitching beast appearing there clearly warrants an emergency. It's better this way. Now we can use that as an excuse to stop the test. Impossible. How could this? To think that it would become a familiar, just how? What's your name? Do you think I'd tell you? Your name? Why me? My name is Soha Wa. Master. Soha, could you become my loyal dog? Woof woof woof. This fool is? Worse than that baldy. In any case, I didn't think she'd reveal her true name so soon. Most vengeful spirits would never dare to reveal theirs. Yet this Viridian ghost, who's almost at the level of an azure ghost, revealed hers immediately. It must be because of his thickened death key. Mortal, something is strange. Why can I see your energy overlapping? You're able to see it too, azure ghost. What? Truth be told, I remembered a new verse. The 8 rituals of thought destruction. What? From the 8 rituals of thought destruction. Decreed forms of the chaotic yang, the martial by blood shall be endless. As evil reshapes the heart, it sings of danger and harm. Reversed extremes, with no hopes or thoughts. Those are verses I don't know. Leave nothing standing in your wake. I became able to split my energy between the lower and middle key centers. Normally, Martial artists must experience a breakthrough in order to escape the limitations of the lower key center. But he was able to break through. With the principles of thought destruction, his level is at the peak of ascendant. Simply combining the two key centers means he's accumulated pew pang pew pew. Twice as much ki as a peak ascendant would normally have. In other words, in any case, there really isn't much time left. A bit of a shame. I was going to kill everyone except for 7 people. It can't be helped. He's twice as strong as others at his level. I'll just have to kill everyone on sight. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Why are you trying to take our flag? You already have another one. No reason. No, Moharang, you refused me when I reached out my hand, but now you've ended up siding with these fools after all your party members died. Damn it, is he doing this to eliminate the competition? I don't get it. Why would he deliberately take a risk like this? Dawn will break soon. Let's hold on just a bit more. The test will be over then. We just need to hang on. You're going to persist very well. Try it. If it's possible, that is. Pew pang pew pew. What? Why are they doing that all of a sudden? Don't tell me. No, stop. Pew pang pew pew. What the hell is that? Pew pang pew pew. It's grown bigger. Pew pang pew pew. It's that monster from earlier, everyone. Pew pang pew pew. They're standing by the flag instead of running away. Why is it coming this way? The flag. It's the flag. Everyone, stand by the flag. Don't just think, hurry up and stick to it. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Serves you right. Don't feel too upset, hooded flower sect wench. Isn't this what competition is for? Pew pang pew pew. Just when dawn is about to break. Hey, monster over here, look this way. Harang. Pew pang pew pew. Just like this, no. Find it. Pew pang pew pew. 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 What a relief. Pew pang pew pew. That bastard is. Just when I was running out of time. These are chains. Who would have thought all the things I needed would be gathered right here? I really am fortunate. Who would have thought all the things I needed would be gathered right here? Come on, you dumb monster, what the hell are you doing? Kill her already, why isn't it moving? Come to think of it, why isn't it moving? Wait, this isn't the time for that. Do you see the chains? It's tied down by chains. The Rhea is a little girl. Are you hallucinating? Wake up if you drop here, it's over. Then start walking. Pew pang pew pew. Quickly, get over here. Master, doesn't it seem like that woman is able to see me? Is that so? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. That's it, get moving. Kill them all. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Should repay you for coming after what's mine, shouldn't I? Pew pang pew pew. 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 We have to fall back. Look. Everyone will die. Run. Find them all. Pew pang pew pew. 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 What? Something is restraining my. Now, then. How about I checked the flags. Pew pang pew pew. What the hell is this? Why can't I move? Shit. Just what did he do? Hey, what are you doing? It's the same one. Pew pang pew pew. You son of a bitch, what in the world are you doing? Are you going to destroy ours as well? You're looking for the other kinds of flags, aren't you? In any case, our flag should be the same as theirs. There's no meaning, even if you look at it. However, I do know the verses written on the other flags. I'll tell you the verses on the other flags. Let's make a deal. Join our team. What? Don't you need team members anyway? Young gal, are you out of your mind? We're already full. Shut up, would you rather we all die together? I'll pick someone to leave. How about it, join me? And, there it is. Damn it, we were only keeping that around for the idiot who memorized the verses, but now it's backfired like this. Pew pang pew pew. Yeah, that's the one, I'll give you that, so come join me. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Isn't this mine? Why, you... This flag is mine as well. Just what kind of nonsense are you saying? You must be quite stressed since you're about to fail. This bastard, young master, don't trust that shady scoundrel, he'll backstab you eventually, don't you see? We even got the flagpole that Moharang brought with her. So come with us. Shut it, the flag he has was originally mine to begin with. You bastards did absolutely nothing for it. You used the monster to get it like cowards, not your skill. Ignore him, and if you help me this once, I'll repay your kindness. It wouldn't be bad to have me in your debt since I'm from the Crimson Death Valley. Don't listen to him even if we may be half-brothers. Young gal, what do you mean by you'll pick one of us? Are you betraying us right now? Betraying my ass? That monster would have killed you all if it weren't for me, young master. There's no time, hurry up and come to our side. Didn't you hear us? We've got the other verses as well. Don't listen to that baldy. What baldies? Where the hell are you from? Young master, listen to me, you have to. Pew pang pew pew. Seeing everyone wanting to be with me to this extent, I'm deeply touched. If it were up to me, I'd love to be with everyone, but the rules make that quite difficult. But don't you think it'd be unfair if I were to accept some and decline others? Okay, let's do it this way. My body is killed each other. What? Out of you all, I'll pick the 7 survivors as my team members. Pew pang pew pew. 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 Good job on following instructions. Pew pang pew pew. You've done well. How dare you humiliate me? Pew pang pew pew. I'll definitely kill you with my own hands. Just when we came to announce the end of the test. Die already. Stop, Ma Sang, that's enough. Let go, you and I have to live at least. I said stop, he is already dead, you are wrong. What's going on? Pew pang pew pew. I have to kill, I have to. Furthermore. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. As expected, the Shedun had reached maturity. What about the arts forbidding chains? Pardon, I'm asking if the one who killed this had their key blocked. About that. Pew pang pew pew. Looks like they're still there. Very well, I'll be heading back then. What? Why? Is there something more for me to see? No, that will be all. Pew pang pew pew. Looks like I wasn't caught. Especially when my middle key center is still open. To think your middle key center remains unobstructed even when your key channels are blocked by acupuncture, how bizarre. The other mortals will be quite upset if they hear about that. However, don't be so careless. That man over there is quite the master as well. Pew pang pew pew. Equivalent to the renowned Blade King you saw. Distinctiveness often attracts unnecessary attention, so you'd best keep watch of your actions from now on. less. You want to create unnecessary trouble for yourself? Well, I'll think about that. Afterwards, as soon as the trial ended, the selection process began. Among the 259 people who survived, the 59 who couldn't find a flag dropped out. And among those 200 who passed, this resulted in 80 candidates passing. The remaining 220 recruits were disqualified and assigned as low-rank warriors. While some were relieved that they had survived, most were disheartened that they had ended up as low-rank warriors. They took the test way too lightly. Well, these nameless fools aren't of my concern. What's important will probably be revealed now. Soon, that will be decided. Pew pang pew pew. I'll show you the difference in our levels. Now then, I will decide the top performer of this trial. Here it is. How shall I decide? Should it be by who has memorized the verses on the flags, or should it be by who can demonstrate them the best? If not, then what is it? Whatever you ask, I can give you the correct answer. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Very well then, clearly explain the verses to me. It is a diverse quicksword technique with changing stances depending on its use. It primarily aims for the 3 central vital points and the 6 great vital points while maintaining both offense and defense as one. Pew pang pew pew. To think you figured out that much amidst the chaos, not bad. It's quite remarkable that you've secured the flag and understood it to this extent. There it is. How's that? You may have mocked me with that strange technique of yours in this trial, but you can't best me in. Martial arts, an entire wall's worth of difference in talent. Curse at the future despair that you will witness from here on. You will crawl beneath me. I'll be the top performer of the second trial. Then this trial's top performer isn't it not just a sword technique, but a sword formation? Pew pang pew pew. What? No way, that can't be. Why do you think it is a sword formation? The forms of the sword technique are faithful to their fundamentals, and each of them is aligned in such a way that their paths wouldn't overlap. That just can't be, really is a sword formation, even if it is one. In order to figure that out, you'd have to be a master who's reached the heights of the sword equivalent to the valley head. Sword formation is composed of dozens of swordsmen. Figuring that out simply from the forms written in the verses means that he was able to envision each and every movement of those numerous swordsmen. That feat would be impossible unless he's a master who's reached such heights. Unless he is capable of envisioning all of that without learning. An absolute genius. How about I test him? How many people must unfold this sword formation for its highest efficiency? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. 8 people, 16, no, up to 32 should be possible. Any more than that would result in their paths overlapping, making it impossible. Pew pang pew pew. 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 You are the top performer of the second trial as well. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Congratulations. Thank you, Azure Ghost. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I hereby truly congratulate all 80 of you for passing the second trial. You now have quite the remarkable glints in your eyes. With this, you are qualified to become intermediate warriors. Intermediate, we did it okay? Okay, and starting now. Shall I begin the third trial? The 8 Heaven-Earth Engraving Formation. That is the name of the sword formation inscribed on the flags, as it is a sword formation established on the basis of the changes of the 8 trigrams. It is the ultimate formation created by the former chief of the Heaven-Earth Council. You need a minimum of 8 swordsmen to unfold it, and it has a maximum of 32. Those quick to catch on must have realized something by now. Yes, the third trial is for 8 people to demonstrate the sword formation in a group. Furthermore, the group leader will automatically pass the third trial, regardless of the results of the test. You'll be given a day to rest in your lodgings, so decide on your groups and your leaders. Additionally, all murder is prohibited from this point onwards now. You may leave. So we have TP decide on a leader without killing each other. This is going to be much more complicated than I thought. Everyone will want to be a leader then. One last thing. We will begin retrieving the art's forbidding chains. Are we finally free from them? It felt really suffocating. What a relief. I'm going to feel so much better. Finally, you bastard. It won't matter whether you use bizarre powers or have overwhelming talent. This will be a whole different story once I get my key back. Just you wait. Pew pang pew pew. I'll make you crawl beneath me. Heaven Earth Council outskirts of the outer walls. Cherry Passion Courtesan House. Ah, so cold. I was only trying to find that brat mock giant. Oh no, but what the hell am I doing here? Just yesterday, I was trying to enter the Heaven Earth Council by any means necessary, but the security was too tight for me to find an opening. So I tried to enter by bribing the guard. You're saying you want to start a relationship with the heroes of the Heaven Earth Council because you're ready to be wed, and you're asking me to let you in. Oh ho, that's correct. I've learned that unfortunately, that would get me killed, so it's going to be difficult. However, I'll tell you a decent method instead. Do you know about the Cherry Passion Courtesan House? The Cherry Passion Courtesan House. And that is how I ended up here. In the Courtesan House. The Cherry Passion Courtesan House is one that many of the high-ranking officials of the Heaven Earth Council visit. With an appearance like yours, they'll welcome you with open arms. I fell for his words and entered this place by exhibiting the Vuchin skills I learned during my days as an assassin. Pew pang pew pew. There's no turning back from here. I'll definitely enter the Heaven Earth Council by whatever means necessary. Are you finished preparing? What's taking you so long? I'll be done in just a moment. Your face is pretty as is, so you don't need to overdo the makeup, girl. With a face like yours, you'll be a fine concubine to someone good, even if you don't adorn yourself, you know. Concubine, my darling, pretty. Do I have to start risking my life to get over the walls at this point? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Let's get going. When the art's forbidding chains were removed, I sensed that he was certainly around a first-rate using my key. In contrast, I'm a fully fledged ascendant. The gap between me and him is overwhelming. I'll acknowledge that you have talent in swordsmanship, but in terms of key, I surpass you. Though I want to circulate my key and get some rest like the others. He should be resting by now as well. This is the perfect opportunity. In any case, I kill him, right? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Looks like we had the same thought. How surprising. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Damn it, I need to form the repelling key. My energy is dispersing. What? You're weaker than I thought. You bastard. Pew pang pew pew. But don't worry, let go. Pew pang pew pew. I'll take you in my group no matter how weak you may be. Since we think the same, don't you think we'll be great comrades? Pew pang pew pew. Isn't that Yongjie from the Crimson Death Valley? Did he just beat someone from one of the three great sects without receiving any wounds? He was even the top performer in the first and second trials. In any case, he was weaker than I thought. Especially when he clearly said he was on the level of an ascendant. It's not that you become stronger. You probably don't feel it yet since you got stronger without taking the proper steps. Yes, you're a complete mess. Rather, given this opportunity, I think it's the perfect time to tell you. The lowest is third rate, above that is second rate, and above that is first rate. However, those amongst them with potential break through their walls and reach the heights of an ascendant. In this stage, they have to go through beginner, past experienced, and reach apex. They obtain enlightenment at that stage and break through their walls once more. They reach the level of transcendent. The hallmaster of the orderly wooden sword hall was at this level. However, not all masters at the same level are equivalent. The difference between one who has reached the beginner stage of transcendent and one who has reached its apex stage is the difference between heaven and earth. Among those you've met, the renowned Blade King and the head of the bloodied Corpse Valley have reached the apex of transcendent. It is a level only the most talented martial artists may attain. Are there more stages beyond that? Of course, zeniths, the level of beings who are beyond humans. It is a level of evolution where one can split mountains and oceans. That Baldy is an experienced ascendant, and you're an apex ascendant, mortal. Even if you are both ascendant, the difference between an experienced one and an apex one is huge. That's why he felt so weak to you, but don't get careless. What stage were you, Azure Ghost? I won't tell you, you'll realize it someday. You still refrain from talking about your past, huh? We cut the small talk and get started with it. Recruiting Lael, that is. Wake up. Pew pang pew pew. You're finally up, you bastard. How cowardly of you to use the key dissipating poison. Key dissipating poison. It's a toxin that scatters ki, your energy also scatters ki, so he must have mistaken it for that. So there are poisons like that. Interesting. Don't pretend to not know. When I tried to gather my ki, it definitely. Well, think what you want. Have you considered my offer, by the way? What? I'll take you in my group, no matter how weak you may be. I realize now. CUI, he's the sort I never should have involved myself with in the first place. As much as it hurts my pride, I should accept it. He's stronger than me. But get lost. Even if I die, I'll never accept it. Even if you'll kill me, I won't grovel. Pew pang pew pew. What a strong, unyielding will, son of a bitch. What a shame, it would have been nice to have you as my group member. I don't even want to stay in the same room as him. I should leave quickly. This bastard won't be able to kill me anyway. Where are you going? I can't just let you leave. When you haven't accepted my offer, can I? What? Don't you know that murder is forbidden? No spirit of matter's origin, enclosure of the 9 sorceries. Release. Strange energy suddenly entered my body. I need to push it out. No, I can't let you do that. You, son of a. Don't you see how hurt I am that you refused my offer? So just give me your body. Pew pang pew pew. You. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Who is it? Moharang of the Hooded Flower Sect. If it's Moharang. Pew pang pew pew. 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 That's. He wanted to join my group. No. It's different. That's not Yomji Abe. Pew pang pew pew. Back then. Master, doesn't it seem like that woman is able to see me? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. As I thought. Pew pang pew pew. Spirit of matter's origin, enclosure of the 9 sorceries. Pew pang pew pew. You'll have to be silenced. Pew pang pew pew. Master, give me this woman's flesh. First you were arguing that you're a man, now you're asking for a girl's body. That's a different story. Wait. I don't want to fight you. Well, why should I believe that? I only came to check in the first place to confirm whether the things I saw were real or not. Is that your wish? The price for seeing that is quite steep. Yeah, I'm sure of this. I'll pay the price. I need that power. Help me. You want me to lend you my powers? Yes. You said that you wanted my body. Yes, I will give it to you. In return, lend me the power of the unseeable being. Seems she can hear your voice. Her spiritual eyes must have awoken. It probably happened when she was at death's door. Though, they don't look like your ghost eyes, which can see the nature of the other side. But among all the innate talents of the Taoist master, there is one which is deemed greatest. It is the eye. You said you wanted my help, right? Yeah. Why should I give it to you? Call it spoiling the fun, but I could easily take your flesh right now. Is there a reason for me to go through all that trouble? Pew pang pew pew. You underestimate. A bit too much. Stand back, mortal. Pew pang pew pew. Threads. Do you understand? I can kill you whenever I decide to. Did she then throw the daggers with these strings attached, so you had a trick hidden up your sleeve? As I thought. I was wondering why those dagger arts seemed so familiar. Turns out, she's succeeded the Death King's lineage. The Death King's lineage? What are you? Just how do you know about the Death King? It would have been stranger to not think of the Death King after seeing the consecutive death and the art of keen shadow flying daggers. It would have been stranger to not think of the Death King after seeing the consecutive death and the art of keen shadow flying daggers. The Death King, the founder and war god of my sect, exclusive martial arts like the consecutive deaths are only preserved around word of mouth. It's something no one besides the sect leader and their successor would know. Looks like the circumstances have changed. You're going to have to confess how you came to know that. If you won't, then I'll even torture you to. Pew pang pew pew. 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 You're fast. Faster than Yomjie, at least. Pew pang pew pew. 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 When did you do this? Not to underestimate me. If I just put in a little bit more strength, I'll slice off your head. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The key contained in the string scatters. Pew pang pew pew. You'd be pretty useful. You pass. What? I was thinking of giving you to Soha, but I'll just use you instead. Bob, what do you? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. It's not just poison but a deadly toxin. I have to quickly circulate my ki. All I want is a single thing. For you to be my loyal dog. Then, well, I'll consider lending you my powers. You didn't need to go this far. I don't particularly trust people, you see. And didn't you say it yourself too? That you'd pay whatever price. Murderous disposition. What's that, Father? It's a nature born in everyone, in a few thousands, or even tens of thousands. Those with this disposition derive a reason for their existence, joy, and pleasure from death and destruction. It's the greatest quality an assassin may have. So is something like that considered a talent as well? Yes, as they do not hesitate in killing or toying with others. They instead find pleasure in their acts, so they experience no emotional turmoil from killing evil incarnate. So, bear this in mind. If you ever meet one with a murderous disposition, do not associate yourself with them, and run. What? Pew pang pew pew. Have I done? Pew pang pew pew. What's going on? Am I seeing things properly right now? Did the Hooded Flower sect and the Crimson Death Valley become his subordinates? No way. Just who the hell is he? Pew pang pew pew. Back then. Kill each other. Hey, you, just what are you saying? He was serious. Was that his way of saying he didn't care whether I lived or not? Though he may have hated me, he wasn't that evil. What could have changed him so much? Whatever. If he doesn't care what happens to me, I won't care about him either. From now on, I'll focus purely on my survival. Before my key was unbound, I thought I was the only ascendant here. But looking back, there weren't just a couple more of them. The world is vast. I have to become stronger in order to survive here, and for myself, I didn't think it was real, but it actually was the martial arts of the orderly wooden sword hall. Ma sang, "You're an heir of the orderly wooden sword hall. Why is a member of the Orthodox faction like you here in the bloodied corpse valley?" Ma sang. The first person who extended a hand to me, and a comrade who stood with me through life and death during the second trial. But how does Ma sang from the Heaven-Earth Council know about the martial arts of the orderly wooden sword hall? Just how do you know that? Does that matter? What's more important is why an Orthodox member like you is in the bloodied corpse valley. Has the wooden sword hall betrayed the Orthodox faction? No, you're not here to become a direct line executive of the Heaven-Earth Council. But, just what do you? You wouldn't say you didn't know, would you? That you can become the disciple of the 3 sovereigns or the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Council. If you reach the final trial of the bloodied corpse valley. What? I see. So that's the reason. That's why everyone was pew pang pew pew. That's why everyone was giving it their all and putting their lives on the line. Once in a lifetime opportunity to elevate one's social status. Since becoming a disciple of the Heaven-Earth Council executive would make one capable of swaying the Mayhem in the future. Damn it, my struggle to stay alive this whole time was all just an attempt to become a leader of my enemies. Seems like you really didn't know. Then why did you come here as a captive? A captive? Why would anyone send a captive to the bloodied corpse valley? Is that so? But why are you asking me this if... Shoo, quiet. Sorry about that, I couldn't just trust you from the start, despite the orderly wooden sword hall being a renowned member of the Orthodox faction. What do you mean? Be quiet and listen. I am a spy dispatched by the Justice Union, and a member of the covert steps. Pew pang pew pew. The Justice Union, the pillar of the Orthodox faction that has divided the world into 3, along with the Heaven-Earth Council and the Demon Syndicate. Within the Justice Union, there are 4 key organizations. The one said to deal with secrets and assassinations is the Covert Steps. As the Justice aims to pursue the path of the Orthodox, they always denied its existence, making it just a rumor. So it really did exist. But is it okay for you to tell? The situation is as dire as it can get. A total of 15 members, including me, were able to successfully infiltrate this bloodied corpse valley. However, more of them died than I'd expected. Though everyone passed the first trial, 11 of them died in the second trial. So, I would like you to help us. Was it because of that monster? Well, there was that. But aren't you aware of the cause as well? Don't tell me. That bastard, he was the problem. Third young master. That psycho killed 9 members. Ah, damn it. Truth be told, since you're also a member of the Mog clan, I thought you were on the same side, but seeing how he made you kill each other, that doesn't look to be the case. Despite that, since he's your stepbrother, I will let you know in advance. Mok Jai-Amun will be eliminated here. We've reached the point where we need to borrow your help since the deployed members have decreased. We do not have the luxury to be picky about our means. Don't worry, we're well aware that he's a complete lunatic. He's definitely a problem in his own right. But the lunatic on our side's quite formidable, too. Pew pang pew pew. The 4th division that exists within the covert steps of the Justice Union. They are known by a special name within the covert steps. Monsters. Though they are known as this because of the personal strength of the 4th division members, there is another reason they are known as this. Mortal, aren't you going to rest? I'll rest after I die. Because they are different from ordinary humans, well, I did order Demon Monk and Moharang to gather some group members, so pew pang pew pew. You're Mok Jai Moon, right? The same is true for this girl as well. I wanted to have a conversation with you, a conversation. This girl came to possess a body incapable of feeling pain through modifications from countless techniques and experiments. Yes, as such, she came to have a strange personality. Pew pang pew pew. Conversation of our bodies. That is, she is able to find pleasure. Pew pang pew pew. And the cries of ecstasy and pain. Pew pang pew pew. Why did she come here? Wonder, I immediately subdued her since. She suddenly stripped down and charged at me. What else? Didn't she come here to mate with you? That's a blunt way of putting it. What are you acting all innocent for? What are you acting all innocent for? Anyway, this is a bit troubling. Should I wake her up and ask for the real reason she came here? Well, do as you want. Damn it, I hope we aren't late. Pew pang pew pew. I beg you. Please forgive him just this once. I don't like the bastard as well. But I can't stand by and watch my fellow brother from the orderly wooden sword hall become completely incapacitated. I'll try my best to convince him. It can't be helped, let's go stop her before it's too late. I don't like the brat, but I consider you to be just, that's why I'm giving you this one chance. You must convince him. No matter how much he's changed, his roots are still with the Orthodox faction. He'll definitely return if I convince him. Pew pang pew pew. Sue, what's going on? It looks like someone is being dragged out. Curses. The ones being dragged out are our agents, the members of the covert steps. Well done. Isn't that finding the spies amidst us? All of this is thanks to you. 15 minutes ago, so you're saying you're a spy dispatched from the covert steps of the Justice Union, and you infiltrated this place because your enemies. Yes, Master. After reading this woman's memories, it seems there are a total of 4 spies who infiltrated here. The inclusion of this body Downey. How foolish for spies to share their identities with each other. You're right. Anyway, so you're telling me that these people split into either orthodox or unorthodox depending on their values and became hostile with each other? That sounds really inefficient. It's inefficient, but there's nothing as fearsome. As all concerns are believed to be right, it leads to them wagering their lives at times. This creates more than just affinity and enmity, it exhausts people. I see what you mean. Even during my time in the orderly wooden sword hall, those types of people were quite bothersome. I guess they're the ones that made me sick of them. In any case, what are you going to do now? It appears they were attempting to eliminate you. Since you were an eyesore to them, it wasn't a bad idea. Master, should I deal with them one by one? No, there's no need for all that hassle. I just got a great idea. Well done. Finding the spies amidst us, all of this is thanks to you. You'll be rewarded handsomely for this. There's no need for me to go through the hassle of taking care of them with my own hands. To reveal them like this, I can earn merit and eliminate the obstacle as well, getting 2 birds with 1 stone. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. That person there is also part of the covert steps. Damn it all. Get him. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. We need to talk. About what? Do you know what you've just done? You've just betrayed the Orthodox. How naive. What? It shows on your face. Do you also want to be treated like a spy and get hauled out? Are you seriously saying, do you really think the head of the bloodied corpse valley wouldn't know of their existence? As soon as I learned these people were spies, I remembered. After the second trial ended, during the selection process, the head of the bloodied corpse valley was closely monitoring them. Pew pang pew pew. Since we're both from the orderly wooden sword hall, I'll give you some advice. If you're really thinking for the sake of the orderly wooden sword hall, don't act foolishly. You won't survive for long, especially with that kind of mindset. I'm leaving. Do you even know the purpose behind the trials of the bloodied corpse valley? Am I supposed to care? Pew pang pew pew. Wouldn't it have been best to eliminate him together with them? Not yet. I'm still maintaining my status as someone from the same orderly wooden sword hall. If I eliminate him myself, I'll only end up raising suspicions. So I leave him for the time being. Master, yes, what's the matter? The Valley Head is calling for you. I brought him. Valley Head. Send him in. Pew pang pew pew. Take a seat. Let us have a brief talk. Pew pang pew pew. Young master, as they call you. Ah yes. You and the child called Mak Yuchion have been brought from the orderly wooden sword hall as captives of the Heaven-Earth Council, correct? Yes, that's correct. But how strange. You were forcibly taken. So why did you inform us of the spies from the Justice Union? You'd best make a convincing argument for yourself. Your fate is in my hands. They're fast. Such speed and engulfing heat. They're an incredible master. I can see why the Azure Ghost told me I've got a long road ahead of me. Now then, how should I do this? Azure Ghost. That sword is mortal. It seems this situation might be resolved better than I thought. Repeat exactly as I say. What are you doing? My patience is running thin. Is the Lee clan capable of controlling the key of heated young now? You bastard. How do I know about the Crimson Flame sword technique? Only 4 people, including the chief and I, know about it. Did the chief send him here and lie about him being a captive in order to test me? Swear allegiance throughout the 4 generations. Only then shall the Lee clan be permitted the title of kings once again. I thought I'd proved myself. The Lee clan should have received the title of kings from the 3 veins. Did you end up as the Valley Head? Did the chief send you to speak, MTA? That didn't answer my question. I said, speak. Pew pang pew pew. Sword finger. And that stance is. Can feel it without him saying a word. 70. The trajectory of the circle I aimed exactly at the 8 major meridians located at my center. Precise and faultless display of technique. Though it's just my mental image, I can feel the pressure as if it were real. As I thought, that was her martial art, the one my grandfather always mentioned. The sword scriptures of the Louvre vein. So you recognize it. Since you're Li Wamun's grandson, I didn't think you'd recognize it. My grandfather's name. Do not loathe her too much. The lady, the one I've served for most of my life, is not the wicked traitor as you think she is. Grandfather, is our Li clan really a clan of traitors? Li Wamun Jiyom. Do you ask that because of the injuries on your face, Li Jiyom 15 years old? This sort of thing happened often. While I attended the martial academy of the council, I was subjected to all sorts of neglect and bullying as they insulted my clan, calling them traitors. This was the consequence of the burden passed down to me from my grandfather, who swore loyalty to the lunar vein. Is it a brand that we cannot ever escape from? Whatever the outcome, it's only right for a retainer to trust the Lord they've sworn loyalty to till the end. However, I couldn't understand him, since I was being tormented by a burden that I thought would never end. It'd be better to swear eternal allegiance to the chief at this point. Why is it? Because of your lord, our clan has been labeled as traitors. You've been relegated to a valley head, despite being from one of the 10 sects. But you're telling me to continue being loyal. I won't accept this. The more I thought, the more frustrated I became. Why did we have to receive the same sin as her? My grandfather always said it's because we're her retainers. I won't accept this. After that day, I didn't talk with my grandfather. Instead, I gritted my teeth and practiced my martial arts. I wouldn't be able to take it any longer if I didn't focus on something. Perhaps it was due to that I was the first in my clan to reach 5 stars in the accumulation art of the Crimson Flame sword technique, the art of envisioned flames, before the age of 20, I did it, I can do this. Not a single person in the clan has completed the Crimson Flame sword technique, even my grandfather's limit was 8 stars. However, I was certain that I'd go beyond 8 stars, reach 9 stars and eventually get to 10 stars. That I'd be able to accomplish the age-old wish of the clan. However, this greed became a downfall. Do not challenge the 6 stars until you've completely mastered the 5 stars. Pew pang pew pew. I was punished for being impatient. Young master. The more the art of envisioned flames are mastered, the key of heated yang becomes, and it becomes capable of burning the user's flesh. As well. Is this how I'll die? Pew pang pew pew. Grandfather. Not even grandfather and my father could completely control the key of heated yang, but if he absorbs my key. Pew pang pew pew. No, you mustn't go. For my first reunion with him in 4 years to turn out like this, no. Pew pang pew pew. 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 The sorrow of watching my grandfather burn to death, from the start to the end, all because of me was nothing but a tragedy. I cried for half of the day while I was being treated, only stopping when I fell unconscious from the exhaustion. Afterwards, his funeral came. I confessed to my father that my grandfather had died because of me. Please punish me. Not one person in the clan faulted me. Your grandfather wouldn't have wanted it. Take this, it's the last poem he left for you. Pew pang pew pew. As I look at her dark cloak, I remember the days when I followed her back. No matter how the times may change, how could I ever forget those years, even if they may have been a dream? I was deeply unsettled. Pew pang pew pew. My grandfather stubbornly held on to his loyalty, even during his dying moments, yet I, as the rightful grandson of the Lee clan, mocked his devotion and will. I decided then, grandfather. Pew pang pew pew. This unworthy grandson of yours exceeded our loyalty. Even if it would leave a horrible brand on myself, even if I would have to persevere for years, I will put on this mask, deceive them, and await the day I would meet my lord. It's impossible for me to not know about that since I heard it from my grandfather at the time. Exactly how do you know her martial arts? Who are you? The lineage of the sword scriptures of the lunar vein has ended. There was no one who read the only secret book left behind, and even that was lost. So how do you know? Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. See her for yourself. Spirit of matter's origin, enclosure of the mind sorceries. Release. My grandfather spoke of her till I got tired of it. Her pipe, a peerless beauty with blood-red eyes. Pew pang pew pew. She was stronger and more beautiful than anyone in the council. Clan head of the Lee clan, Lee Ji-yom, greets his lord. Pew pang pew pew. The master of the lunar vein. Clan head of the Lee clan, Ji-yom. I had my faith that the bloodline of Lee Wamun of the Lee clan would be upholding their loyalty, even till now. How's that, mortal? Does she still trust in humans, even after becoming a vengeful spirit? How foolish. However, didn't think they would continue being loyal for over 100 years. And here I thought I'd get to see the Azure Ghost disappointed. Well, this isn't bad in itself. You may raise your head, spin, thereby forbid your fate, return to nothingness, as will your perception and reality, abide. What seal? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Are you doing? Don't you see for yourself she's with me? Pew pang pew pew. She's right in front of your eyes. What? She has possessed me. Pew pang pew pew. And if in that case, it would be better to put him under my control. So, your loyalty that transcends generations would be taking that. Take this. Is this the technique you had completed, milady? My grandfather said this. She and I invented the art of envision flames together. However, the tragedy happened before we could complete it. The aspirations of my clan, it's in my very hands right now. Pew pang pew pew. Transferring the key of heated young from the Gishu to the young gang instantly. To think you'd come up with something like that so easily. You truly are amazing. It wasn't easy at all. I was only able to understand it after I died in my ghost eye opened. Damn it, I accidentally told while telling him about the Lee clan. Thanks to that, the Valley Head will end up trusting this miscreant even more. However, it seems that not all of the technique has been written down. That's right. Pardon, even if the technique is completed, you should still be careful. Didn't you suffer because you rushed to restore your clan? I worry that you may suffer the same distress once more. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I did not kneel simply because of the technique. Because you have been striving to achieve the aspirations of our Lee clan, even after becoming a vengeful spirit. Please accept the prostration of your subordinate. Pew pang pew pew. Don't you see for yourself this is the kind of people they are? Cease your distrust. You can trust the Lee clan. I understand why you've gotten the Valley Head's allegiance. It must be impossible for you to trust him. In contrast, I believe this man. I won't say anything further, as I understand your circumstances, but I will never help or advise you on any schemes related to the Lee clan. However, milady, if I may, I'd like to ask you something. What is it? Could I ask you about the events of the Great War between the Council and Ghost? Great War between Council and Ghost. 100 years ago, my grandfather was branded a traitor due to the Great War between the Council and Ghost, and he suffered great humiliation from it. I would like to hear the truth about that day. What are you looking at me for? Do as you like. Rather, it's better this way. I don't think to tell you about it at this moment, or you could confess your lies right now and leave it to me. How do you know about that, Valley Headley? I'm curious how the Council learned about the events of the Great War between the Council and Ghost. He's asking the question instead. My apologies, but I'm not certain if I can tell you as it is. It's fine, you can speak. What do you mean, it's fine? Azure Ghost, you should have advised me instead. Mortal, stop this at once. Anyway, is this how I'll get to hear about the Azure Ghost's past? The Lunar Vein and its master, the Azure Ghost. The Heaven-Earth Council. Pew pang pew pew. A plan and why she became a vengeful spirit. What happened? You blasted mortal, I'll destroy this wooden doll at once and... Just what could she have gone through? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What's the matter all of a sudden? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Valley Headley. Yes, milady, it didn't seem to be anything. Could I request something of you? What is it? I'll be leaving for a bit. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I had a hunch and sure enough I was right. My curse poison was here. Pew pang pew pew. I had a hunch, and sure enough, I was right. My curse poison was here. Half an hour ago. There. Senior Warrior Bong Yang greets the head of the Origin Death Pavilion. Where are you headed? I am transporting the spy that was caught. But what brings you here to the Bloodied Corpse Valley? Have there been any oddities in the trials? Even the little details would help. As the test might have to be stopped in certain cases. There weren't any problems as far as I'm aware. There was a strange occurrence. A recruit by the name of Mok Jiang Moon killed the monster that cried like a pig. The beast was killed. Master, it's that child. That's the child I asked you to exclude from the test. What? He was able to defeat the Shidan within a month of learning Taoist arts. If that's true, then he truly does have unbelievable talent. It seems I may have to meet him. Well, that's that. Let's first find the thing I lost. Pardon. Pew pang pew pew. What are you doing right? Ma master, why? Cursed key barrier. Pew pang pew pew. The cursed barrier that is said to only be possible to cast once one's key has reached the level of a solar Taoist. It's a technique that can rival the domain of the ghosts will that is created by spirits of high statuses, but why's he using something like that? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I had a hunch, and sure enough, I was right. My curse poison was here. Head of the Origin Death Pavilion, in Isooka, is an eccentric Taoist who took interest in Taoist arts of nature, such as the art of the spiritual divine curse poison. When he reached the age of 60, he discovered a cave with walls inscribed with the secret arts of the Mount Mao sect, which are said to have created 60 of all the currently existing Taoist arts. The heavens are helping me. However, most of the secret arts he discovered were forbidden by the 64 Taoist pavilions. And so, Insooke left them and joined the Heaven-Earth Council to fulfill his desires. I am able to see it thanks to your cursed key barrier, Master. Yes, if it had ripened a little more, it could have been at the level of an azure ghost. Still, it's marvelous that man is the one who cast me to the middle of that hell. Though I want to crush him right now. He's a monster who has reached the heights of an innate genius as a human. I have to escape to my master for now. Not a chance. By the rights of order, ignite the flames and summon the spirits. Abide. You, damn Taoist, I will end you. Quite the foul mouth you've got when I'm supposed to be a parent of sorts to you. Well, in any case, you will soon submit. You will become my familiar. Watch closely, Eui as I turn this vengeful spirit into my familiar. Will taming divine act technique. Normally, commanding a vengeful spirit as a familiar is close to impossible. However, if this succeeds, then it should be able to command that which was called the calamity. Now, speak. I am your master. Pew pang pew pew. Die, geezer. I failed. How, elder? What are you doing in front of someone else's dog? Pew pang pew pew. Master, what? Pew pang pew pew. Master, he's the child, the Mok Jayamun I mentioned. What? Master. Jayamun, give him your greetings, he is your Grand Master. Pew pang pew pew. I see, I greet the Grand Master first. Say that again, pardon. You are... It's Master. Pew pang pew pew. Speak now. He's a monster, yes, that's correct. What, how, give it an order. Whatever is fine, so try giving this vengeful spirit an order. So come over here, yes. Pew pang pew pew. Just what did you do? Answer truthfully. I wonder, I didn't do anything in particular, and I'm not obligated to tell you either. So you're telling me you'd defy my orders, it matters not. I'll have you open your mouth yourself. Nightmare without form, bound by shackles of the world, thus willless you shall remain. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The beads of cursed word, as I thought, it had another compulsory effect. Is it the type that forces me to follow whatever is commanded? Well, since I made the oath using a fake name in the first place, it's not like it'll have any effect on me. What should I do? Okay. Pew pang pew pew. You put that on him, yes, since as you saw, he isn't fully under my control. Out of all my disciples, he is the one who resembles me the most. He's as crafty as one can get. Pew pang pew pew. You must make sure that the spell has taken effect. Master, that much shouldn't be necessary. I'm certain he's properly under the effects of the spell. He swore an oath to me by the name of the Hallmaster of the orderly wooden sword hall. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Very well, lift this child up and ask him how this came to be. Yes, master. Hear my words, my subject. Explain the circumstances under which you obtained that vengeful spirit as your familiar. Chief? Chief, did you just say the chief? Why is the chief being mentioned right now? The chief had. Pew pang pew pew. What are you saying? Did the chief come here? Speak up this instant. The chief. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. There's no way the chief would come, right? There's no way. Pew pang pew pew. The chief would come, right? Nightmare. Can't let you do that. No matter how strong of a Taoist you are, of an ordinary human nightmare without form, bound by shackles of the world, thus will less you shall remain. Damn it, damn it. Just why aren't you being restrained? It's my mistake. I was blinded after seeing his inherent talent. Why did I believe I could control him? Pew pang pew pew. The bronze and 5 metals may shine and the 2 divine generals shall reveal their might. With this divine talisman severed, command those seated at the highest Tao. Heed and serve, heavenly Lord of Tao and its virtue. Above, you defiant brat. Pew pang pew pew. Let go of my master at once. What's that spellcraft? It seems I have a lot to learn. Master, shut your mouth. Have you ever considered me your master? A master? Always a master. It's those puppets. Their energies are more formidable than I thought. What's more, I'll have to face my master. It'll be difficult with Gyoha alone. I can't even use Azure Ghost right now either. In that case, master, allow me to give you a present. What? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. You bastard, you've done it. Wow. Are you going to throw away the opportunity your disciple is giving you so easily? What are you even saying right now? Just now. Hasn't the seat of the head of the Origin Death Pavilion become vacant? Pew pang pew pew. So you're telling me to take the vacancy after the death of my master? Of course, I didn't have any attachment towards my master in particular, but as a disciple, failing to protect my master is a different problem. Who would ever acknowledge me as the head if I returned after failing to protect my master? Rather, this situation has made my standing even more precarious. There isn't anything for you to lose, master. As though passing calamity onto the netherworld, the 5 metals enter the corpse as one, let the heavens bear witness as 10,000 arise as one. Is that? Pew pang pew pew. 6-man necromancy. 6-man necromancy, it is a secret art that creates a living corpse by feeding it the blood contained in the heart of the dead and enacting the spell by gathering the death key. It is born a secret art that was forbidden due to its inhumane nature. However, the real problem lies in its efficiency. One would need such an immense amount of death key. Pew pang pew pew. Demanding the death of countless people just to control a single corpse. Pew pang pew pew. As such, even if he killed everyone here, it would have been difficult to succeed. Pew pang pew pew. So how did he? This is my proposal. I'll give you the control over the living corpse. You'll just have to use the Grand Master as your puppet to rise to the position of the head. Are you still refusing my opportunity? No wonder I had a horrible dream last night. Very well, I'll hear you out. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Before that, I have 3 conditions. Do tell me. First, tell me the reason the beads of cursed word didn't work. Second, tell me the reason you succeeded at 6-man necromancy. Ensure my safety. Well, I accept, and I've thought of a method for your last condition. A method that will make your position even more assured, master. Pew pang pew pew. The beads of cursed word. Don't tell me. Put that on and swear your loyalty to me. If you become my dog, there would be no reason for me to harm you, is there? Pew pang pew pew. Seems I forgot that I could just put this back on you. After subduing and torturing you, Divine Ghost General. The first condition, I'll tell you why the beads of cursed word had no effect. Pew pang pew pew. My true name isn't Mok Jai-Unwoon, it's Zhang. Please remember that when making the oath to me, you talk as if you've already won. To think I'd be done in by that simple tactic, no, I should focus on subduing him right now. It should be tough for him to overcome the Divine Ghost General by himself. And the curse poison should have lost much of its spiritual power as well, so it can't be a threat. I'll quickly neutralize him by pressuring him with the Divine Ghost General. Pew pang pew pew. The cursed decree, command you to still with the call of the wrath of the thunderbolts call. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. This is the end. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. So bind him, impossible, it was able to recover its spiritual power already. Unless it was supplied with death key. You got careless. First, know my balance. Second, about the reason for the success of the six-man necromancy. Pew pang pew pew. My key center's made up of the death key. There's no need for me to obtain death key by killing people. It can't be. His name wasn't his true name. And he possesses a key center composed of the death key. Now, then, will you make your oath? Pay Avanscone ca don't mess with me, I'll never. Pew pang pew pew. His eyes want me to resist instead. I will act according to Zhang's will. For my master to pledge to do everything for his own disciple, seems I am at a complete loss for words. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. How did things turn out like this? In any case, there's a problem. Others may be fooled, but there won't be. A young genius Taoist who rose to the rank of solar Taoist like master and commands two bewitching beasts. Senior brother Zhou Taichung. I did warn Mok Gailing as well. Do I have to spoon-feed you everything? Do that much yourself, since you'll be the head if you succeed. The head, fine, now that it's come to this, it's all or nothing. Though I was bested by that brat, his talent undeniable. If I succeed, I'll be honored. As the master of the greatest Taoist and head, I will become the head. But something feels off. It feels like I've forgotten something important. What is it? We didn't know the beads of cursed word could do that. Who would have thought I could make him forget my name? Out of curiosity, I ordered him to forget my real name, Veal Mok Jai-Unwoon. What's name? I Mok Jai-Unwoon, but I didn't think it'd work. The Dharma instrument held power beyond my imagination. What's his name, Veal? Can you get more of this? I want to as well, but it's difficult. It's a catalyst crafted by the Dharma master of the Golden Origin, Myung-Yul, who is one of the 6 Tao divines. It's one of the 4 catalysts master received as a present when he participated in the assembly of the 64 Taoist pavilions. Master researched for a decade in order to obtain more. He was, but unable to discover a method to, in the end. What a shame. That means there are 3 more at least. I hope I'll get the opportunity to obtain them someday. Yes, you must have been waiting. Then, please continue talking. Treasure Ghost's hidden past. About the events of the Great War between the Council and Ghost. Then, where should I begin? Oh, mortal. I'm busy, let's talk later. I sincerely ask that you do not question him right now. Naturally come to know when the time is right. If you do as I ask, in return, I'll teach you one of the 8 rituals of thought destruction. At this point, I'm beginning to wonder, she never even gave me a clue to. The 8 rituals of thought destruction, saying I'd have to attain understanding by myself. Does she really dislike her past being known? If you will listen to me, give me a signal with your finger. Well, whatever her reasons may be, one won't be enough. You immortal bastard, you were asking for 2. Forget it if you don't want to. Shouldn't I have something to gain as well? Now, what will you do? Will we ugh, you sly brat? Very well. What is this? Galley head, I'm sorry, pardon. But I'll hear the story. Later, I've gained 2 of the 8 rituals of thought destruction. Even just understanding one of the 8 rituals of thought destruction would provide infinite possibilities. However, there's the possibility that he won't be able to bring out its full effectiveness if he doesn't learn it at the correct time. That's why I was planning on teaching him at the right time, but this cunning. Still, I dislike him knowing about that event even more. No. Maybe it was that I didn't want to hear how it'd be told. But my lord, you must know how it has become. Let's continue this later, once we settle down. Settle down? From your perspective, what do you think my martial prowess is? Your martial prowess? Yes, speak honestly. Your martial prowess? To be frank, with my key sense alone I feel that you're around first-rate. First-rate. Treasure Ghost said I was at the apex of ascendant with the level of my key alone. Come to think of it, even others haven't been able to figure out my martial prowess. Are they not able to detect my key? Mortal, your energy is composed of death key, is it not? Most people are unable to feel death key. Does that mean even powerful people won't be able to figure out my martial prowess if others can't feel my energy? Are you perhaps hiding your energy at the moment? No, it is exactly as you were. That means I can hide my level. Pew pang pew pew. You seem quite disappointed. My apologies. No, I understand. It is true that I do not meet expectations. However, if I may add, I only possessed this body about half a month ago. At that time, the master of this body was someone who hadn't even reached third rate. Yes, are you unable to believe it? I understand your expectations, but I am also starting from the beginning. No, I fully understand, rather, I'm impressed. To think she reached first rate in just half a month. In that case, then, when do you think you will reach your original level? Original level. Now that he mentions, I did feel that she was strong, but whether her enemy or mine, there's a need for me to become strong enough to defeat whoever stands in our way. I do. In that case, he must be asking about when we can take revenge. A wise man's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years. They say that even if it takes 10 years, a wise man's revenge is never too late. It's a proverb that means one should patiently hone their skills until the time is right. However, if 10 years is too long, are you serious? Don't you think that's too soon? Of course not. Are you out of your mind? You're saying you'll reach the level of Zenith Master level in just 2 years. It is the supreme martial prowess condensing onto the head and the 5 vital breaths oriented to the origin. It's said that only those who are called the greatest masters of the current martial world, the 6 heavens and 8 stars, have reached this level. Pew pang pew pew. Try dying and coming back 100 times first. That's not going to happen. You'll understand my greatness instead. If you succeed, I'll forever call you my master and serve you. I hope. Pew pang pew pew. That person right there is also from the hidden force. Damn it. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Keep it for me. Pew pang pew pew. It would have been easier if he just hated me instead. I indirectly killed Ma Sang because I was concerned about my half-brother. But instead, Ma Sang put his trust in me. Why? Who cares? You filthy bastard. What are you doing? Kill each other. If you don't kill first, you'll end up getting killed instead. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. To be honest, I know that I was the one in the wrong. It's just as Mok Jaeonwon said, I'm too damn soft. I'm stuck in a rut and can't even see reality as it is. I was the stupid one for thinking that I could go back to my normal daily life if I made it through the trials. In the end, both in the mock sword manner and here. All that really matters is your martial prowess. Just focusing on surviving is ridiculous. I need to get it together. Instead of just surviving, I need to get stronger. No matter what it takes. Strong enough that everyone will kneel in front of me. Woodheart sword. Transformation technique. Evolutionary realm in 2 years. As if you succeed, I'll call you master all my life and serve you like a servant. That's quite the bet. It took me 20 years. There's no way you can reach it in just 2 when you're so far from it. You never know until you try. That's what my grandfather always said. You don't know unless you try. Your innate personality too. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What was that? There's no way I've forgotten something. I was just trying to think of my grandfather. What's wrong? Mortal. But it felt like my head was being sliced apart. As if. Pew pang pew pew. It was purposefully blocked off. Wait, could it have been my grandfather's doing? My liege? Don't worry, I'm just tired. There are a few questions I wanted to ask you, actually. Yes, go ahead, please. Do you know someone called the Phantom Sword? Yeah, I'll think about the memories that might have been sealed off later. I'll focus on just this one thing for now. You mean the Phantom Sword from the 6 heavens and 8 stars? Yes. Avenging my grandfather. That's why I'm here in the Heaven-Earth Association. I don't know the current situation of Muram too well. I see, I understand, the Phantom Sword is infamous. Infamous? Yes, no one has ever survived a duel against him. No one at all. No one knows what his real name is or where he's from. He just appeared one day, fought the martial masters of Orthodox Muram, and made himself known. That's strange. I thought the scar on the Manor Master's side had to be from the Phantom Sword. There is one person. It's a pretty well-known story. There's a man called the Toad Poison King, Beksa, who is one of the association's 5 kings. I heard that he fought the Phantom Sword before the Phantom Sword disappeared. Pew pang pew pew. So it's not the Manor Master. No, more importantly, he fought the Phantom Sword. Yes, is there a problem? Mok Yuchen said that the Phantom Sword might be a martial master of the Heaven-Earth Association. Was he wrong? There were such rumors too, since the only person to survive a fight against the Phantom Sword is from the Heaven-Earth Association. There was talk that the Phantom Sword was the association leader's personal guard. Personal guard. Personal guard. They're still using that system. Personal guards are those who are constantly by the association leader's side to protect them. So no one knows who the Phantom Sword is. That's right, maybe the Toad Poison King knows, but the Toad Poison King, alright. Then next question, yes, what is it? What's the purpose of the Corpse Blood Valley? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. It's to pick out the most talented individuals. Why? To test if they are worthy of becoming martial warriors of the Heaven-Earth Association. If the trainees make it to the final trial, they will be given opportunities to learn under the higher-ups. Disciple, the 5 kings, and the Toad Poison King. Sorry for my past behavior. There is no need for you to take the trials, so I'll take you out of them. No, it's fine, you didn't know. You don't need to take me out of them. Let's use this situation to our advantage. You said I could become a disciple of the higher-ups if I get to the final trial. A wound on the inside is bound to hurt more than an external wound, don't you think? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. I stopped doing this because of the side effects, but it definitely works. This is the only way to grow stronger in a short period of time. Pew pang pew pew. I'll have to become the Toad Poison King's disciple and get information on the Phantom Sword that way. In order to do that, I'll have to get to the final trial. I'll be the one to make it up there. Not you. Pew pang pew pew. We've got one too many. What happened? I told you the maximum number of members is 5. I think we may have recruited one more person since I haven't been going around with Yomga. How could you mess up such a simple task? Pew pang pew pew. It can't be helped, since we don't need more than 5 people here. One of you will need to step out on your own. What? Why, you little, who are you to command us like that? Pew pang pew pew. I joined because of Yomga over there. But who's this effeminate asshole acting like the leader? What's this about? Fuck, why would I even follow you? You think you're hot shit? Hey, didn't you see earlier? He's really strong. Yeah, Yomga was completely thrashed. Quit your nonsense, just look at his face. Is that the face of someone who was beaten to death? You're right, he isn't injured at all. They said the leader passes regardless, so those two must be planning something so he can achieve that, or he probably paid Yomga off, or what? Did you entice him with that pretty face of yours? No need to do that. It's fine to have doubts, right? Then, how should I prove myself to you? Would you like to fight me? Bring it on. Very well, ritual of binding. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Is it already over? How boring. He wasn't even a match for him, and that just now wasn't a telekinetic control. It can't be. Who else needs verification? Good. Now that there aren't any complaints and we've got all the members for the group, how about we begin? Begin? What exactly? Just what's going on? Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What are you doing? Why would you attack someone who's been deflated? What are you surprised by? This won't end with just him. What? It's going to get quite busy. Before the trial begins, I will break the limbs of everyone besides the people in our group. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Hey, didn't you hear something strange just now? Hear what? Pew pang pew pew. You are... Hey, you here to get group members you can buzz off? We're full. 2, 3, for... Good. What's good? I said we aren't going to take you. Pew pang pew pew. What are you doing just because we are? I accept. I've already gotten all my group members. I'm just here to break your limbs. What? 2, 3. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Hold still, one wrong move and I might sever your wrist. And 4. My leg, be quiet. Pew pang pew pew. Let's see, 4 were taken away as spies, and 4 were taken care of, so I suppose that's 64 people remaining aside from our group. It's going to be a busy day, trying to eliminate all 64 people. Phew, mortal you truly are. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What was that? I heard a noise. 15, who's there? You're 5. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Wow, you remember me. I wouldn't forget my life's savior just like that. During the second trial, I faced a critical situation, resulting in me separating from my group members for a while. The person who protected me at that time was Mu Jangyak. But what brings you here? About that, I've got a bit of a problem. A member of my group was missing, so I visited his room, and I found him with a broken leg. It seems like someone is trying to eliminate the competition. From what I've heard, it's the one who received 2 first-place insignias. My half-brother. So, I came here to make you an offer. How about you join our group? Pew pang pew pew. 220, your friend, he was caught as a spy and taken away, correct? I don't doubt you, of course. But since you're going to need to gather group members as well, let's cooperate and find a way to stop him. Will you be fine with me? Yeah, I was going to make you this offer even back then if you didn't have your own group. So can I take this as your agreement? Right? I'll need a group in order to pass the trials anyway, and I can't do this by myself. Stopping Mok Jae-unwoon. Alright, I accept. Thank you for your offer. It's nothing. It's great that someone as excellent as you is joining us. I'm more thankful instead. 00. This guy, if anything, he's far. You're strong. You too. Certainly not weaker. That said, is there a way to stop someone from breaking people's legs? If it's that, I have a plan. 3 days later, the top performer of the third trial is the group leader, Mu Jiangyak. We did it. So, how does it feel to be backstabbed? For the first time in your life? Well, it's interesting. The top performer of the third trial is the group leader, Mu Jiangyak. So, how does it feel to be backstabbed for the first time in your life? Well, it's interesting. 3 days ago. Phew. Only 8 remaining with this. The others should be doing fine as well, right? Pew pang pew pew. There's a problem, right? Problem right now. Problem. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. They seem to be our group members. I told them to stick together since they were below first rate. Could someone explain the current situation to me? Sorry. It looks like they figured out our plan. We were ambushed. Ambushed. Did they notice that we've been going around breaking people's limbs? Well, that could be the case. But I don't think that would serve as the reason to hold them hostage. Mok Jai-Moon, have you stooped to something like this of all things? The trial is completely different from the previous. There wasn't a need for you to. What's the problem? What? I'm just reducing the competition, just like what you're doing right now. Do you think everyone is acting like you were just holding them hostage so that we don't waste any more strength in this matter? How would I believe your words also? Haven't you considered this as well? The content of the test is for 8 people to become one group and enact a sword formation. Simply put, if we just leave 8 people including your group and my group and mangle the limbs of the rest of the people, we would automatically pass. You're seriously a whatever, it's a waste of time to even have this talk with you. In any case, we prepared a countermeasure for you too. Mu Jiangyak, right? Pew pang pew pew. This is called a cartilage needle, and it's a secret heirloom of our clan. You see, if this isn't pulled correctly within a half day, one would be left limping for 10 days. I have pierced this through your group members, and all of our group members as well. If I don't cooperate, that would mean that your group and our group will both fail. What an ingenious move. Then even if Mok Jai-Moon's goals were to be accomplished, the 5 of them would end up limping. Even Mok Jai-Moon has no choice this time. Do you understand now? It's your loss, that bastard. Pew pang pew pew. 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 I should kill him right here. Annoyance. He saw who obstructed him and felt an annoyance. Just for that reason alone. The air became heavy. The young master had recognized his half-brother as his enemy. Though he had the option to eliminate his half-brother right now and leave only 8 people remaining, it was uncertain whether Mu Jiangyak would cooperate in pulling out the needle. In the end, decided that there was no need for him to take on the risk. Very well, let's call it here. I'll accept your offer. In return, we'll take 4 of your members as well, and we'll exchange them in the morning. Fine. It's a deal. And each group was given 3 days to practice on their sword formation. After taking the test, both groups had perfectly enacted the sword formation, but as it was Mu Jiangyak's group that showed a higher degree of refinement, Mu Jiangyak was able to take the top performer's insignia as the group leader. Because there were only 16 candidates who passed the test, the Bloodied Corpse Valley head was a bit troubled at first. Could I lower the number of people by chance as long as you follow the rules? It should be fine. My lord, you could have done it a bit moderately. But since all the talented individuals that were expected to pass had done so, there wasn't much problem in the end. And soon after, the next trial immediately began. The fourth trial was a test to avoid the trap mechanisms laid out in the darkness and escaping through the exit. It was a test where one would pass if they were able to escape before a third of a candle would burn out. And those who passed this test would obtain the qualification to be a candidate for a division head in the Heaven-Earth Council. There were a total of 6 people who passed the test. Young Pew Pang Pew Pew. Pew Pang Pew Pew. Mu Young, and the first one to clear the trial. The young master became the top performer of the fourth trial. To think he would escape before even a sixth of the candle could burn out, it's as if he ran straight through an open field. He's got the best record in the Bloodied Corpse Valley. Pew Pang Pew Pew. To be honest, I didn't think he'd be faster than me back then. I'll see you tomorrow. I had cold sweat on my palms. Truth be told, I didn't consider anyone within my age was any special. But he's different. It is a first for me. You have quite the difficult older brother. My whole body is warning me that if he was to be my enemy, then I should kill him right now. And so, that was the end of the fourth trial, leaving only the last trial of the Bloodied Corpse Valley. Before we continue to the last trial, I would like to congratulate the 6 who have made it this far. You have all obtained the qualification to become division head candidates in the Heaven-Earth Council. Moving on, I will talk about the rewards that will be given to those who've earned the top performer insignias. Rewards, as I thought, these weren't given for no reason. Those who've obtained one insignia will be given an esoteric item from the council, the Heaven-Earth Pill. Taking it will give you a decade's worth of ki. They will be given to the 2 top best performers. Now, the reward for those who've obtained 2 insignias, their reward is entry into the treasury of the Bloodied Corpse Valley. They can obtain any one martial art they desire from there. The treasury? We've heard rumors about it. They say it contains copies of various advanced martial teachings, as well as original secret ones as well. Everyone seems to be envious. The more, the better. Although learning many martial arts doesn't necessarily make you significantly stronger, the more experience you have, the wider your vision becomes. The wider my vision becomes. Furthermore, it's been a while since someone has obtained 3 insignias. The last time was 8 years ago. The reward is the ability to request teachings from one of the 12 executives of the council, the 5 kings, the 3 sovereigns, or the 4 valley heads. Is that good? What do you hear what you're saying? 3 of the fight stars of the 6 heavens and fight stars are among the kings of the council, and all fight stars are zenith masters FLE. The 6 heavens and 8 stars are beings of supreme martial prowess in the realm. Even the Azure Ghost said she was once at the height of zenith. Pew Pang Pew Pew. The 8 stars have reached zenith. That means Ghostblade at that level as well. Even just a century ago, none of their executives were zenith masters. Their levels have tremendously increased since then. In that case, then, you may get some rest before the last trial. We have one question. What is the reward for obtaining 4 insignias? Pew Pang Pew Pew. Pew Pang Pew Pew. You will be able to receive teachings from one of the 6 heavens of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. The chief, the 8 stars, and the 6 heavens who rank higher. The council chief is part of the 6 heavens. For someone like that to be one of the 6 heavens. Pew Pang Pew Pew. The obstacle on our path for revenge just got much bigger. Senior warrior of the Bloodied Corpse Valley Kwak Munji greets division head Yan Muan. Very well. So you're the kid who got 3 insignias. Glad to meet you. I'm the secret book treasury keeper, Yang Muan. Then, I will guide you right away. Follow me. I'll be waiting below. Pew Pang Pew Pew. The entrance. In there, you'll find the secret books. You may only take 1 book with you. Of course, you'll have to copy it down first to take it outside, so you'd best choose carefully. In that case, am I allowed to skim through multiple books, isn't that obvious you'll have to choose one anyway? That's certainly a fortune. One last thing. Inside, you'll find a room marked with a red line. Don't you ever step foot in there, or you'll see something that'll make your skin crawl. Something that'll make my skin crawl. Some time ago, well, something happened. Keep that in mind. I more or less understand. With that said, why don't we begin? Pew pang pew pew. Anyway, I didn't know they'd have this many secret books. It looks like it'll be difficult to look through all of them within 2 hours. These are all but useless, you can tell by looking at them. You can tell by looking at them well, there's that too. But first, head to the upper floors. Pew pang pew pew. He's heading straight to the upper floors. Does he know something about this place? Looking at the structure of this place, it's the same as the castle. These secret books must all be copies as well. Why would they build a treasury with the same structure? It must have been as a precaution for if the castle fell under attack or was engulfed in flames, since one can prepare for the worst if the copies are kept on this cliff. I don't know whose idea it was, but it's a good strategy. Even hidden information techniques. That looks to be the case, then. What should I read first? Take out the book to your right. Sure. What? This mortal. Is he even reading it properly? What's next? Bottom left. But mortal, if you flip through it in that manner, you can't possibly memorize. What? Of course I'm memorizing them. As long as I don't try to understand it immediately, I can memorize them with just a glance. I knew he was smart, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. He's only allowed here for 2 hours. If he can use that brain of his to memorize the books in here, what's next? I can't fathom how much stronger he'll become. Pew pang pew pew. Who's that? A young couple. Stand back, this is the treasury of the Bloodied Corpse Valley. If you don't... Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. He's fast. Judging by your looks, you seem to be a warrior of the Bloodied Corpse Valley. Calm down. Pew pang pew pew. Or, that is, the emblem of the renowned Blade King. That means I am the student of the renowned Blade King. Pew pang pew pew. A disciple of the renowned Blade King, Sun Yun. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Wait. Why is that here? You mean this? Yes, that Pure Black Kick technique. It's a martial art offered by the brilliant Pure Kick sect, a sect that joined in the early stages of the Heaven-Earth Council. It's a martial art that could be categorized as a supreme martial teaching if it were slightly adjusted. Supreme martial teaching. It's something the Azure Ghost mentioned before. The martial arts that reach the boundaries of transcendent are known as advanced martial teachings. And the martial arts that give understanding beyond that level are called supreme martial teachings. In any case, it'd be best to learn this. Got it. Next is, that's here as well. Is it something like the Pure Black Kick technique again? That's not it. The Taiji Gentle Palm is a palm technique of the Wudong sect, but I do not recommend you learn it. Why is that? It is the highest form of Taoist martial arts, but since it has preservation as its basis, if you learn it incorrectly, it could clash with your death key. I see. I'll still memorize it just in case. Why bother? There might come a time where I could use it. Back then, you said you could identify the sect one was from just from the wound they inflicted. Doesn't that mean that I can use it to disguise myself? Huh, for you to come up with such an idea, your imagination truly is unrivaled. What's the matter? Didn't you say only copies are stored here? I did. But it seems like... Pew pang pew pew. This is the original book. Wouldn't they have made a clean copy instead of the dirty original book? That's not a good enough reason to switch their places, because the original book is significant in itself. Mortal, What did I tell you? Traces are martial arts themselves. I see. I understand now. In the original, the letters hold the habits of the martial arts creator. In other words, it would contain the methods to its technique. This child, to think he'd say something a transcendent would say. His memory isn't the only outstanding aspect. His understanding is peerless as. Well, am I wrong? Well, you've managed to understand it to an extent. Sounds like I was right. Anyway, the meaning of the letters. Then, am I supposed to read this while considering the habits of the one who wrote it? Considering. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. What was that? For a split moment, I saw a vision, as if the writer of this book had performed a palm technique. Did my reading happen to slow down? As I thought, you fell into an engulfed state. An engulfed state, it's a state where your focus is concentrated on one place. Forgetting yourself in the process, you may not be conscious of the engulfed state, as you'll gain something in return. Yes, and I've finally understood this place. This isn't just a replica of the treasury in the castle. They moved the whole thing here. All of these are originals. Then that should be here as well. Try heading to the third bookshelf right across you. Over there. Fierce Lord, Sword Technique. That's the book I placed myself. Try unfolding the paper inside it. What is this? Moonless Void. Sword, waning moonward sword. Consider it your fortune. It's no exaggeration to say that it was the beginning of the sword arts of the moon that I created. I can picture it. The path created by this sword stance. It was once one of the 5 great sword techniques that represented the old Mayhem. Something I've never seen before. The few remaining sword stances of the moonless void sword. Stance of completely different proportions. The mortal's death key is manifesting as it is wavering, and its uniform flow looks as if he's executing a martial art. Mortal. It seems you have fallen into a true engulfed state. Pew pang pew pew. I hope you reach an understanding without any disturbances. Pew pang pew pew. Who are you? Are you the one responsible for the treasury? I am the disciple of the renowned Blade King, Yob Wuisian. The disciple of the renowned Blade King. The rumor that the disciples of the 5 kings are at the level of division heads wasn't false at all. For him to be at this level in his 20s, I can see why he's the disciple of the renowned Blade King. Even if you may be the disciple of one of the 5 kings, you are forbidden from entering the treasury, as per the rules of the council. Do you have any idea who the person next to me is? Whoever it may be, the rules are Division Head Yang Muao. I greet the council. It's difficult to ascertain her level, even though she's right in front of me. I've only heard of her prowess, but to think it's to this extent. She's a master who easily surpasses an ascendant like me. My apologies, but inside, I've heard about it already. A recruit who obtained 3 insignias is in there, correct, but do you think it's right to have her wait for a mere recruit? I understand, however, I got it. Don't trifle with the recruit. We'll just find what we came for and leave, so don't concern yourself. Now, let's enter. Pew pang pew pew. Phew, I hope nothing bad happens. It really does have the exact same structure as the treasury in the main castle. You're right. Pew pang pew pew. The child seems to be the top performer mentioned prior. 3 insignias from the bloodied corpse valley, correct? How impressive. Well, any of the disciples of the 5 kings could do that much, then it's likely he'll end up as a disciple of one of the 5 kings. It might be good to briefly introduce yourself to such a talent, for her to show interest in that bastard. Wait a second, now that I look at him, he's... Then, milady, please wait here for a moment, I'll bring him at once. There's no need for you to... It doesn't fit your status to go and greet a mere recruit yourself. Very well. As I thought. No wonder, he didn't respond when we entered. He's in an engulfed state. If we touch him right now, he could lose his progress, or even worse, suffer deviation, but that's not for me to care about. All I'm doing is taking you to Milady, as ordered. Don't blame me for this. You just happened to be unlucky. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Just now. Pew pang pew pew. What were you doing? Is the mortal properly achieving enlightenment? Pew pang pew pew. What is that? Could he be trying to touch the mortal? This is dangerous. I need to wake the mortal up. Mortal, wake up, mortal. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. The materialized key is being absorbed again. I see. The state of meditative consciousness is over. And enlightenment has been attained. Mortal, look to the right. Pew pang pew pew. Just now. What were you doing? Pew pang pew pew. Can't you tell he was trying to interfere? If you touch someone lost in meditative consciousness, they could fall into their inner demon. That was the goal. They say that touching someone in a state of meditative consciousness leads them into the grasp of the inner demon. Is that right? That's... You knew and still did it. Pew pang pew pew. No need for more words. You will pay the price. Damn it, I got hit in the throat. I can't breathe. For now. I need to create some distance. Pew pang pew pew. Pure black kick technique. Fourth form. Could it be shadow flash kick? Pew pang pew pew. Get away. Pew pang pew pew. Single stroke dance. Pew pang pew pew. The secret manual. Master's going to kill me because of this bastard. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. That's sharp key. Pew pang pew pew. Sharp key is a realm of enlightenment. It can't be obtained unless one reaches the complete peak of ascendant. In other words, unlike the mortal who only has internal energy, that bastard has truly reached the peak of ascendant. I'll kill you in one strike. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Sharp key. He handles sharp key and uses the pure black kick technique. I see, the mortal attained enlightenment here. From the half-formed peak with internal energy, he's reached the absolute pinnacle of ascendant. This bastard, you've been hiding your strength. Even so, the result won't change. Die. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Okay, I see it, how the sword technique unfolding now ends. Pew pang pew pew. And all its openings too. Pew pang pew pew. Endless void sword. Pew pang pew pew. What? Pew pang pew pew. That's enough. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Withstand this third-tier power of mine. This woman. You're more than what meets the eye. She's strong. Your hands may seem delicate, but your strength is no joke, you crazy bastard. How dare you? Quiet. Pew pang pew pew. Thus, if you speak again, I'll take immediate action. Understood? Apologies for the rudeness. Sometimes he makes such mistakes due to his excessive loyalty, so who are you? Pew pang pew pew. Why Soyan, the chief's third disciple? My. To be meeting one of the chief's disciples here. How troubling. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. Impossible. Her face. Pew pang pew pew. It's the exact same as the Azure Ghosts. I'm Wai Soyan, the third disciple of the Chief of Heaven-Earth Council. You, wait a moment. Azure Ghost, did you happen to have kids? You think I would? Who's the one who kept avoiding saying anything about her past because it's not the right time? Forget having children, wasn't even wedded. In any case, she's not my descendant. How can they look so alike, almost like I'm seeing twins? If I had to compare, I suppose the air around them is different. The Azure Ghost gives off a cold impression. This one gives off a vibrant vibe. Well, even I look similar to the real Mokjaya Moon, so who's to say it can't happen again, right? Pew pang pew pew. Why are you staring at me? Have you perhaps fallen for my beauty? Of course not. It seems my introduction is late. I am the newly appointed division head candidate. Pew pang pew pew. He's handsome. But what's more attractive is his martial prowess. To think he's that capable despite looking to be around 17 years old. Wouldn't it be bad to win him over ahead of time? By any chance, can I talk about two things before you continue? Very well, you may speak. Thank you for your kindness. First of all, I am only able to stay here for 2 hours. Don't worry about that, I'll say something about it. Thank you for your consideration. And secondly, my life was almost in danger thanks to that man over there. I'd like to receive compensation. What compensation? I'll take a life in return. That's what I'd like to say. But you'd lose a loyal subordinate if that were to happen. So I'd like a reward worthy of that price. Would you look at that? How bold of him to try to get rewarded at this moment. From the looks of it, he's not only superb in terms of martial talent. But so be it. Pardon. You said you want his life in return, yes. Kill him. I already apologized and broke his wrist, but if that's insufficient for you, it can't be helped. However, I cannot take responsibility for what happens next. You cannot take responsibility. I'll tell you since you seem to be unaware, but this man is the disciple of the renowned Blade King, Yo Wuisian. If I'm not misunderstanding your words, it sounds like you're telling me to not start something I'll end up regretting. Bold as he may be, if he gave up. Here, that would mean he's all talk and no bite in the end. Now, what will you do? Can't be helped. Considering it's the renowned Blade King, I'll give up, as I'm afraid of the repercussions. Pew pang pew pew. Was this all he could be? What a letdown. Pew pang pew pew. Pew pang pew pew. You son of a bitch, what was that all of a... You opened your mouth, didn't you? What? She said she'd take immediate action if you spoke again. And you just spoke, correct? Pew pang pew pew. Okay, truly, what a shame. I was just going to let him off with a single punch. But well, it seems like he's inevitably going to die. Pew pang pew pew. To borrow a knife to kill another. Oh, he intends to borrow my hand, as killing him himself would lead to the renowned Blade King's repercussions. What an insolent boy. Milady, if you kill me, master will... You're being ugly. What, would you really sell your master to make your own lady go back on her word? Quit disgracing the honor of your lady and die immediately. You scoundrel. Pew pang pew pew. Impressive. Seeing him come up with such an idea in this short moment, I thought he was all talk. But haven't you considered this? If I kill you, everything will be covered up. Well, then, do you want to do that? He's bold and insolent. Just as I thought. I like you. He's a talent I'd love to have. Take it, milady. That's my identification emblem. To give away one's identification emblem means they will grant a request, whatever it may be. Why would you? It's the price of my subject's life. Didn't you say it yourself you wanted a reward worthy of his life? Thought she'd kill her own subordinate. Or go back on her word, but I suppose she's not foolish. I'll gladly take it then. No need to be glad, think of it as an investment. Investment? Pew pang pew pew. As you may have guessed, I am planning on becoming the chief of the council. For that, I'll need many talents. I'll treat you appropriately, so join me. Sorry to say, but I'd like to refuse your offer. I happen to dislike conflict, as you can see. Nonsense. It must be that you'd hate being affiliated with me, the one with the weakest standing. However, my seniors are brimming with talented people. Unfortunately, no matter where you go, It'll be hard to find anyone who'd treat you as I would. And in the end, there will come a moment where you will have to decide. Do you think the decision you'd make at that time would give you an opportunity? I do. Pew pang pew pew. Especially if you're still desperate for me then. Pew pang pew pew. His eyes. He's serious about it. Talent to still be desperate for. It's my first time returning without reaping anything since the time I attempted to win over an executive. Quite the confidence you have, then. I shall see if it turns out as you said. I'm looking forward to it. I'll make sure to live up to your expectations. Mortal, why didn't you do as I told you? Pretending to bow to that woman, whether I'm faking it or not. Yes, do you think such an opportunity comes easily? She sounds pretty disappointed. Is it because it was an opportunity for her to obtain a body that looks just like her? TSK, that was the flesh of a disciple of the chief. I'm saying this as it would have been easier for things to go quicker if I'd obtained that. Sorry, but if she's not a certainty, the risk is too huge. A great disciple Nayu. Liang, the likely candidate for the future council chief. He said the great young master has the support of 40% of the factions. There's no particular need for me to antagonize that kind of man. Well, what's gone is gone, let's continue. What's wrong? I didn't notice until I approached it. Over there. From there, monstrous key is seeping out. That place is, don't you ever step foot in there. What is that? It's the monstrous key leaking out from that wooden chest. How strange. The secret books, the secret books have been. Just how many volumes? Zhang. This voice is. Zhang, over here. It's too suffocating here. Please, help your grandpa. Grandpa. Mortal, what's the matter? Do you not see it, Azure Ghost? Then it's just a hallucination. You wouldn't be swayed by a mere hallucination, would you? Of course, I had expected it to a degree, but it irks me a bit to see it disguised as my grandpa. How dare a lowly ghost disrupt me? What, lowly ghost? Why I... Human, open the chest. Then I, the one who controls the dead, shall grant you any wish you desire. Now it's just blatantly lying. Tell me about it. What wish can it fulfill, when it can't even save itself? What did you just say? You're right, but what could that be? It seems they must have sealed a monstrous creature in there. Since it's a worn-out chest, it must be able to send out its voice through the cracks. Curses, I thought I was fortunate you were able to hear my voice. But seeing how you're tagging along with a lowly ghost, you seem to be a man of the Tao. To be specific, you can consider me a Taoist. Taoist, you must be the same sort as the three-eyed wretch from before. What is that? What's that? Do you not know the three-eyed? It's quite referring to beings with 3 eyes. They are strange creatures born from the wombs of humans. Due to tales of ruin should they be born, most are normally killed upon birth. Three-eyed. In my case, no one has been able to perceive me since that one left. As if I never existed to begin with. What, that? Can't be possible. To remove your presence would be to defy the principles of the world. How, you sure know a lot for a lowly ghost. Why, this creature, hold it in, Azure Ghost. Are you seriously telling me to hold it in right now? I have a better idea. Right, you were remarkably good at making familiars, but you'll have to reduce its monstrous key before devouring it. I was planning to do that. Human, you seem to take me lightly as I am trapped in here. However, I am a master of the dead. So, don't you want to see Grandpa? You said you wanted to come out, right? I'll get you out of there. Good, then first, the chest will have to. But before that, why don't you share a bit of your considerable energy? The ritual of binding. You bastard, stop this at once. It's too late. It has a lot more energy than I thought. I've only consumed a bit of it. But it's already around 50 people's worth of death key. My energy, all of it. Stop. Just what could it be? Something good, mortal, you should have absorbed enough of. It's key now, take it as you're familiar, now that it should be weakened. Got it? Something feels off. Oh. What in the... As I thought, you were a human who knew how to control death key, enough death key to break open the chest made of the sage spirit tree. To think a human would possess such an amount. I am very fortunate. I was deceived. So it was feigning defeat all along. Mesmerizing painting of a mountain, and in it, drawn was being. It can't be, how, mortal, you must not fight him. Unfathomable. Amount of monstrous key concentrated on one spot. There is a book called the Shanhai Jing that covers all sorts of regions, fables, and dakibi of the Central Plains. Inside the Shanhai Jing, it is written, there are those among the dakibi that remain in a niche unattainable realm. Those are beings that have existed for eons. The spiral beast dakibi. That is, are you trembling? Monster. Being that has reached the supreme realm among the dakibi. Disastrous beast. Monstrous beast, bewitching beast. Demonic beast, spiritual beast. Beast divinity. The spiritual beast, it's an entity that has reached the height of legends. Those are legendary beings. Just looking at it gives me goosebumps, and I can't lift my head. Even the Azure Ghost is keeping an eye on the situation and staying silent. That very spiritual beast is before my eyes. In a literal sense, it's a heaven above heaven. He is unfathomable calamity itself. Hell, here I was trying to kill you by crushing you. For someone who's been sealed. You seem to be brimming with power. Brimming with power, ha, even though I may have been sealed for several millennia and gotten weaker. To think a mere insect would dare to evaluate me. Insect. Certainly, there's an undeniable discrepancy in power between us, but this is his weakened state. That said, you're quite unique. For a living being to carry around these lowly ghosts. Master. Not bad for a lowly ghost. You'd be just enough to sate my appetite, seeing as I'm quite famished. I am the Lord of the Dead, as I was born of the gathering of lost memories. Submit your spiritual energy to your master. My master. A lowly ghost of many feeble talents. What? However, don't you think you should pay the price for touching my sublime body? Looks like we really got into the worst kind of trouble. To think you'd laugh in this state, how interesting. It makes me want to see you tremble in fear. What's going on here? Who are you? I see, so it's you. I've always wanted to devour you too. What's this? Could it be because of that red line? What did that three-eyed bastard do? I'll just have to leave the area then. What in the... Leave the room. Not so fast, mortal master. Quick to judge the situation, I see. For you to make a decision in that short moment. You're quite the troubling old man. Indeed, I am quite troubled. I didn't think one could have this much power without being a sage. The offer you made before, the one where you said you'd grant a wish of mine if I brought you out. Is it still valid? Offer? Yes. Weren't you able to come out thanks to me in the end? Why would that have been your doing, foolish child? You were just lusting after your own greed. Why don't you let that part slide in good spirit? How strange, do you have no fear? If not, are you confident you won't die even in this situation? First, I can tell you it's not the latter. You hold on quite well, then, how about I tear off your entire leg? I wouldn't mind if you tore it off, but if I die, you won't be able to leave this place. You'd let me leave this place if I spare you. Are you actually afraid for your life, despite the way you talk? Why would I fear for my life? Everyone is meant to die someday. Then, why are you begging for your life? Have someone need to kill? Get intriguing. Is it just your life that you want? Well, I don't think I can ask for anything else at the moment. You're quick to know your place. Very well. I shall accept your condition on this special occasion, seeing as I feel delighted for finally coming out after several millennia. Phew, would you look at that? Looks like I used the time being. I only have one chance. Even just a split second is fine. That being said, human, is there a need for me to make a deal with you? I could simply control your body myself. I messed up. Even though I may not believe in people, this spiritual beast believes in them even less. Perhaps it's because of his age, but he isn't showing even a glimpse of an opening. Seems like I'll have to really resolve myself this time, Grandpa. It looks like I might die without avenging you. That being said, human, is there a need for me to make a deal with you? Why did I think in that single moment that I wouldn't be able to fulfill my revenge? But what about me? Is that the extent of my vengeance? That can't be. You fool, what are you? Delve into the deep emotion of vengeance. That is an energy much more condensed than the sharp key. That's something only possible with the understanding of a transcendence. Reinforced key. But what's with that? Color, mortal. Moonless wood sword. Though you had done the same before, but to think a living being could wield the energy of death to such an extent. How bizarre, truly bizarre. Indeed. How entertaining. I wish to observe you and to find the answer. That couldn't even close our difference in power in the slightest, even still. I'll finish. You lowly ghost. Mortal. Why? She wouldn't need to go this far even if she's my familiar. Is it because she believes that I'd avenge her? Impossible, but why would she? I thought you was just some ordinary lowly ghost, but you're not bad. You'd satiate quite a bit of my hunger. What are you? Elder. How about you stay confined here for longer? You crazy human brat. If this cur dies, it's all over. I won't be able to leave. If he dies, Seriously. It's so hard to get a hold of your hand even if it's just once. This bastard, could he have purposefully, ritual of binding? As I thought, this spiritual beast avoided me from activating ritual of binding, since that ritual makes it impossible for energies to be properly controlled. No, it was a gamble with my life on the line, but it worked. Because he won't be able to leave this place without me. You worms, cease at once. I'll hurl you. You damned lowly ghost. Do not underestimate me. You're right now, one of the 6 demons, the dead lord. From this insignificant human. Could I be feeling fear towards him? That can't be. I who have lived for several millennia, to a mere human. I who have spread countless terrors. You have brought this all upon yourself. Is that his spiritual form? It's astral projection. He's trying to possess the mortal. No matter how capable he may be, he won't be able to win against the spiritual beast. Kiss. You bastard. What are you? What is that within you? What are you talking about? Curses. Bastard. How dare you make me reveal my true self? I shall kill you. Death. What is he doing? Certainly, that technique is one that draws in energy. But what energy is he? The fragments of the sage spirit tree. Could it be that from the start? Cease at once. As I thought. Since it was a treasure strong enough to seal an entity of this caliber, I figured it'd activate again once I drew the death key away from it. I was correct. The smear seal. Such an insignificant thing. Let's never see each other again. It almost made me sick. What a relief that the seal reactivated. We were truly fortunate. Mortal cracks have started to appear on his skin. Isn't that a overhaul rebirth? Overhaul rebirth. When one attains understanding at the level of ascendant and achieves a breakthrough, they become able to connect the conception and governing vessels. Afterwards, one is able to control incomparable amounts of ki. Overhaul rebirth is when the body rapidly reconstructs itself to adjust to that change. Normally, this occurs when one reaches zenith. It's not that the mortal has broken through a wall. His own flesh evolved to absorb the monstrous ki of the spiritual beast. How bizarre! He's taking a path different from others. Perhaps I could be witnessing the birth of a completely different type of master. My body feels light. Is this the realm of transcendence? The pain from my injuries has vanished, and I can muster more strength into my fist. It seems I've gotten stronger. Am I supposed to consider myself lucky? Stronger? You heard that not a single person has taken a spiritual beast as a familiar. Yes, that's what I've heard. I don't know who you may have heard that from. But it's not an impossible feat. Furthermore, there are 2 who've done it. I didn't believe it at first, but they exist. Taoist masters who command spiritual beasts. They are those who've attained the title of God. Those who've reached the rank of divine Taoist. No need to concern yourself about them. They are beings of a heaven above the heavens. Besides, in the first place, one of them is a doke. Never mind. Anyway, just know they exist. I'm still far from them. Mortal. Azure Ghost. Metamorphosis, interesting, although it doesn't look like you changed on the outside. You might really reach the evolutionary realm in 2 years. Ha, ha, your energy has gotten a lot weaker. I was trying to save you. You don't need to pity me. I didn't do it expecting anything in return. Why did you help me? It's all over if you die. Are you sad that I'm going to vanish? You're going to vanish? Yes, there is no hope for me. No need to be sad, although I doubt you'd be sad. Just one thing. Just promise me one thing. Please, the revenge. Well, tell me that after you're recovered. He's sharing his remaining demonic chi with me, plus the amount is immense and the concentration is really high. I'm quickly recovering. I'm reaching the Navy spirit realm too. Looks like I wasn't the only one who got lucky. The original book of the Yin Yang school said that the Navy spirit is powerful enough to manifest their powers into reality, transcending illusions. It also says that they become comparable to demonic beasts. I guess you could call this fate. Now, what were you saying? What did you want me to do? Should I call you Navy Spirit now? Just keep calling me Blue Spirit. You like that? Stop making fun of me. Master Mortal, do you have any remaining demonic chi? I'll be waiting to pick me up. Of course, even she leveled up. Plus, she got a body. She was already close to the Blue Spirit realms. So as soon as she received some demonic chi, she also leveled up. After that, we took Yang Yuan, who tried to activate a trap, down and had the ghost possess him. She seems to be really happy about it. Well, I think she's more excited that she'll be able to read all those books. Let's go. That's cool. It really looks just like how it was earlier. Immortal spirit would. Does it really have powers? I guess we'll have to leave it here for a while. You're not gonna take him? Yeah, I think it'll only harm me if I try to right now. We shouldn't try to do anything with it. If anyone comes in here or looks for it, let me know. That's what he said. But I'm curious, why did he leave something so dangerous here? There's also the 3 eyes that the Eternal Beast talked about. I wonder what the Master is thinking. Oh, well, I'm sure it'll all work out somehow. He's late. She did say that he'll be late. But this is too much. Did something happen? Should I go? Did you wait long? No, what? Before he entered the library, his chi felt like that of a first rate. But right now, I don't feel anything from him. His presence and chi are both so faint despite going right past me. What did he learn in there that he's now so... Shall we go then? I can't tell how this final trial will go. Top of the 5 Kings, Lightning Fist King. The manner of the dark sect, one of the 3 sects, is always so ominous, always so unpleasant, no matter how many times I come here. You're here. Is this the first time we're seeing each other ever since competition 2? Months ago. Long time. Dark sect leader. Heaven Earth Association first in power among the 3 sects. Dark sect leader. You still wear that disguise of yours? That is the law, after all. Yes, I'm aware. The dark sect specializes in intelligence and record keeping. Because of that, only the association leader knows the dark sect leader's true face and gender. I know that, but it still feels so unpleasant. So what brings you here? Take this, it's Top Scholar Red. Top Scholar Red is a kind of Shaoxing wine. That is considered a very renowned drink alongside Daughter and Red. Why are you? It's bribery. For this Corpse Blood Valley trial, I need you to do me a difficult favor. Could it be that you want me to give up a disciple? I'll have to decline. I have my own reasons. However, having received such a rare wine, I can't just turn down your request. I will do what you ask if the person you want isn't the person I want. I have to say it then, I have no choice since I'm the one asking for a favor. A child of the Bikyung sect. In order to fully master my technique, a sturdy and strong body is necessary. It's because of the difficult move in my technique. My disciple became a cripple simply from trying to learn it. See, that's good. What I wanted was a girl. Girl, you mean the Moa houses? Yes, her. I'm glad, I want a boy, thanks for doing me this favor. It's nothing. So, the Moa house's child, what a coincidence. The Sound Valley Master woman also wants the child. You're gonna have to go through some trouble, Dark Sect leader. Then I'll get going. What, my ear's itchy? Does your ear itch? But why did you want to see me? So late at night too, does he? It's nothing much. I was wondering if you'd take me on. Take you on. Sneakily asking me to see him so late at night and asking me to take him on. He definitely wants to. Want a duel, yes. For training, yes. I want to warm up for tomorrow's trial. See, right, there's no way this guy sees me as a woman. But a duel, though it's kind of out of nowhere. I did want to get even. I had lost to him until now because I was only trying to take him down. Trying to go for the kill, though, is a different story. If I wait for him to let his guard down and you seem very willing, that's. Then try your best to kill me. I'll undo the poison in you if you win. Do you mean that? Yes, I promise. If you win. Too slow. Not bad. Don't get arrogant, you may not be an amateur anymore, but there is a huge difference between someone at the early Supreme Peak and one at the true Supreme Peak. I sure do hope so. More importantly, up until now, I had only seen martial arts as a method to take revenge. But now, I feel different about it. I want to. I learn a lot more about. Just until recently, he had been on a similar level as me in martial arts. Now I can feel that he's way beyond my reach. So much so I'm almost in awe. He's a monster. The next day, first day of the Corpse Blood Valley's final trial, is that the Dark Sect leader. Their appearance is different from what I saw last time, but they're definitely the Dark Sect leader. What brings the Dark Sect leader here? They've never come to the trial ceremony before. There she goes again. The Sound Valley Master Hang Yirang. That woman's here too. See, she still has that wicked hobby of hers. She always uses sound with her instruments to make those listening suffer. Even the vice leader of the association, who's known for being tolerant, gave her a warning, but she never listened. Shall we up the tempo a bit? I suppose I have no choice. Although it might strain our relationship. That's enough, Valley Master Hang. I see you're here as well, King of Brilliance. Am I not allowed to be here? Of course you were. Then take a seat. The Corpse Blood Valley Master can't proceed with the trial because of you. The King of Brilliance Sun Yun almost killed her before because of a problem they had. He's like her great adversary. How interesting, the King of Brilliance already has plenty of talented disciples. I thought he wasn't interested in our trials. Look over there. The 5 kings second in power, the Dark Sect leader and the Sound Valley Master are all here. Who do you think they're here for? It's an honor to see you attend, King of Brilliance. It's been a while, Corpse Blood Valley Master. I didn't expect to see you here. I have my reasons. And what would they be? It was true. I thought he would die during the trials, but he is alive. What, you got done in by who? Say that to me again. I would have won had I not been careless. Not that, I mean the name. It's Mok Gungwon. He's alive. Even though he may have learned the sword of the lunar vein, I presumed it would be difficult for him to survive in the bloodied Corpse Valley. I lamented that the lunar vein would end like that, but seems the heavens bestowed fortune upon him. But how did you end up fighting against him? About that, I didn't know he was in meditative consciousness, and I tried to touch him. Spare me, Master, shut your mouth. Not only the boy I thought was dead alive, but he ended up in the final trial. As I thought, something is different about him. By chance, if he shows potential far beyond my expectations, I shall have that orthodox child as my disciple, even if the other executives criticize me. That child has survived as well. I expected that he would survive due to his innate martial talent, but to think he would reach the final trial. Furthermore, because he seems to have undergone many hardships. The gaze in his eyes looks better too. I knew coming here would be good. This final trial. I can't wait for the results. Now, the final trial will begin. That's a match bracket. That means the final trial is, as you all may have noticed, Flames calls come the final trial of the bloodied Corpse Valley martial competition. As recruits, you have proved your limits through the various trials, and you all stand here now as a result. In addition, the final trial will allow you to showcase your potential to the observers over there. Furthermore, if you end up victorious, you will be given the right to choose an executive for yourself. Then, doesn't that mean they can end up as an associate or a disciple of the 5 kings or the sovereign? Yeah, that sounds about right. Incredible, so I wish all of you luck. Is that so interesting? I don't need the right to choose. As long as I can stop you. He's not there. The annihilating Poison King, Bekaseha, I thought I would be able to hear about Ghostblade from him. Do I have to change my plans? I was going to use the reward from gathering 3 insignias on one of the 2 5 kings that are part of the 8 stars. The reward is the ability to request teachings from one of the 12 executives of the council, the 5 kings, the 3 sovereigns, or the 4 valley heads. But it can't be helped. How boring. But the numbers don't match. Then, if you're called, come forth and draw a number. First, Mok Yuchion and Yun Muyang. That would mean, just as I thought, 6 wins by default. Default win, hot. Continue drawing numbers. Lastly, Yongjie, 5, wins by default. With that, the bracket has been decided. Is this how it turns out? Janyak Mokjai Amun, of all things, my first match is against the opponent I think is the most difficult. It doesn't matter, no matter who my opponent may be, I won't lose. Since I have that as an ace up my sleeve. You seem somewhat uninterested, Mortal, tell me about it. Looks like we're going to battle each other in the end. No matter who wins, let's do our best. That's going to be tough. What? To be over immediately if I tried my best. He's good at taunting. Both of you, head up the stage. Hey, Mok Jai Woon, if you're so confident, how about a bet? What is it? The loser serves the winner as his older brother. Shouldn't the hierarchy be clearly established? Well, if you're not confident, you don't have to. That's too boring. Let's raise the stakes. What? The loser won't just be the younger brother. He'll be a dog. This bastard. He's not just good at taunting, he's excessive with it. Why, feeling unsure? A dog, you say? Damn. I was looking to confirm the martial prowess of the child of the Mok clan, but talk about bad luck. Was there a child like that, Mu Jangyak? What martial clan is he from? He seems to originate from a small sect, not much else is known. This is rather surprising. Did I make my decision a bit too hastily? Apex of Ascendant? Even more, he's right at the edge of Transcendent. Now then, on your positions, let's do this. Begin. The loser becomes the dog. That's what you said. But it's definitely you who'll become the dog. As for why? It's because he'll win. He's fast, chaotic stream. It's going to be difficult for you with just that. Dance of gathered fist. That's the right fist, left palm. Are you surprised? This is my secret technique. The right fist, left palm. The right fist, left palm. He says those who've learned martial arts would know that such a feat is near impossible. That's because one must circulate their ki while having two different kinds of thoughts at the same time. An act akin to a performance that could potentially distort one's circulation. Even peerless masters wouldn't dare to do. However, if it is accomplished, fist on his right and a palm on his left, you'd feel as if you were facing two masters. You would be able to unfold two people's worth of stances. How terribly unlucky. Of all the talented ones I've seen so far, he's met the best. This match is already his right fist, left palm, hot. You got something pretty great. Keep bluffing. He'll make you quit that bluff right now. Drifting cloud stream, worldly right fist, palm is the palm. This is the end. Right fist, left palm. What in the world? Just now. Did he just take a glance at the right fist, left palm, and copy it right away? This is certainly, the real genius was here all along. That's the child. Must have him. Quit copying. Pure black kick technique. Even with his leg, the changes in his stances are too drastic. Beyond that, strength, technique, application, wits, everything about him has surpassed me. It's as if he's handling me like an insect. With absolute force. What's with that talent? Even I look ordinary before Jangyak, but he's treating him as if he's some child. He's comfortably enacting performances that would even be difficult for peerless masters. Throughout the entire history of the Central Plains, he would be one of the greatest geniuses. No. I suppose he would be more of a monster instead. I'm losing. What nonsense. The one who'll become the dog is from now on. You'd better bark well. How did he attack from that position? Match end. The victor is brother's son. It seems I may have to take that child. What are you talking about? Didn't you say you'd choose the child of the colossal build school? I said I was thinking about it. Rather, I'll tell you honestly, if I miss out on that child, I believe I'll regret it for a long time. Besides, you already have many excellent disciples. Why are you being greedy again? Greedy? Did you just say I'm being greedy? If this isn't greed, then what is it? Yet, the members of the 5 kings are suddenly having a dispute. Sorry to tell the two of you. But may I have a word? What is it that you two are fighting for? What are you? The right to select lies with the child who is the top performer, does it not? Come to think of it, that's right. That child will obviously be the top performer. So I started a meaningless dispute. Was I blinded by an exceptionally charming talent? Then let's continue watching the rest of the duels. Who knows, the other children might have quite the martial talent as well. The two contestants begin the spar. Hey, are you looking for me? Won't be easy. To think he'd find me immediately. As I thought, I have to have him. Impressive, for you to have found me instantly. Are you amazed by my feat of conversing without opening my mouth? You are an honest child. Very well, as a reward, I shall teach it to you. There exists the Lianchuan meridian between the vocal cord and the root of your tongue. Create a vibration there, as if you're stroking it with a cotton. Someone like you should be able to do it immediately, yes. Like this. Good, I'm just as expected. What do you call this? It's called permeating voice transmission. In short, it's known as voice transmission. It's great for talking in secret, as others cannot hear it. That's neat. Now then, I shall get straight to the point. Become my disciple. If you're thinking about the 2 kings, I'd like to say that you'd be making a foolish choice. The renowned Blade King has already chosen successor. The disciple of the Thunder Fist King became a cripple trying to learn his exclusive martial arts. However, if you choose me, you'll be able to indulge in the sensation of feeling like Ipang Palace's Emperor Qin in the Calling Sound Valley, where only women exist. If you refuse me, however, that child, I've heard he's your brother, correct? I will take that child as my subordinate. Afterwards, I'll toy around with him, then I'll kill him if he loses my interest. Go ahead. Yes, then we just... What? Toy around. With him all you want. That's the price for teaching me voice transmission. This child, he's serious. Has he gone mad? Brother, are you okay? Did I lose? You fought well. I said I'd become your dog. It's my loss. I will serve you as my master. Master, what are you saying? The victor is number 5. The next 2 contestants come up the stage. I have no idea why you're hanging around with him, but be careful. That guy. He's been turning everyone around him into his servants. You're too late. What? I've returned you. What did you do? About what? Don't play dumb with me. Why is everyone around you? Come up to the stage. What went wrong? Things have completely changed since our time in the orderly wooden sword hall. All I wanted was to keep him from going astray. But I don't even see a sliver of hope for that now. Absolute talent. Everyone wants the demon. People gather around him. Compared to him, can I even stop?